17 years passed before he returned to Korea again. Upon arrival, he immediately wanted to visit one place, and after a long journey, he stood near two burial urns. The guy was dressed in a black suit. He put his hands in his pants pockets and said a greeting to his father and mother, smiling with some relief. There were times in his life when he wondered what the price of life in the world was. When he was still little, a tragedy happened to his family. He was floundering in the water, wet to the bone. On his face, salty sea water mixed with equally salty tears. 17 years ago, at 22 hours and 32 minutes in the Gulf of Aden, he found himself overboard during a terrible storm. He stayed afloat and called out to his father and mother, trying to see them among the raging waves and the wall of rain. The peals of thunder and the flashes of lightning showed all the power of their nature. Surprisingly, there was no one on the ship's deck. The boy continued to scream, hoping that his parents would respond to his call at any moment. He rode through the waves, trying to find at least one of his loved ones, no matter how difficult it was, especially in such weather. Having swum a little in the water, he saw a dark silhouette that looked like a man and immediately moved towards that place. As he approached, he recognized his mother and began to shout again, calling her and trying to row faster. The woman was floating above the surface of the water, face down. Swimming up to his mother, the boy turned her over and saw two huge blood stains on her chest and stomach, and the woman herself was unconscious. His face froze and the tears came harder, but he hoped with all his heart that his mother was alive. He whined, pitifully turning to her, but from the side he was distracted by a huge approaching shadow and a noise stronger than before. Turning around, he saw a high wave several times his own height moving towards him. He tried to swim away, but he had no time left. The wave swallowed him and plunged him under the water, not allowing him to emerge above the surface. He floundered, trying to resist, and his nose and mouth began to fill with water. He held his breath and opened his eyes, coping with the whirlpool that was beginning to subside. He knew he couldn't breathe and he needed to surface quickly. Looking into the distance, he saw several more men struggling to the bottom, the water behind them stained scarlet with blood from the wounds visible on their bodies. The boy tried to surface and at the same time looked at all these people who were not destined to breathe air again. He saw familiar faces. One of the men was Kim's secretary, whose gaze was frozen, staring ahead forever. Among those people, he also recognized Chief Chan, Uncle Ham Chan, and even the bodyguard. He began to look closely at the other people, and his face was struck with horror. Among those men and women, he saw his parents. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed him by the hand and pulled him up. A man with gray hair shouted at him to pull himself together and held his hand tightly, keeping him above the water. Taeha, the boy, tried to cough and take a deep breath, while the man who pulled him out tried to make sure he could move. It was Grandpa Taeha, and the boy groaned softly and began to cry again. The boy's grandfather was Jin Suk-ho. He was 72 years old and the chairman of the Chongwoo Group. He noted with gratitude that the heavens had taken pity on the two of them. Taeha immediately began to say that he was dealing with Mom and Dad down below under the water, to which Grandpa said that he also knew this, but unfortunately it was too late. Suk-ho tried to speak quickly and asked the boy to listen to him carefully because he would have to remember the next words for the rest of his life. He touched Taeha and told him to inherit the Junggu Group no matter what. The boy's tears flowed in streams, interrupting the splashes of water, and tried to understand at least something. Grandpa Ho handed him a pencil and asked him to take it with him and come to lawyer Kim In-soo later, who could help him. Grandfather asked not to trust anyone and to find a lawyer immediately after arriving in Korea, and unfastened his life jacket. The boy whined even louder. He grabbed his grandfather and begged him to save his mom and dad, claiming that they were drowning right now. Suk-ho began to take off his vest, and underneath it 2 gunshot wounds appeared on his shirt, bleeding profusely. Taeha froze when he saw what had happened to his grandfather. Suk-ho, who was putting a vest on the boy, said that his father and mother had taken 2 bullets to the stomach before they ended up in the water and were already dead. Having secured the vest to the guy, he turned him in the opposite direction and told him to swim and survive at all costs. He pushed him away from himself, although the boy screamed loudly, being in great terror, and called him. The last time Taeha saw his grandfather was there among the waves of the raging bay from the storm, and almost immediately he was hidden under the big waves. Thunder and lightning continued their cruel game for a long time, but Taeha diligently moved along the waves, striving for his goal, although he did not yet realize it. By morning, the storm had died down. The sun was already high, making him forget all the classes of the previous night. Taeha was floating with the current, unconscious from exhaustion, cold, and fear. The waves of the bay, which had already calmed down, now gently rocked the boy on themselves, protecting him and giving him the opportunity to rest after the fight for his life. Tae-ha began to come to his senses and slowly opened his eyes, squinting from the bright sunlight. He had to wake up very quickly as soon as he looked in front of him. It was already past midday, and in front of him rose the bow of a huge ship cutting through the water and moving smoothly forward. He had already been spotted, and several people were busy rescuing him while others simply watched. Tae-ha was lifted aboard the ship. Once on the deck of the ship, the boy was very scared and pressed himself to the floor, looking with his mouth open at the men around him. The men smiled at the boy's survival. Tae, who quickly noticed that they were dressed in suits and had guns strapped to their shoulders. One of them turned slightly and shouted to the boss, notifying him that the boy had woken up and was not dead yet. Tae-ha sat up a little and noted that the language the man was shouting in was very similar to Italian. The man shouted again, calling for his boss, who did not react to his report. The boss was on a tower that was quite far from them, and the man called him again, asking him to come. While he was lamenting that their boss had climbed up again, another man sat down next to Tae-ha and asked if the boy knew the language. The first thing the boy noticed was a strange tattoo on the neck of the guy talking to him, which was visible under the collar of his snow-white shirt. Tae-ha frowned slightly, concluding that these guys on the ship weren't exactly simple. A noise was heard from the tower, and everyone looked up to see that the boss had finally decided to come down to them by jumping down. The boss landed next to Tae-ha, and the boy cautiously jumped to his feet and backed away slightly. The boss was a long-haired girl dressed in a similar black suit and green blouse. She leaned over and asked, calling Tae, who little one, how he got on their boat. One of the men said that the boy seemed not to speak their language, to which the boss yelled at him, ordering him to find a translator who could translate, at least with gestures, just to understand what the boy was saying. Tae-ha lowered his head and looked at the people gathered around him from under his eyebrows. He felt fear and great sadness at that moment. He briefly spoke about the boat that was attacked nearby, and the boss looked at him in surprise, plunging her hand into her hair. She smiled because the boy knew their language and could speak it, and asked where he was from. Tae-ha said that he was Korean, and while they were sailing through the bay on a boat, people with guns appeared, and his parents and grandfather were no longer alive. The boss, pursing her lips, finished the guy's speech, noting that for that reason he fell into the water and ended up on an Italian ship, and emphasized that it was the ship of the Salerno family and not just any ship. Tae-ha raised his head, repeating the girl's last phrase about the Salerno family. The boss laughed loudly, waving her arms, about how the boy had allegedly accidentally ended up on an Italian ship, not just somewhere but in the middle of the Gulf of Aden, and could speak that language. The laughter suddenly stopped, and the boss, drawing her sword from its sheath, apologized, emphasizing that they were not going to believe such elaborate tales. The girl's name was Regina Salerno, and she was the head of the Salerno family's trading division. She held a sword to the boy, asking him to give her a reason why she should not throw him overboard. Tae-ha froze, realizing that he was once again in a very life-threatening situation and trying to figure out what he should do next to save himself. A lump came to his throat, which he tried hard to swallow, so that he could say at least something to the people standing in front of him. Tae-ha pulled out a pen and handed it to Regina Salerno, explaining that his grandfather had given it to him. The girl stepped back, confused. Tae-ha revealed that he was the grandson of the chairman of the Korean firm Chongwoo Group. He looked pitifully at the boss and the two men and promised that if they didn't throw him overboard, he might still be of use to them. Regina Salerno was shocked by the information she heard and thought for a moment. She asked the men if the Chongwoo Group was not the richest company in South Korea and how this baby part of this family could have ended up on board. She sharply ordered one of the people to quickly step forward and check the Korean news. And while the men tried to find fresh news that could concern the boy's family, Regina stayed with Tae-ha and asked what other languages he could speak. The boy thought for a moment and began to list English, Japanese, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, Esperanto, and after stopping for a moment he said that he could speak a little bit of all the basic languages. The men shouted, drawing attention to themselves, and began pointing at the phone screen, saying that they had found news from Korea. The girl walked up to them, hugged them with her arms, and looked at the article which said that the chairman of the Chongwoo Group, his son, and his family had gone missing. Regina began to believe little by little that the boy had not lied and had told the truth, and finding this quite interesting, she involuntarily smiled. The boy turned to Regina and her people and asked if they suddenly started calling Korea, then they would allow him to call someone too. He remembered his grandfather's words asking him to contact lawyer Kim In-soo, who should help. Tae-ha immediately explained that the person he wanted to call was not a member of his family. In Korea, in the city of Seoul, it was after midnight. At 1 in the morning and 12 minutes, a man received a phone call. The man picked up the phone and said the standard word to indicate that the call had been accepted. A voice immediately answered the phone and asked to speak in English and asked if he was calling lawyer Kim In-soo. Regina Salerno called the lawyer and asked if the lawyer had seen the photo that was sent to him and explained that she had the grandson of the great company Chung-gu Group and asked if it was worth sending him to Korea. The lawyer raised his filled glass and taking a sip asked what the girl wanted in return. Regina immediately declared that she wanted $10 million and would exchange the boy for cash in the Panama Canal, giving a time limit of 24 hours and requesting only a personal meeting. The lawyer calmly put the glass on the table and apologizing explained that he was a busy man and did not have time for negotiations and asked to release the boy as soon as they received the money. Putting the glass on the table, he reached for the microphone lying nearby. He picked it up and brought it to his lips, swore, and mockingly repeated into it the specific amount that was demanded. The lawyer was having some kind of a party. He was drunk and there were other people around him who were also having fun with him. He said into the microphone that he would send at least $1 million for the murder of this boy, but he would do it. He told Regina in a harsh tone that she should finish him off in 5 minutes and send him video evidence, and then he would immediately transfer the money to her. The girl expressed her fears that she might kill the boy, but she would not be paid for it. Tae-ha and the men who caught him heard this conversation where the lawyer assured him that it only took him 2 clicks to transfer the money, and there was no need to worry about it. Tae-ha heard the lawyer threaten that if the boy was not killed, he would blame the Salerno family for the murders on the ship that Tae-ha's family was on. Continuing to dance, the lawyer assured that he had already warned all the bandits in the area and asked them not to worry about anything else. The lawyer assured that the firm no longer belonged to the people who had previously run it. One of the men sitting off to the side in the room with the lawyer listened silently in the shadows and sipped his drink. Tae-ha, having heard everything that the lawyer said to Regina, was completely confused and seriously scared. He couldn't understand how they decided to take his life and gave him only 5 minutes to do it and for a reward. Regina turned to the boy complaining that everything had turned out for the worse. After hanging up the phone, she got up from the sofa and apologizing to the baby said that now she had no reason to save him. The men behind them gripped their weapons tighter. Tae-ha looked at the girl with huge eyes filled with fear and begged her not to do this. The girl grinned and asked if he hadn't heard the conversation and noted that now he wasn't even a child from a rich family, and in Korea they were most likely already preparing for his funeral. Regina smiled and asked if the boy knew what this could mean and answered herself that they initially wanted to kill him in order to take away all the power and he should know for himself how everything works in this world. Tae-ha fully comprehended the words spoken by the girl. He did not understand why they decided to kill his entire family and loved ones. While the boy was trembling with fear in front of the girl behind them, they were quietly talking to each other about how it was obvious from Regina that she was not going to kill the boy and was just having fun in this way, scaring him. Tae-ha's legs were buckling from the trembling, and he wondered out loud why he had to die if he barely survived in the sea, why they wanted to kill him. He didn't even know their names. He held a pen in his pocket and tried to understand who could be considered his friend and what was the point of having the position that his grandfather had told him about before his death. At that moment, a man suddenly burst into the cabin and shouted loudly that they were being attacked. He said that there were 3 speedboats and a helicopter and all were fully armed. The girl asked if it could have been Interpol, to which the man replied that no one had contacted them, so it didn't look like that. Regina gritted her teeth and cursed, wondering what kind of idiots dared to attack them. She looked with particular severity at the boy, who was still trembling with fear, thinking that death awaited him. The girl suggested out loud that the Koreans who had just called might have been looking for this boy. Everyone looked at Tae-ha, who stopped shaking and put his hand on the table, mercilessly scratching his hand with a pen. Regina and her people froze in place, watching what the boy was doing. Tae-ha, continuing to scratch his hand, assured that Young-gu would never pay for anything and therefore there was no point in them killing him. Regina came a little closer to the boy, who finished scratching his hand and raised his hand in front of him, showing it to the girl. On his arm was a design similar to a tattoo one of the men had. The boy asked to be accepted into their ranks and promised that if they gave him the strength to take revenge, he would be loyal to them for the rest of his life. The girl was surprised when the boy was able to notice their family seal, a comma, and study it so that he could unmistakably scratch it on his hand. Regina laughed loudly, raising her head up. Walking away from the boy with a cheerful gait, she gave the command to one of the men, whose name was Matteo, to get ready. They were finally having a holiday. Before leaving the cabin, Regina turned to the boy and asked him if he could answer for his words. She repeated that the boy had asked for strength to take revenge, and explained that she meant the blood from their seal that was running down his hand. The boy once again heard the words of his grandfather, who asked him to inherit the Yungu group at any cost. Taeha covered the wound with his other hand and looked at Regan Salerno very seriously, gathering his courage to confirm his words. Regina grinned and noted that the dog barked but didn't bite, finding it quite funny. The girl hurried to the exit and went out into the corridor, kicking the door hard and ordering him to follow her. She showed the boy that now his life belonged to the Salerno family, and he lived for the sake of the family and would die for it. The girl went out onto the deck and looked at the sky where the helicopter was circling and took out 2 daggers. She turned to the boy and asked him to look at him carefully, because now she was his future. And 17 years later, Tae-ha was alive and back in Korea. He stood in that hall looking at the funeral urns of his parents and remembering how his story began. He knew that his parents' bodies could not be found, and that the urns were most likely empty, but only there could he greet them again. He turned to his father and mother and asked them to watch him closely from now on, and then how exactly he would take revenge on the people who had taken their lives. Suddenly a strange sound was heard from his right, and urn fragments began to fall from above. Turning back, he discovered that there were several cars parked near the memorial hall. At that moment, a hail of bullets fell on him. He quickly jumped back, dodging them. Pieces of broken burial urns fell from the shelves as proof that nothing could stop those people. They continued to shoot, destroying everything they saw in front of them just to kill Tae-ha. Several more cars drove up next, and people also armed began jumping out and joining the others. A man got out of one of the cars and loudly kicked his foot and cursed at everyone for not being able to hit the target even from such a distance. It was Lee Chong-gu, the manager of the security department of the Chong-gu group. Putting a knuckle duster on his hand, he ordered to quickly find their master. Looking around, he said that he was surprised, and although he didn't know what kind of madman he was, to sneak into the Chong-gu group and think that he would be able to leave alive was quite a challenge. Behind him, the voice of one of his men was heard, who informed him that the car that was spoken of had been found. They asked me to open the car carefully. I hope the person in it is still alive. Another of the people said sharply that it was not worth opening the car, it was already too late. There was a strong explosion and parts of the car flew in different directions. Chong-gu grimaced in surprise that there was a bomb in the car. No one could have guessed that. As he watched the remains of the car burn, some of his men, standing behind him, quickly ceased to exist. Hearing strange sounds, Chong-gu turned his head to leave, and in a split second another part of his people followed the previous one. A guy with a huge katana jumped out from behind him and landed in front of him. The boy left a deep cut on his suit with the blade, but he failed to injure him. Chong-gu roared in anger. He felt very sorry for his black suit, but it seemed he didn't even think about the fallen people. He jumped towards Tae-ha with his fists, growling that attacking from behind was a cowardly act. The guy turned around and said that he shouldn't have been the one talking about it. Tae-ha had learned a lot over the years, and with just one move he got rid of the bully. The manager of the security department no longer existed, nor did all his people. And it only took Tae-ha a few minutes to do this. The manager did not have time to understand what had happened and could not give an explanation for it. What happened in a matter of minutes at the hands of this guy was hard to explain. Watching Tae-ha look at the bodies of his enemies, the man tried to figure out who he was. Tae-ha looked at the burning car and looked around, feeling some kind of relief. He paced the parking lot, wiping the blades of his daggers. The guy walked up to one of the cars, which was white, and opened the back door. He leaned inside, felt the craft bag, and pulled it out of the car. He slammed the door and walked to the trunk, gently running his fingers over it. Only after opening the trunk did the man tied up in it start whining, asking to have mercy on him and leave him alive. It was the same lawyer, Kim In-soo, who broke his promise to help Tae-hae but almost sold his life for $1 million. He tried to justify himself by saying that he was just following orders and it wasn't his fault. The lawyer tried to assure him that he couldn't kill the chairman, but Tae-ha, with an indifferent expression on his face, poured out wads of money from the bag. The lawyer cried out even louder in despair that none of his words had any influence on the guy's decision. Tae-ha grabbed the edge of the trunk lid and addressed the man, calling him sir, saying that it was $10 million. The lawyer ordered from the bottom of the trunk, examining the banknotes, and Tae-ha noted that it seemed that the money that the lawyer had once promised 17 years ago had never arrived. Kim In-soo looked up at the guy and asked him what he meant by the promised money. We suddenly remembered how a drunk man had spoken this amount into the microphone for Regina Salerno. Tae-ha took out a lighter from his pocket. He opened it and set it on fire, letting out tongues of flame from it. The lawyer cringed in horror as he listened to what Tae-ha was telling him and understood what he was getting at. Tae-ha said that on that day he was on the verge of death. On that same day, he was able to be reborn, and with these words he threw the flaming lighter into the trunk. The flames quickly spread, engulfing banknotes and the clothes of lawyer Kim In-soo, who screamed as he realized there would be no salvation. Tae-ha meekly watched as the fire spread further into the trunk and patiently listened to the lawyer's screams. The guy took out a cigar and walked closer to the flames bursting out of the trunk of the car. He took the cigar in his mouth, wanting to light it. He remembered his parents and grandfather, and lighting a cigar from the funeral pyre of his enemy, he apologized to his loved ones for taking revenge for them so late. He expressed hope that his loved ones went to a brighter and better world. As he walked out of the parking lot and stepped over the bodies of his enemies, leaving behind the burning car with the man who had cruelly betrayed him, he smoked a cigar and promised that he could take care of the rest himself. After the showdown in that parking lot, Tae-za headed to his family's company office to finish what he started. He covered his face with a mask and confidently moved towards the entrance to the building, and having come close enough, he rushed forward to run. The guards at the entrance shouted at him, calling him crazy, and pointed their guns at him, not understanding where he was heading with such confidence. In one leap, Tae-ha got rid of the men blocking his path and ran on. He was completely focused on his goal and didn't pay attention to the blood splashing on his face or the guns pointed at him. Having gotten rid of everyone who tried to stop him, he entered one of the rooms of the building and walked towards a man huddled under a bookshelf, trembling with fear. Tae-ha walked slowly, making the man experience the feeling of fear as vividly as possible. The man broke out in a cold sweat and asked Tae-ha in a trembling voice who had sent him to do this. He began to threaten the guy, asking if he even knew who this office worked with. Noting that they worked with Jung-woo himself and the guy would hardly live after that, he was confused by Tae-ha's calmness. Tae-ha, while wiping the blades of his daggers with a handkerchief, noted that AH Holdings was a private security company with which Jung-woo had entered into a subcontracting agreement. And looking at the man, he said that his company's job was to provide secret security for key executives and directors of Gyeonggu in the Gangbuk-gu area during off hours. After wiping his daggers, Tae-ha headed for the door, continuing by saying that most of their time not related to security was spent investigating the private lives of reporters, informants, and other people who spoke out against Chung. Opening the doors, he saw 3 tied up and badly beaten people in a dark room, confirming his words that the company was working under a contract with an enterprise that kidnapped, beat, and killed people. People immediately started making noise and groaning when they saw a guy holding daggers in the doorway, thinking that they were about to be killed. Tae-ha silently walked deeper into the room and threw one of the daggers on the floor in front of the people. The guy asked them to free themselves and leave and never mention that they saw him. People immediately began to cut the ropes with which they were tied, helping each other. They waited for each other, and only after freeing themselves from the ropes did they begin to rub the sore spots on their bodies and timidly glanced at their savior. Having made up their minds, they read and headed towards the exit of the room, where one guy gave Tae-za his dagger and sincerely thanked him for his help. And all 3 of them immediately rushed to the exit of the building, looking around to make sure that it was not a trap. The man who was already Tae-ha's hostage screamed, but in such a situation they were not afraid of him, and only after looking back and taking one last look at him, memorizing his features, they disappeared from sight into the corridor. He immediately looked at Tae-ha and asked who he was, assuming that the guy was someone's relative. Tae-ha slightly pulled back his mask and said that he had nothing to do with them and that it would be difficult to speak in their presence. Taking off his mask, Tae-ha said that he needed the weekly schedule of the executives from the CEO to the chairman of the board and asked if they didn't have the number 1 charter for holding emergency meetings. The man shook even more and shouted that he knew nothing about it, calling Tae-ha names, and added that if he had this information he would never have told because his family would have died. Tae-ha suddenly leaned over him and, putting a dagger to his eye, noted that the man wanted to live and therefore he would begin to torture him with the evil eye. Tae-ha walked down the city street looking around. The billboards were broadcasting advertisements and everything was like any other city in the world. The steps of the underpass were filled with the underclass dining and drinking and homeless people sleeping on cardboard. There was trash lying on the sidewalk, including various advertising leaflets, dead insects lying with their legs up, and much more. Tae-ha walked forward, not paying attention to it because he was thinking about something else. He was not particularly interested in the passers-by and their lives, the sounds and traffic. He looked around for where he could buy some regular Korean cigarettes as his cigars were attracting too much attention. Tae-ha looked at the road with moving public and private transport. He listened to the sounds of the city and looked at the street. He noticed for himself how long it had been since he had been to Korea, and how he had become unaccustomed to it, but outwardly everything looked normal and not unusual. But Tae-ha knew that this country had gone crazy, and looking at the small details, advertisements and signs, he was even more convinced of this. Once upon a time, in one of his speeches, the President of Korea promised his people that they would use all the powers of the President granted by the Constitution to eradicate the crimes and violence that were rampant in their society. When he began to say that he was declaring war on crime, that very second he was not given the opportunity to finish his speech. There was a shot and everyone in the room froze. Silence reigned due to intense fear. In 1990, the president who declared war on criminal organizations took his own life. No one could eradicate criminal organizations, and the country naturally began to succumb to violence and money. One way or another, the police began to cooperate with such organizations, receiving their own benefits. Tae-ha, walking along the streets of the Korean city, thought about this too, connecting such facts with other things. The Chongs colluded with criminal organizations to bribe the media and get rid of competitors. After that, they focused on sponsoring sports and entertainment to make sure no one would care about politics. And so that this works even if the dog runs for president. But despite this, people in Korea still believed that Chonggu was a people's enterprise. Tae, who found a store where he could buy the cigarettes he was looking for, and entered it. The girl at the checkout was very smiling and kindly welcomed Tae-ha into the store. Tae-ha asked for a pack of the I's cigarettes, holding out a bill. An awkward situation ensued as the young man standing next to him said and did the same thing at the same time. They looked at each other in surprise, continuing to hand the money to the girl. Tae-ha studied the boy carefully, but this was a habit that had developed over many years of his not entirely ordinary life. Then the same thing happened. Both of them simultaneously extended their bills even closer to the girl and asked what brand of cigarettes they needed. Their bills rustled as they touched. This made them look at each other again, as it wasn't every day that you found yourself in a situation like this. The girl smiled shyly and, taking out a pack of the necessary cigarettes, apologized, explaining that there was only one pack left. The guy standing next to Tae-ha let out a loud, dissatisfied sigh, as if he was upset about this. Tae-ha headed towards the exit and pointed his thumb at the young man, asking the saleswoman to sell him the cigarettes, and he would do without them. The guy was a little embarrassed by this because the act was completely unjustified, although the situation was resolved in his favor, and he did not have to look for cigarettes elsewhere. As he left the store, he met Tae-ha again, who politely apologized for disturbing him before making a request. He smiled slightly and asked to be treated to a cigarette from the pack that had just been bought. The guy smiled and noted that Tae-ha could have bought such cigarettes in another store, to which Tae-ha explained that he hadn't been to Korea for a long time and wanted to buy them just to smoke one table. The guy spread his hands, expressing his understanding of Tae-ha's situation and his desire to help. He took out a cigarette while Tae-ha was talking about his nostalgia for such a tasteless smoke. Having given him a cigarette, the young man hurried off to his business, shouting that they might catch him if he smoked there, and that he should find a designated smoking area. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, Tae-ha continued to watch the guy leave for a while until he disappeared from sight. After 17 years of living among the mafia, he could tell a person's level just by looking at them up close. He noted that the man was strong and compared him to the monsters he had seen abroad, and wondered if there were people with such a level of skill in Korea. Tae-ha smiled to himself, hoping that he wouldn't have to meet such people during his stay in Korea. But Tae-ha couldn't guess who exactly he saw and who he spoke to. That young man appeared in the office of the security firm where Tae-ha had recently committed a brutal massacre. He lit a cigarette, saw what had happened, and began to examine the situation. He sat down and began to examine the bodies of the dead, studying everything down to the last detail. He noted that the bodies had only stab wounds, as if they had been cut into sashimi. He stubbed out his cigarette on the floor and stood up to make a phone call to warn about what had happened. The man picked up the phone and asked if he had understood correctly who was calling, and the guy confirmed that it was him. The man was indignant since he had already warned them not to call him at this time, while the the guy walked further through the rooms of the building. After asking the man if he had a meeting today, the guy advised him to cancel it. The guy informed the manager that it looked like the guy who killed Kim In-soo was hunting him too. The manager sipped wine and looked at the landscape and was slightly startled by this news. The guy explained that he couldn't contact the security company that was supposed to help with protection, so he came himself but found a building full of corpses. It looked like they were attacked by one person with a knife. The guy checked to see if the man Tae-ha had tortured last was alive by opening his eyes and told the leader that it all looked very similar to the one who killed the lawyer and maybe he knew the secret meeting place. The manager put the glass on the table and asked what the guy meant because in the Chung family it was customary to get together in emergency situations. Having thrown an olive into his mouth, the leader relaxed in his chair and asked with interest who could have learned about the tradition of only their family and attacked them. The manager noted that this is why he entrusted this to the guy and asked him to find the person who did this so that no one would know. The guy listening to this was just examining the wound in the man's chest. He wondered who might have wielded the knife. At that moment, he remembered the guy who asked him for a cigarette near the store and gave him the last pack of cigarettes. The guy recalled Tae-ha's hands, which he had noticed when they met, but did not attach any importance to it. The guy saw the cuts on Tae-ha's palms, deciding that it wasn't easy to get them being good with a knife. The guy who was in the security office and witnessed the aftermath was named Chung Wai-min. He asked the manager if there was anyone in his family who knew how to use a knife. The manager, rising from his chair, denied such a possibility, noting that his people couldn't even peel an apple, and besides everyone was in their places except for the children. The leader suggested coming to them if the guy was so afraid and promised millions on top for his protection. Wai Min pressed his lips together looking at the dead and thought about it. As he was leaving the office, he replied that he would come but asked that security be strengthened. Wai Min asked to increase security at least 3 times, to which the leader, without the slightest worry, replied that he understood and hung up. One of the leader's men who was nearby during the conversation was indignant at who Wai Min was, that he allowed himself to order a gangster around while entering another room. The manager also walked into the meeting room adjusting his tie. Entering the hall, he discovered that everyone had already gathered and did not hide his surprise at this and walked faster to the table and addressed the chairman. Meanwhile, Wai Min was walking down one of the city's alleys and decided to call the president. He explained that he had been helping Chung up until that day and then he wanted to leave. The president said that he should be slapped on the back of the head, to which Wai Min was slightly taken aback, thinking that he was drunk. Wai Min explained that no one would refuse an extra 100 million won, so he took on the case. While Wai Min was talking to the company president, Tae-ha stood behind him patiently waiting for the conversation to end. Wai Min tried to explain how he saw the killer of their people but noted that it was difficult because there were many details. Realizing that he was not alone, he told the president that he would explain later what had happened, and after saying goodbye hung up. He turned around and smiled broadly, spreading his hands in a mischievous gesture to confirm his instincts, and asked if one cigarette wasn't enough for Tae-ha. Tae-ha was gloomy and noted that there must have been a reason to meet a specialist near the crime scene and expressed that following him was a good idea. Wai Min slapped his hand across his face and, smiling even more, portrayed shame and emphasized that shame had haunted him all day, starting with the cigarette and ending with the surveillance. He raised his head. The smile disappeared from his face, and he emphasized that this was the first time something like this had happened to him, and that he had been more attentive before. Tae-ha walked confidently towards Wai Min and asked him to ask a question before they started. He asked if Wai Min was a member of Jeongu, piercing him with his gaze. Wai Min smiled again and was indignant at the question because he should have heard that it was a small help. Tae-ha remained silent, not taking his eyes off Wai Min. The lights of a renewed desire for revenge were shining distantly in his eyes. He put both hands behind his back and began to take out daggers from under his jacket, under which the scabbards were hidden, expressing surprise at such an answer. Immediately, Wai Min and his entourage pounced on him, but Tae-ha deftly blocked him with the blade of his knife, looking straight into the eyes of his opponent. They looked into each other's eyes and each tried to knock the weapon out of the opponent's hands. Tae-ha had his own goal, which gave him incredible strength, stamina, and remarkable focus. He studied for a long time for such a moment. They started fighting each other with knives, and each of them was a master of his craft, so the fight was quite interesting and the fights were short. They used tricks that they had been taught before and those that they had created themselves. Wai Min, catching onto a ledge, jumped high above Tae-ha's head. He swung his weapon, wanting to cut the stranger into pieces, and concentrated on the blow. His weapon glinted in the light of the lanterns, making it easily visible to the enemy in the darkness. But before Wai Min could land, Tae-ha jumped up and quickly used his daggers. Wanting to strike, Wai Min found that the weight in his hand had suddenly decreased significantly, and he could no longer see the guy in front of him. He was surprised when he saw that his weapon was cut into pieces and could not understand when the guy managed to do this. Looking around, he did not find Tae-ha, who seemed to have fallen through the ground. He froze, listening to the sounds around him, trying to figure out where his opponent was. Looking up, he saw Tae-za from above, holding onto the beam and pointing his dagger towards him. His eyes practically glowed in the darkness like two huge crystals, reflecting the light, and the desire to kill was red in them. Wai Min smirked, noting to himself that Jungwoo's company was truly unlucky, and watching as Tae flew at him from above with two daggers, he wondered how they could become the target of such a monster. Tae-ha literally flew from the sky towards Wai Min with precise aim. Wai Min himself cursed loudly from the realization that he was in for a pretty tough fight. Wai Min didn't even have time to understand what was happening before he suddenly started sliding on the ground from a strong push that knocked him off his feet. Tae-ha jumped to the ground, struck that blow with lightning speed, and jumped to the side. He brushed the dust off his perfectly black suit and walked into the darkness of the alley. Wai Min was left lying motionless on the ground with a cut wound on his chest and bloody clothes around it. He found the strength to ask Tae-ha what he was trying to do, which made him stop and turn his head back. He turned around and looked at Wai Min, who was sprawled on the ground and looking somewhere into the night sky. There was a strange smile on his face for his position, and he asked Tae-ha if he would leave so easily after getting him and would not regret leaving him alive. Tae-ha turned away and apologized, explaining that he had his own rules according to which he only killed people from Cheonggu. He warned Wai Min not to follow him, not to stop him, and never to be seen again, and threatened that there would be no second chance if he helped Cheong again. Hiding in the alley, Tae-ha said if it hadn't occurred to him that his neighbor was returning the debt for the cigarette. Wai Min smiled, noting that he had been repaid with his life for one cigarette. Even in such a situation, he had the strength to joke about how cheap it was to look at the bright moon in the middle of the black sky. Tae-ha reached the place where his car was parked and sat behind the wheel, immediately starting the engine. The headlights brightly illuminated the road. Tae-ha was incredibly angry, even though he had dealt with another person who was somehow close to Cheong. But that wasn't the only thing that bothered him. He was growling, clenching his teeth tightly. Responding to the back of the chair and continuing to drive, he glanced at the wound on his side and exhaled, slightly glad that the wound was not so deep. He could move, and for him this already changed a lot for the better. He drove down the street at a good speed, staining the steering wheel with his blood. He had 32 minutes left to reach his destination. He rode inspired by the thought that only a little more than half an hour remained until the end of his 17-year journey. Cards from the past flashed before his eyes. He remembered the moment when people shot his father right in front of him. His mother held him close and tried to close his eyes so he wouldn't see the horror. His father, who had 2 bullet wounds, was still standing, shielding the family with his body. Then Tae-ha rushed forward, screaming for his father, but his mother held him tightly, not allowing him to do so. Father threw it sharply, causing mother to freeze, holding on to her feet with the last of her strength. The father was the managing director of the Cheongwoo Trading Company, and his name was Jin Soo-hyuk. He turned around and shouted at his wife to take Tae-ha and run away. That was the last time Tae-ha saw his face. The mother rushed to the exit and pulled her son along with her, who resisted, hoping that they could save his father. The sounds of gunshots rang out, and the two of them froze for a second at the exit, watching the most terrible thing in their lives. My father was shot several more times and fell to the floor of the cabin. The men ran to him to make sure he was dead. It all happened incredibly fast, and it was hard to keep track of everything. At that moment, Tae-ha's mother crouched down in front of him and took his hands. He cried from fear and from what he saw happen to his father, although it all couldn't fit into his head so quickly. Mom asked him to listen to her very carefully. She spoke very quickly, asking him to find a life jacket and jump into the sea. She smiled at him and told him that he had to survive. And that was the last time Tae-ha saw his mother's face, and it was forever imprinted in his memory. Behind them, the gunman pointed his weapon at them and cursed at how much he was annoyed by everything, since he was suggesting to just blow them all up. Tae-ha heard the man speaking in Korean and became even more scared. The man aimed his gun at his mother, and there were seconds left before the shot. Mom screamed at him, asking him to run faster, and Tae-ha ran along the deck as fast as he could. There was a strong storm and the floor was very slippery, but he never fell. Tears streamed from his eyes, but he ran forward without stopping. He had been strong since he was a child, but that day changed him, completely hardening him from everything that could happen in the world. After everything that had happened, thick smoke began to rise above the ship on which he was with his family. And under one of the claps of thunder the ship exploded, taking with it the whole truth about what had happened. The ship quickly began to sink under the water, accompanied by peals of thunder and flashes of lightning. At present there was no obvious commotion in the secret hideout in Kanbuk, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Jin Ju-hee, the eldest daughter of the company, the director of the Yungwoo department store, was drinking wine and turning to the young man sitting next to her asked who really killed the lawyer Kim In-soo. Jin Ja-sung, the second son and director of the Foreign Trade Association Jeongu, took out a cigarette from his cigarette case and was embarrassed, thinking that his murder was ordered by his mistress because he lived with two families. The girl was indignant and said that she did not understand why he had to be so nasty while still eating dinner. Ja-sung pointed out that she should not have said that, considering her own lovers. The manager of the Chongwoo Automobile Company, Jin Jin-won, who was also present at the dinner, inquired about the share of the holding company that CEO Kim owned, wanting to quickly sort it out. At the head of the table sat a man, and not wanting to listen to all this talk any longer, he slapped the table hard, drawing attention to himself. He asked for silence at the secret family meeting of Chong. It was Jin Gu-ho who was the chairman of Chungwoo Electronics. He tugged at the collar of his shirt and asked Chungwoo to speak. Jin Chung was the managing director of Chungwoo Electronics and the eldest son of Gu-ho, and he smiled and reported that there were 2 employees left at the scene. He added that it was possible to confirm that there were no other witnesses, and since questioning yielded no results, it was decided to remove them. He told the best that they were just contractors anyway, so they didn't know anything, and in order to avoid information leaks, it was also decided to tell everything to the police. Gu-ho turned around abruptly and threw a glass of wine at his son, thus showing his anger and dissatisfaction with his actions. The rest froze, afraid to say an extra word, so as not to anger their father even more. Gu-ho calmly returned to dinner and asked Jin Chung about the 5 stars. Jin Young tried to control his emotions and the splashes of wine on his face, closing his eyes to catch his breath. Exhaling, he smiled widely again and noted that the witnesses knew nothing, and since the Younggu family was innocent, when asked to send someone they had to send Young Wyman, emphasizing that he was ranked 7th. Gu-ho lost his temper and suddenly jumped up and smashed a bottle of wine on Chan's tongue for his stupidity. He came up close to him, practically growling with anger, angrily drawing his son's attention to the fact that he did not know who committed the murder and could not find the person for a day without any leads, so much so that he even informed the 5-star group. Gu-ho held the broken bottle, pointing it towards his son, who listened with his head down, and said that if the chairman and Soo-hyuk hadn't died 17 years ago, such an incompetent person would not have been accepted into the family. The wounds from the glass stung Jin Chong's forehead badly, but he bravely endured and stood his ground. He said with a smile that in South Korea it was as easy to find that person as it was to find Chonggu, and that he and his people would find him within 12 hours. Ja-sung noted that everything was the same as before while rocking his cigarette, and Ju-hee excitedly agreed with this comment. She leaned towards Ja-sung and whispered to him why the director always treated his eldest son like that, because no matter how much he hated him, he was his child. Ja-sung explained that Gu-ho didn't act like that because he hated his son. He humiliated him so much only because he was very afraid. That's why the boy always snatched it from his father seriously. After leaving the meeting room, Jin Chung asked his assistant for his phone, pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket. He received the phone in his hands and began to wipe the wine from his face and to take care of the wounds from the glass and bottle fragments. As he was leaving, he asked the girl how the boys were doing, to which she assured him that she was fully prepared. It seemed that Jin Chung was not affected by his father's actions. He smiled and said out loud how worried he was about the result he got from the upcoming work. Meanwhile, Tae-ha was already approaching his destination, flying along the highway at high speed. On the way, he couldn't stop thinking about his entire journey up to this very day. All the time he was watching the Chongs and their activities. He had been working on this since the day the Salerno family took him in 17 years ago. When Taeha's grandfather passed away, his eldest son Jin Gu-ho inherited the shares and became the chairman of the board, and things progressed very quickly even before the funeral was over. Jin Gu-ho took advantage of the chaos caused by the failure of the war on crime to join forces with other forces such as the 5-star group and consolidate his power. And from then on, the world belonged to Chong, but in case of emergency they would still gather in a secret hideout and hold a family meeting. Since Grandpa Taeha's time, it has always been like this and has been an unbroken rule. The system and traditions had not changed for many years, but Guho killed his grandmother just to take the system away from him. Taeha felt it as if everyone close to him, including his father and mother and himself, had been killed. That's why the anger in him had been brewing for many years. One of the guards who was watching the surveillance cameras saw the car that Taeha was driving and became a little embarrassed. He immediately contacted the manager by radio to clarify whether someone else was supposed to arrive and received a negative answer. He reported that a car was approaching the main gate at speed and very quickly. The manager swore, confirming that he was definitely not expecting anyone else that evening, and ordered the security to raise the bollards. With one quick press of a button, the bollards began to rise above the ground, blocking Taeha's path. But Taeha himself kept his foot on the gas pedal, seemingly not intending to brake. Taeha didn't want to resort to tricks, seeing no point in being so sophisticated. He chose to go straight ahead, directly and openly straight to the family, who were unsuspecting and quietly eating dinner. On the way, Taeha unfastened his seatbelt and thought that those who lived a cowardly life would now know. Taeha's car crashed into the bollards and was badly damaged by the collision. Taeha took out his knives with a slight movement and prepared himself for the upcoming fight that he had been waiting for most of his life. He wanted no one to forget what was about to happen very soon, and wanted to declare himself in this way by scaring everyone, showing his principles and strength. Jumping out of the car, he ran towards the guards who had come out to look at the car. He flew at them from above like a ninja, aiming his nails at the targets. With quick movements, he took out several guys at once so that they could not have time to repair or even think about what was happening. Having dealt with those guys, he left them on the street and ran to the entrance like a shadow. He stated that he had returned and that soon everyone around him would find out about it, based on the plan of revenge he had created. In the hall at the family table, he immediately heard a strange noise and asked the family what it was and if they heard it too. Everyone began to talk among themselves, leaning over to believe that the noise was coming from the main gate, but no one could understand what was its source. Jin Chung didn't remove the smile from his face and laughed at the confusion of his brothers and sister. John Vaughn pointed to the exit and, turning to his older brother, ordered him to quickly check what all the fuss was about on the street. Jin Chung told his brother and everyone present in a serious tone that there was no need to check anything, which greatly embarrassed the family. The guards in the hall at that moment pointed their guns at each member of the family. Fear gripped everyone. They began to look at each other in confusion. He became hysterical and stuttered as she asked what it all meant, raising her hands up. This made Guho's father very angry, and he started shouting indignantly that Jin Chung was making fun of him, and also asked how what was happening should be understood. The guards kept their sights on his father as Jin Chung leaned over the table and wiped his face with a napkin. Guho kept his eyes on him and tried to express his guess about the current situation. Jin Chung smiled widely and closed his eyes in pleasure, noting that his father should have understood that everything would turn out exactly like this. He looked his father in the eye and asked if it was true that he hated his son because he was afraid of losing his place and ending up like his grandfather. Jin Chung winked one last time, noting that it was he who killed his grandfather and father's younger brother. Meanwhile, Taeha dealt with everyone who was outside and felt these beautiful seconds that were the beginning of the implementation of his 17-year plan. Jumping over the fence, Taeha landed on the green grass and immediately found himself in the sights of the guards. They gave the others the command to get ready, warning that there was only one guy. While the defense was being broken through from the outside, there was a real commotion at the family table. One of the brothers stood up from the table and shouted that Jin Chung had simply gone crazy. Jin Chung, when asked what he was doing and why he pointed the guns at his family, calmly wiped his hands on a napkin, holding a long pause. He played what he thought was a high level of acting skill. He played out his incomprehension of what his family was talking about, claiming that he had done nothing wrong. The younger brothers began to lose their temper and call him names, ordering him to put down his weapon and stop making such cruel and stupid jokes. He turned to one of the guards and indignantly asked if he wanted to deal with her older brother. Moon Young-min, who was her personal bodyguard, only apologized without even looking at her or lowering his weapon. Park Jun-ho, who was the personal bodyguard of Jin Jae-sung, the second son, noted that it was nothing personal, there were just so many benefits from betrayal. Jeonwon's bodyguard Hwang Jun-hyuk joined in, blowing a bubble of gum and explaining that the guards needed a little raise in salary, since it was impossible to pay them that much and make them work 120 hours a week. Moon Da in Jin Young's bodyguard stood silently, because I didn't have to justify myself to anyone. Gu Ho shared that he expected such an act from anyone, but he could never even suspect that it would be those closest to him. He did not believe that his own family could betray him, acting so meanly after many years of service. Gu Ho turned to Baek Jun-soo, who had been standing there silently watching everything that was happening. Jun-soo replied that he was not protecting him but simply protecting Young-gu. He was Chairman Young's personal bodyguard and was the head of security, and he also went against Gu Ho. Jong-won was the loudest in his protest, telling them to come to their senses and reminding them of what their Joseon dynasty was. He said that they would hardly be able to get a place in Jeongu like that. He wanted to say something else about the committee, but a gun was pressed to his forehead and he had to shut up. Jun Hyuk, his personal bodyguard, brought this gun to his head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The screams of the other brothers were heard, who certainly did not expect this. To Ju Hee and another of the brothers, their own bodyguards also presented pistols closer. They pressed themselves against each other, began to beg not to do this to them. 2 more simultaneous shots were heard in the hall, and the last groans of these 2 were heard. Jin Young smiled and handed the napkin to his bodyguard, not taking his eyes off his father. He walked slowly towards his father across the blood-stained carpet in his house slippers. The father looked down and said that he expected his eldest son to do something like this someday. He recalled the day when Chan's younger brother died of leukemia without a single wound, and his wife, having received no compensation, demanded a divorce. Chan took the gun from the bodyguard and listened patiently to his father. The father, gritting his teeth, shared that he had a premonition of whose doing this was, and that was why he stayed away from him. Jin Chung twirled the gun with his fingers and also smilingly emphasized that his father talked too much. He pointed a gun at his head and asked who had pushed him into a hurricane in the Gulf of Aden 17 years ago, and ordered him to kill his brothers and grandfather under the pretext that he belonged to a special forces unit. Gu Ho cried out that there was nothing else he could do, because if the chairman's position had gone to Soo Hyuk's son, their family wouldn't even be here. Jin Chung leaned his forehead against his father's forehead, asking why he didn't give him the position of heir. The father grimaced in horror as he looked into his son's eyes. His fear had become reality. Jin Chung waited impatiently for his father's answer, not taking his face away from his. His father replied that he thought that if he gave him the position of successor, he would kill him immediately. Jin Chun sat on the table and tucked his leg under himself, confirming that it was so, but he was still sad to hear it. The father looked him straight in the eye and growled that even if he killed him here, he would never take the chairman's place. I want to explain why this was so. Jin Chong interrupted him and, almost laughing, assured that he knew about everything. He said that changes in power as a result of material or political upheavals are not recognized by the committee's regulations. He wondered out loud if he should do the same with this. Jin Chung noted that whoever was on the street at that moment was bothering them, not being on their side. Father raised his eyebrows, asking who they were talking about. Jin Chong smiled at this question and pulled the trigger, explaining that all this was supposed to be covered up by the aristocrat who had waited 17 years. Meanwhile, there was also a brutal shooting outside between the security guards and Tae-ha, who only had knives. No matter how hard it was to fight against bullets with such a weapon, Tae-ha was very good at it and got rid of the guards one by one. The guards were shouting to each other that the guy should have been surrounded because he was unarmed. They didn't think he could handle all of them with just knives. The main forces of the Cheonggu group were under the control of the security service. In particular, the bodyguards of the leader should be at least the heads of the security department, and Tae-ha assumed that they were supposed to all get together. Tae-ha, having dealt with another security guard, began to dodge bullets, planning his further actions in the current circumstances. He decided that there was no problem with this and rushed forward to the guard. He ran in a zigzag pattern to avoid the possibility of being hit by any of the bullets fired by the people. He ran to the closest guard and quickly disarmed him, grabbed him, and hid from the gunfire behind him. He shouted to the others to stop shooting, thinking that he would survive. But it didn't affect his chances of staying alive. With one jerk, Tae-ha took her and rushed to the others. The closest guard didn't have time to react before the incredibly sharp blade of Tae-ha's knife cut his pistol in two. Tae-ha was like lightning. It was hard to follow the guy's movements and give any resistance in a fight with him, so he quickly dealt with the rest. He quickly ran across the lawn towards the building. He was separated from the target by only a few dozen meters, and this gave him enormous strength under the influence of adrenaline. The bodyguards who were staying close to the entrance panicked when they saw what had happened to their colleagues. One of them was given the order to evacuate the chairman, and he immediately rushed to carry it out. Seeing one of the guards start to run, Tae-ha stopped and threw one of his knives at him. But the knife didn't reach. It was blocked by a man who suddenly appeared with his telescopic baton. The guard trembled, turning at the sound and realizing that he was a hair's breadth away from death. The man who saved his life was wearing dark glasses and had a cigarette in his mouth. He smiled, putting his baton on his shoulder, and cursed that the stupid guards couldn't have been quieter because everyone could hear everything inside. It was Kim Il-suk who was the head of security for Jeonggu, and there were two other men with the same job next to him. They were surprised that there was only one person standing in front of them. Tae-ha was not at all embarrassed by this, and finishing the massacre he moved towards the entrance. Kim Sol-soo, one of the heads of security who came out, flexed his arms and stepped forward, declaring that he could handle it himself. Il-suk laughed, noting that catching the little guy wouldn't affect his performance evaluation. Meanwhile, Tae-ha had a rather serious problem that made him groan. The wound on his side became noticeable, bleeding and hurting greatly, hindering Tae-ha's free movement in his fighting style. Looking at his wound and then raising his head, he quickly realized his mistake, having received a punch from the thug Sol-soo. This blow was enough to send Tae-ha flying back several meters. But to everyone's surprise, he did not fall but only slid across the grass as if on ice. In the end, slightly losing his balance, he leaned on his fist and knee but still managed to maintain his position. A huge shadow flashed above him, and raising his head, he saw Sol-soo, who wanted to charge him with a jump. He roared in flight, "How could Tae-ha dare to come to the shelter?" Tae-ha had literally seconds to think about his next strategy, but that was enough for him. Sol-soo threatened to finish him off immediately, being completely confident in his own strength. Tae-ha assured him that he was right, and gripping his knife tighter, noted that it was not the time to measure physical strength. When Sol-soo reached the ground and made a kick, Tae-ha was no longer in front of him. The boy jumped aside and ran towards the building. Il-suk and Chul-ho stared at their comrade with great surprise at the trick pulled by the guys who attacked them. Tae-ha threw his knife at one of them while running and did not slow down before throwing. Chul-ho cursed at Tae-ha as he watched the trajectory of the knife and prepared to fight. When Tae-ha pounced on him and his partner, he disarmed both of them at once, kicking each of them. Chul-ho didn't have time to recover from this and understand anything as the tip of a knife flashed in front of him. Tae-ha didn't intend to waste time, so he acted very quickly, and there was more than one reason for this. Il-suk and Chul-ho didn't even have time to squeak before Tae-ha took their lives with one wave of his hand without even blinking an eye. After finally dealing with everyone who was outside and was a hindrance to him, Tae-ha went inside the house. On the threshold, he noticed one of his knives, which he had thrown at one of the guards a couple of minutes ago. He bent down to pick it up and noticed something rather strange. Raising the knife and swinging it through the air, he noted that it took him longer than he expected, and the strange thing was that it was too quiet around. Tae-ha was confused by this and assumed that the chairman might have escaped through another route that he didn't know about. He entered the house carefully and without unnecessary movements, carefully looking around and listening. Entering the hall, the scene after the massacre appeared before him, in the midst of which Jin Chong was sitting right on the table, and was even glad of his appearance, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Jin Chung tightened his grip on the gun, placing his finger on the trigger, but not aiming at Tae-ha, noting that he had done a good job, and suggested that he sit down and rest. Tae-ha looked at what was happening in the hall with great confusion. His gaze moved from body to body and caused shock. He knew each of them thanks to surveillance. Jin Ja-sung was lying on the floor with a bullet in his head under the table. Jin Ju, he suffered the same fate. Jin Young-won was sprawled on the floor with the same wound as the others. But what shocked him the most was Chairman Jin Gu-ho, slumped in his chair at the family table with a bullet hole in the center of his forehead. Jin Young jumped off the table and smiled, noting that Tae-za was cooler than he thought, and joked that despite working as a killer, he did not forget to take care of his skin. Jin Young smiled even wider as he talked about how long it had been since they had seen each other, and asked if Tae-ha remembered him. Tae-ha knew very well who stood in front of him and named his full name and seniority in the family. It seemed like Jin Young was crazy because the smile on his face was almost never gone. He corrected Tae-ha, calling him a dude, and said that they could talk informally because their fathers were friends. Tae-ha was silent, glaring at the one who had ruined his plan and turned out to be just a lucky person in principle. Jin Young explained to Tae-ha that he was so sad that's why he was waiting for him there, but still noted that he considered it his responsibility to explain everything. He remained where he was, and said that if Tae-ha didn't want to sit down, he could continue to stand, promising that the story wouldn't be long. He began his explanation by recalling what happened 17 years ago, noting that Tae-ha almost drowned but was saved by an Italian mafia ship. He wanted to say everything quickly, and as it was, but suddenly his bodyguard appeared behind him and informed him that the helicopter was ready. Moon Da-in emphasized that this place was very dangerous and it was necessary to leave. Jin Chung growled, ordering them not to interfere, and said that they would go as soon as he finished telling his story. Tae-ha froze and clutched his knives very tightly because after this phrase he understood something without any additional explanation. His face immediately began to frown, distorted by the surging anger. Jin Chung's voice was too familiar to him, and he said it out loud. Tae-ha gripped the handle of the knife so tightly that his hands turned white. He spoke abruptly out loud, remembering that day 17 years ago when someone had killed his entire family. That same phrase had been said in the cabin that day in the same disgruntled voice. That guy had asked not to disturb him. He took aim at Tae-ha and his mother and said that once he killed everyone he would then blow up the boat. Tae-ha was distraught to realize that the guy who killed his loved ones was Jin Young himself and asked about it even though it was an unnecessary question. Jin Young looked at the floor, continuing to smile disgustingly, while his bodyguard kept her eyes on Tae-ha. Jin Chung scratched his cheek and said that he didn't know how to properly tell everyone about this. But these were not words of regret, guilt, or awkwardness. Looking up at Tae-ha, he jokingly asked to continue speaking informally, and after a pause stated that he wanted to kill him. Tae-ha growled and challenged him to do what he wanted because that was why he came here. Jin Young threw up his hands in indignation and asked Tae-ha to behave normally if he had already arrived in Korea, to which he asked if he wanted to continue the informal conversation. Tae-ha took a moment to clarify a few things for himself. It was clear that Jin Chung knew that he had survived 17 years ago, and moreover he knew that he was in the Salerno family and had become a killer. Well, what was unclear was why Jin Chung didn't act earlier and decided to carry out a coup only after his return after so many years. Jin Chung lost his patience and called Tae-ha names, ordering him to stop all this and start what they had gathered in this room to do. Tae-ha gripped his knife tighter, thinking that this coup should not happen. One of the bodyguards stood in front of him, and preparing for a fight, Tae-ha tried to figure out what the reason was for the attack on him, understanding that in this case Jong could rise to the post of chairman. Hwang Jun-hyuk, the former bodyguard of the deceased Jin Won, noted with a smile that it was not necessary for them to use their real names and addressed Tae-ha, calling him old master. Tae-ha raised his knife in front of him, fully prepared for the upcoming fight. Jun-hyuk fired his gun with a crazy smile. He thought it was incredibly fun. Tae-ha reacted quickly and blocked the flying bullet with the blade of his knife. Lowering it and looking, he discovered that the bullet had made a hole in the blade as it passed through it. Tae-ha rushed forward at Jun-hyuk, who continued to shoot while dodging his bullets. At that moment, another of Tae-ha's bodyguards jumped up and threw the guy into the wall with a jump kick. Tae-ha gritted his teeth in anger, even though he had thought about this development of events and was essentially prepared for it. Park Jun-ho was approached and asked to do what he had to do. Tae-ha took advantage of the moment while Jun-ho was thinking, and these seconds were enough for him to jump to the side. He slid across the floor, but without losing his advantageous position to see everyone at once. Jun-hyuk continued to fire 2 pistols at once at Tae-ha. He mockingly noted that Tae-ha was faster than he was said to be and could have easily won a gold medal in track and field. Jun-ho tried to at least disarm Tae-ha without ceasing to attack him with both legs and hands, and give the opportunity for the bullet fired by his partner to pierce the body of the air. But he missed every time. Tae-ha dodged every blow. Jun-ho laughed that the secret was definitely the guy's flexibility, otherwise it was inexplicable. Tae-ha also couldn't hit Jun-ho despite the fact that he dealt with the rest of the guards very quickly and without problems. He noted that the bodyguards were quite strong and were not without reason the main force of Chom. They were on a completely different level than those people on the street. Tae-ha believed that he would be able to do everything at once and quickly as he had originally planned, despite not even having time to prepare well. Glancing briefly at Jin Young and his bodyguard, who were simply watching the fight, Tae-ha noted that he was letting his guard down, and there was a good chance while Chairman BK's bodyguard Jun Soo was not around. He analyzed that if the woman next to Jin Chong was also a bodyguard, then he would have to deal with 3 guards in total, since apparently there were only 4 family members at the meeting. Jun-ho continued to rush at Tae-ho, thinking that the brass knuckles on his fingers would bring success. In his eyes reflecting Tae-ha, it was also noticeable that there was another bodyguard running behind Tae-hae. It was Moon Young-min holding a long saber in his hands. Tae-ha immediately seemed to evaporate from the place where he stood, and none of the guards were able to strike him, simply missing each other. Quickly drawing level, they exhaled heavily in surprise that Tae-ha was so fast. Tae-ha felt that he had only one person left. Taking aim at Tae-ha, Young-min said that the boy should have been dragged to a place where the light wasn't reflected, to which Jun-ho noted that if it were that simple, it would have been taken care of a long time ago. Jun-hyuk shouted, asking what kind of reward could be received for killing Tae-ha, reloading his pistol while holding the guy at gunpoint with the other. It was surprising that Tae-ha was shot at by several people at the same time, but he dodged all the bullets while fighting with Jun-ho. Jin Chung and his bodyguard stood in the gap between the hall and the hall. Chung gave the order to shoot when Tae-ha was far away and to fight if he approached. The wounded guard lying on the floor noted that Chung had completely lost his mind. Jin Young turned to Tae-ha, emphasizing that the guards were trained to catch him, and even Interpol had rumors that his speed was top-notch. He shared that he wanted to kill Tae-ha with a bomb, but he fought so calmly that he himself would look like a savior if he did it. Jun-ho cornered Tae-ha against the wall and slowly approached him. Tae-ha was in a defensive position preparing to attack. Jun-hyuk, who was standing to the side, pointed a gun at him and noted that no matter how fast Tae-ha was, he was wrong. Young-min came up from the other side, also holding Tae-ha at gunpoint, and stated that the first thing to do was to stop him from moving. Jun-ho rushed towards Tae-ha, who had nowhere to escape from his blows or the bullets that would definitely hit him in this position. Tae-ha grimaced, realizing that he was trapped. Jin-young laughed and turned to Tae-ha, saying that he tried hard. Jun-ho's punch hit the target after so much time of this struggle. One day 4 years ago, Regina Salerno approached Tae-ha, asking what he proposed to do. They were standing in one of the rooms of the house and looking at the crucified man on the wall with bloody patterns around it. The girl emphasized that it was said to deal with the chairman and not to draw. Regina threw up immediately after seeing this picture, as it was truly disgusting. Although Tae-ha, who was sitting next to his work on the sofa, didn't seem to mind. Regina was outraged because this was not the first time Tae-ha had done something like this, and he could have easily finished it at his own pace. This was beyond the limits that even a mafia family had. They could not accept that the boy they had rescued from the sea and allowed to live with them had turned into such a monster. He looked like an innocent, scared child, and no one could have imagined that when he grew up he would be capable of such sadism. Regina noted that Lorenzo had always treated him well, and therefore understood that Tae-ha felt a strong sense of betrayal, but warned that the more he killed in this way, the more people would dislike him. She asked the guy, for her sake, his teacher, and the Salerno family, to never make such a mess again. She was angry at the guy. She was also hurt. Tae-ha sat with his head bowed and looked at the floor in front of him without saying a word. After a pause, Tae-za said that if he didn't do it, they wouldn't know. The girl was very confused because she guessed who he was talking about. But Regina decided to ask again what he meant, seeing how the guy got up from the sofa. Tae-ha responded by saying that if a person who betrayed his family died quietly like that, other people would not feel it. He wanted everyone to know, for rumors to spread like a plague about how the family traitor had died. He believed they needed to be exaggerated, distorted, and vividly conveyed to the survivors. He said this with incredible cruelty and confidence. He believed that only in this case people would not betray, and if they did, they had to be found and also killed. Regina was taken aback by such an answer that in order not to kill, it was necessary to kill in the most successful way. Regina and not only her people looked at Tae-ha with disappointment. Looking at the one who had not lived up to her expectations, she expressed that she could not believe that a man standing in the middle of the Phlegethon River, referring to the river of the underworld, without a single drop of blood on his face, was talking such nonsense. Exhaling heavily but still with a slight smile on her face, she emphasized that the role of a killer did not suit Tae-ha as she expected, and then carrying out the plan of revenge and receiving a blow from Jun-ho, who pressed him into the wall, was not the end for Tae-ha. Jun-ho almost immediately began to fall backwards, spraying blood all over the place. Jin-young and Moon Da-in looked on in shock at what had happened to one of Young-woo's strong bodyguards. Jun-ho was dead, his broken body falling to the floor in front of Tae-ha, who seemed even angrier than before. He looked ahead, narrowing his eyes in warning that the same fate would befall everyone around him. Young-min cursed and pointed his saber in front of him, trying to catch the guy in the sights of his pistol. But the bodyguard did not have time to do anything to protect either his chairman or his own, and instantly lost his right arm above the elbow and his left eye. Tae-ha had incredible speed and could defeat a person with any weapon. Anyone who saw the full power of this guy was no longer in the world of the living. The guy was underestimated, and the people of Chong were wrong about this since Tae-ha was incredibly strong and agile. Tae-ha ran towards the last of the guards, gritting his teeth. There were bloody streaks on his face, but it was unclear whose blood was on it. Hwang Jun-hyuk backed away towards Jin Young, screaming in confusion as to what that was, noting that he had not been warned about this. Baek Jun-soo walked up to Jin Young and the bodyguard from the other side and addressed Moon Da-in. Turning around and walking back, he asked the girl to take the gentleman outside, noting that it was necessary to get out as quickly as possible. Tae-ha ran as fast as he could towards them, fighting with the main force of Jong. Behind Baek Jun-soo, he noticed Jin Chung leaving and was worried that he wouldn't be able to reach him in time. Tae-ha shouted loudly, calling for Jin Young, who had already disappeared around the corner of the corridor. He knocked down the seemingly surrendered Jun-hyuk, who still tried to keep him in his sights, trying to do the job. Jin Chung peeked out from behind the wall when he heard his name being called. Tae-ha shouted where he was going to go, noting that he himself was still nearby. Baek Jun-soo stood blocking the corridor and remarked out loud how he and Tae-ha hadn't seen each other for a long time. Tae-ha hated this man no less than the others. Moreover, at that moment, he was a great hindrance to his goal. He jumped high into the air, rushing with knives at the former bodyguard of Gu Ho, whom he had so vilely betrayed, and ordered to get out of the way, giving at least some chance. Baek Jun-soo easily grabbed Tae-ha's knife with just 2 fingers without getting hurt at all. He acknowledged out loud that Tae-ha had grown incredibly since their last meeting and raised his other hand to strike. He was the strongest of them all, and it wasn't for nothing that he was the personal bodyguard of the Gu Ho family leader. He struck, sending Tae-za flying backwards. The blow was so powerful that Tae-ha immediately felt several of his ribs crack or break. He coughed up blood, splattering everything in front of him. The pain he had to endure was unbelievable, if only because Tae-za could not have foreseen it. Baek Jun-soo broke Tae-ha's knife with one hand, the pieces of which fell onto the floor, and assured that it was all over. He then followed up with a kick, finishing the guy off midair and sending him flying even further, causing even more injuries. Tae-ha rolled head over heels towards the middle of the hall, unable to stop and get back on his feet. Baek Jun-soo glanced towards where Jun-hyuk was lying and called out to him. He asked him to stand up, emphasizing that he knew that everything was fine with him and he was just pretending. Jun-hyuk immediately stood up and sat down on the floor. Scratching the back of his head, he awkwardly noted that the essence was not dead and demonstratively exhaled a sigh of relief. Baek Jun-soo walked down the corridor towards the exit and informed that they would soon blow up everything around them, and asked to take Moon Young-min and go outside. Meanwhile, Tae-ha seemed to be lying unconscious, sprawled on the floor, and showed no signs of being conscious at that moment. Baek Jun-soo went outside. There was already a helicopter in the yard ready to take off. Having climbed aboard the helicopter, he notified Jin Chung of his presence, who asked in surprise if it was all over, to which he received the desired answer and the information that the bomb would be activated as soon as they took off. Baek Jun-soo stayed near the door, waiting for the helicopter to take off. Jin Chung came up and asked him not to close the door and go and fly the helicopter. The helicopter pilot took off his headphones and said that the doors had to be closed because shrapnel could fly into them after the explosion. Jin Chung smiled, saying that he himself understood this, and noting how long he had been waiting for this moment, he looked outside, expecting the explosion. The helicopter began to slowly rise upward, and Jin Chung stood in the doorway, burning with impatience to see how the house with his enemy would be torn to pieces. He thought that this was the end, and he could almost taste his victory. He looked at the house, which was becoming further and further away from him, and he did not feel a bit sorry for it, since he had hated it all his life. He spoke out loud about the family, which always remained such, and even after that disaster they said that he did not want to give up his power. Before his eyes stood the moment when Tae-ha ran towards him, ordering him to stop. But Jin Chung just laughed at this, noting that people had been dying around him all his life. He turned to his bodyguards with a wide smile and asked if they knew that the word family originally came from the word slave. He took the remote control out of his pocket and, pressing the button, rejoiced out loud that now he would be able to change Chung. There was a loud explosion, and the house was torn apart into pieces, engulfed in flames. Tae-ha, however, came to his senses quite quickly after Baek Jun, Sue knocked him out and ran into the yard. Tae-ha woke up when he heard the sound of a helicopter coming from very close by. Despite all his injuries and clouded consciousness, Tae-ha realized that he still had a chance to do what he planned. Jin Chung looked at the rising flames and smiled widely. He felt incredible emotions thinking that he had become the winner who would change everything. Stepping out of the door, a little exposing his face to the wind, he noted how refreshing it was from the heat coming from below. But it was still quite hot since the helicopter had not yet flown far enough. Jin Chung turned away and could not see the silhouette following the helicopter against the bright flames. Jin Chung commanded to fly faster to their headquarters, and in the meantime Tae-ha was already very close. It was a surprise to him when a knife blade suddenly plunged into his shin out of nowhere. He screamed loudly in pain and fear. Baek Jun-soo and Moon-da-in immediately jumped up from their chairs, turning to face their boss. Tae-hae plunged his knife deep into Jong's leg and tried to use the handle to climb onto the helicopter. Tae-hae laughed and said that the traitor who killed not only their common family but also his personal one would not be able to sleep peacefully. The knife stuck in Jin Chung's leg began to slide down under Tae-ha's weight, making the wound larger and deeper. Tae-ha shouted loudly that he would kill him and wanted to know if Jin Young himself understood him. Moon-da-in jumped to the door and asked Jin Young to move away, wanting to shoot Tae-ha, but she stopped short before finishing her sentence. Jin Chung snatched the gun from her hands, saying that he would do everything himself, and ordered the girl to shut up. Jin Young, already holding a gun in his hand, asked Tae-ha how he could think that he was the main character of this story. He apologized and shouted that it was definitely not Tae-ha but he himself who shot. The bullet hit Tae-ha in the stomach and he let go of the knife and began to fall down. Tae-ha flew down, watching as his plan failed and his target disappeared right from under his nose. The helicopter dispatcher immediately reported the emergency to Severance Chung. The helicopter continued to fly towards the shelter as planned. Everyone on board was now certain that Tae-ha would die, since no one could survive so many wounds and a fall from such a height. Tae-ha fell, and as he approached the ground he caught several tree branches which scratched him further but slowed his fall. From the tree he was thrown into the wall of the building, from where he fell onto the roof of some car and then rolled onto the asphalt. Somehow he rolled over the fence of the pavement and, having already reached the ground, slowly rolled into the flowing stream. He made a lot of noise even though he didn't shout once. It was over very quickly, but Tae-ha never got up. He didn't make a sound, didn't make a single movement. And anyone who could suddenly notice this would think that the guy was already dead. And just then a guy riding a bicycle on the pavement at the time noticed Tae-ha's fall. Hearing the sound of the fall, he stopped and ran to the railing. The boy was very shocked by what he saw and looked down, searching for Tae-ha. Seeing that Tae-ha was lying in the water with multiple wounds and bullet wounds showing no signs of life, the guy decided that he would not help. Returning to his bike, he decided it was too late to do anything. But before he could drive away, he heard the fallen guy speak, asking to be saved. He glanced at him again from the pavement, making sure he had not misheard the voice. His pupils dilated in fear as he realized that he had not misheard anything. Tae-ha was lying in the stream begging to be saved. He could barely speak and still didn't move. Tae-ha opened his eyes and assured that it was not the end yet and asked for help again. The voice message was long but worth listening to carefully. In it, the comrade asked for help since the person in question had refused to take an alcohol test for the third time and continued to call himself a member of the House of Representatives Kim XX. The man was indignant, asking if anyone knew who he was shouting his name and refusing to undress and undergo the rest of the manipulations. The guy listened to the recording and exchanged several messages. The police wanted to interrogate the man, but he went home, and the guy wondered whether he needed 200 for the authority of the ruling party. After the call, they promised to give him only 30 and no more, which really upset the guy, to which they pointed out to him that no one would buy dirt on old people, especially not during elections. He was reminded that this was the normal market price, ignoring his objections, noting that celebrities had fetched much more, especially Chung. The guy started getting ready. The radio was on in the room, and the news was telling about the incident that had happened at the third intersection of Chong Road. The guy turned off the radio, not wanting to listen to any more news. He walked out of the room and picked up his skateboard. Coming out into the establishment's kitchen, he looked back and headed towards the exit. A woman stood near the cabinet and cut vegetables on a board. She looked at him sternly, noting that he would be late for school as there was little time left. The guy turned to her and assured her that he wouldn't be late, showing her the skateboard he was going to use to get there. The woman asked him to eat in that case and then go, to which the guy noted that in that case he would definitely be late, not having that much time. As he was leaving, he heard a man's voice which noted that the problem was that the woman did not understand at all. There were 3 men all watching the woman cook. One of them continued emphasizing that no one would sell such a tasteless soup, and the other loudly repeated for her that she had been ordered to vacate the premises. The woman remained silent and continued doing what she had been doing before they arrived. The smallest of them was the leader of the Yaburi group, Choi Bok-soo. He smiled, asking if the woman was going to leave. The woman was tense and asked again whether they had come for the interest since the morning, indicating that she was very busy now and did not stop cooking. She turned to the boy who was still inside the room watching the gang members and asked him not to worry and to go to school since nothing had happened. The guy frowned and his lips pursed but still decided to obey. Choi Bok-soo turned around and asked them not to jump to conclusions about what the others were doing, explaining that the woman had been late with her interest payments for 2 months and their patience was almost running out. He jumped on the table and, sitting down, stuck a knife into the tabletop, demanding that they sell him the building and take the money or pay the entire percentage down to the last penny. The woman waved her knife, looking up from her cooking, indignant that even a madman wouldn't sell the building for half the price, and sent the men to study math and come back for the interest later. After leaving the room, the guy cursed under his breath at the members of the group who were still giving him no peace. He exhaled heavily from everything that had managed to fall on him since the morning. The guy lived in the 3rd alley of Wonchungu, which was a disputed area due to redevelopment. There was competition between groups backed by large companies such as Chonggu and Osampa. The area of his alley was left unattended and the tension increased. In any case, during the reconstruction, it was illegal to use small organizations to get money. But for people like himself or his aunt to live in secret, this alley was the ideal place. When he returned, his aunt asked him to clear one of the tables from the doorway, but she didn't even look up at him. The guy immediately noticed that her face was covered in bruises and asked about it. An older man standing at one of the tables explained that the people from the Yaburi party were angry and these were the consequences. The man watching the guy get angry noted how recently this group had been demanding that the buildings be sold, raising the issue of rebuilding, and cursed at them. The auntie broke away for a second and asked the guy not to worry and go eat, just leaving his things. The guy walked across the hall, entered the kitchen, and stopped for a moment near the door. He angrily threw his things into the corner near the door. Sprawled in his chair, he cursed under his breath and rubbed his face, wondering what he could do in such a situation. Auntie Seo Yun-suk was a friend of his deceased father. Although she was a successful professor at the medical university, she had to leave the hospital because of Osampa's hatred and took him, who was left an orphan here. He understood that it was not his aunt's fault that she served tasteless soups and vinegar sauce. He glanced at the monitors in front of him, continuing to think about how to save the situation and somehow help her. He started typing something on the keyboard, keeping in mind that for celebrities he should be given 10 times more, but for Chong the amount was much larger. As he pressed the confirm button, he thought that the information about Chong was worth 1,000 or more times more. He wrote to the man he worked for several times before he responded and asked if there was any more dirt. He sent several photos with the caption that Junggu Security's chief Jang Ju-hyuk and Lay D leader Miho Seekin were together. In the photos, they were kissing and hugging in an unfriendly manner. After waiting for an answer from the gentleman, he asked again whether he had correctly understood the payment for providing incriminating information about the stars and separately about Chong's company. The next day, Saturday, he went out to try his luck and earn some money. After standing there for a while, he attracted the attention of 2 men in suits who approached him and asked if he was agreeing. Turning around, the guy confirmed that he was. Immediately, one of the men hit him hard in the stomach, the reason for which was still completely unclear to the guy. They grabbed him by the shoulders from behind and, also under control from the front, began to lead him to a car parked nearby. As he was thrown into the back seats with particular carelessness, it became clear to him why they were paying so much for information about Chong. They tied him up and brought him to some office where they sat him down at a table with some man. The man, looking at the papers and studying the information about the guy, noted that he thought he was just a spreader of gossip, but he turned out to be worse than it seemed. The man showed him the photos that the boy had taken the day before and asked where he got them from. The man asked if these were the photos that his father had managed to steal, but the boy remained silent. The man called out the name of your research assistant Yung Huang Jingu and asked if the guy was the son of that bastard who betrayed the company. Gray didn't answer and looking down smiled slightly. The man rubbing the strap of his wristwatch was losing his temper and noticing the smile on the guy's face became even more enraged. He jumped up and slapped Gray, asking reproachfully if he found it funny. He hit the guy again on the other side, asking if the guy had anything else and where it was. He hit the guy again so hard that he fell to the floor along with the chair under demanding cries to tell about the incriminating evidence he had. The man waited for the boy to speak, watching him writhe on the floor. Gray raised his head and smiled, assuring that if he had anything else, he would have sold it long ago and become rich, and stated that the man looked like a rag that had been used to wipe himself. The man's eyes flashed with rage, and turning to someone at the side, he demanded that they give him a hammer. They handed him a hammer and he jumped up to Gray, threatening to knock out all his teeth for such a conversation. At that moment, one of the workers entered the office and addressed the director. The man roared in displeasure at being distracted. The employee reported that they had called from the main office and given emergency order number 1. The director stood up and swore, saying that if the matter was urgent, he would come right away. Walking down the hall, he ordered Gray's mouth to be closed, pointing behind him. Gray was left tied up, his mouth taped shut, and thrown into a cramped, dark room. There were 2 more people in the room in exactly the same position as the guy. Gray's father was a crazy man, as Gray himself believed. Due to a strange sense of justice, he collected dirt on Chong to expose him and died like his mother in a car accident. Gray believed that his father, having no power, should have simply taken the money he offered Chong for his silence. After all, no matter how good the information he had, without power he was useless. Gray did not stay in that room for long. After a while, a strange noise was heard behind the door. There were screams, groans, and a crash. One of the workers shouted about an attack on the office. There were sounds of fighting, indignation, orders to kill the psycho who burst in. And just as suddenly as the commotion began, silence set in. Gray and his fellow sufferers hid, listening to what was happening behind the doors. The door opened and light flooded the room. Taeha appeared at the door, throwing his knife at them and telling them to cut the rope and quickly get out of the office. And turning around, he asked to pretend that no one had seen him. At that time, Gray still had no idea who was standing in front of him. They quickly freed themselves, although they were afraid to make any unnecessary movements, thinking that they would be finished off too. The 3 of them rushed to the exit, and even someone thanked Taeha for such an act. As he ran away, Gray looked back and looked at the face of the one who helped him free himself. Taking a quick look around, he was amazed that the guy had managed to deal with the entire office single-handedly. After that, Gray immediately went home and, entering the establishment, froze on the threshold, looking down at the floor. The aunt, seeing him, immediately stopped cooking and rushed to him with questions about what happened to his face and where he had been. She quickly got angry, thinking that Gray had gotten into a fight with someone and gotten into some kind of unpleasant situation, but the guy jerked his hands nervously, declaring that everything was fine with him. He forced a smile and repeated that he really was fine, trying to reassure his aunt. He walked around the woman and wandered towards his room without saying another word. The aunt was confused by the sight of her pupil, but decided not to bother him, seeing the state he was in. Entering the room, Gray fell to the floor, propping his back against the door from the inside. Only there he was able to allow himself to catch his breath and began to think about who the guy was who had let him escape. Was it possible that Osampa or another group had sent him? He was shocked that the guy killed all the people with guns with a knife alone. Looking for something in the cabinet, he wondered what was bothering that guy. His rivals were from Chonggu, but the reason was different. Opening one of the shelves, Gray realized that he was wrong, continuing to think about Taeha and who provoked him to do this. He pushed the drawer back. He assumed that the guy could have been provoked by hatred towards Chong and wanted to find out by opening the shelf with flash drives. Gray was going over everything that happened in the office in his head. He was remembering who said what. Taking one of the flash drives, he inserted it into the computer. The flash drive contained all the information about Chong's company that he had managed to obtain. Gray had always been convinced that without power any person was useless, and so now he needed strength. He doubted that he would be able to find all the necessary materials on that guy just by seeing his face once, and the chances of success were slim. He checked every word he heard in the office, and he was especially attracted by this order number 1. One of the folders on the flash drive contained information about the manual for Chong's partners, and that was what Gray needed. He found the section on safety recommendations and began to read. If a serious incident occurred in the company, an emergency meeting of the management was held. The partner companies in the Gangbuk region controlled the area connecting Mount Buksan and the Wanchenggu area. It was said that until the meeting was over, the exact location of it would not be displayed. Gray threw the mouse aside. It was quite frustrating for him. He couldn't find out who the guy was, and it was driving him crazy. He put the flash drive back, thinking that there were no bad people among those who had Chonggu as an enemy. Gray was distracted in the middle of the night by news reports of a murder and a large number of casualties, but emergency services were already on the way. They said the extent of the damage was unknown, but the location was Chong's secret mansion and asked to pay special attention to information leaks. Gray immediately jumped up from his chair, realizing that the long-awaited moment had arrived. He ran to his bike without even changing his clothes. He tried to do everything quietly so that no one would notice or hear him. He drove towards the scene of the incident, not knowing who the guy was or why he had attacked. He also didn't know if he could do anything if he went there, but he thought it was a better solution than just standing still. He was driving so desperately, but he still saw the helicopter flying away from the scene of the accident and the man hanging on it. Shortly after the gunshot, Gray saw the man fall, and he also drove faster to the place where he fell. He thought the man was dead, since the chances of surviving after the supposed bullet and fall from such a height were very small. But the guy survived and asked to save him, even though he looked extremely terrible. He whispered, lying in the stream, that it was not the end yet, and looked straight at Gray. Gray was stunned, simultaneously wanting the guy to be alive, but also not understanding how he managed to survive. Gray rushed to pull him out of there and dragged him home. He burst into the establishment with Tae-ha behind him and began shouting for his aunt. The aunt rushed towards him and, frightened, began to ask what kind of person he had brought. Gray begged her to help and save this guy without explaining anything. After some time, Tae-ha got better and came to his senses. Standing by the window with his arm in plaster, he tried to sum up the situation. And noting that the guy saved him, he asked who he was. The guy gave his nickname Gray without revealing his real name and explained that he was collecting information and selling it. Looking Tae-za straight in the eyes, he stated that he was waiting for someone like him. Tae-ha looked at Gray in surprise, saying that he couldn't believe it, since the guy didn't look like an information broker. Gray smiled and corrected that he was an information wholesaler who passed on processed data to clients. He said his main clients were other information brokers, middlemen, and financial circles in Uedo, the center of politics, finance, and media. Gray shared that he almost died after being trapped by people who thought he was an information broker. Tae-ha thought about something while listening to Gray's stories. Tae-ha said that it was the guy who was caught by the holding staff that day, and was surprised that Gray found him even though he had only seen him once in the office. Gray, smiling even wider, assured that he was good and joked that later he should try to get an achievement like the youngest and most talented information trader. Tae-ha looked around the room, paying particular attention to the dozens of screens and various devices. He also noticed a skateboard lying near one of the lockers, which interested him quite a bit. Looking around, Tae-ha asked how many days he had been in this room, to which he received the answer of 4 days. Tae-ha froze when he heard how much time had passed. It took him too long to come to his senses. After thinking for a bit, he turned to Gray and asked if he could find one person for him. Gray raised that he didn't want to seem picky, but honestly he was lucky when he found Tae-ha, and he was sure that it was impossible to do without the services of information brokers. And putting both feet on the floor, wanting to get up, he noted that it cost quite a lot of money. Gray spread his hands and saw that he felt sorry, but despite the fact that they saved each other's lives, Tae-ha should have first granted his request, considering the cost of treatment. Tae-ha did not expect the refusal at all. And yet, having received it, he was quite upset and asked again whether he had understood correctly that Gray would not help him. He also asked what would happen if he really didn't help. Tae-ha just freaked out and headed towards the door. He thanked her for her help and, taking his coat off the hanger, promised that he would definitely repay the debt when he was done with everything. Gray tried to stop him, pointing out that Tae-ha was in a not very good condition, to which he repeated that his work was not finished yet and left the room. Turning around on the threshold, he ordered that under no circumstances should anyone interfere in his affairs, because if they contacted him, it would not end with a simple kidnapping for Gray. Gray, taken aback, collapsed into a chair, no longer knowing what to say. Gray smiled nervously that Tae-ha would decide to run away with such a serious injury, but decided not to try to stop him anymore. As soon as he left the room, Tae-ha immediately smelled pork and was surprised that he was actually in a restaurant. Before he had even taken a few steps, his aunt turned to him, indicating that he should not move yet. Without looking up from her cooking, she explained that the bullet that had hit him was a .22 caliber, but fortunately she had managed to stitch up the wound. She warned that if he moved the wrong way, a piece of bone from his broken ribs would pop out. After a moment of silence, the aunt warned that if something like this happened, no doctor would be able to save Tae-ha. After listening to Auntie Tae-za bowed and thanked his doctor who saved his life and promised that he would definitely thank her but later. The aunt, without turning around, corrected him that she was not a doctor but the owner of a restaurant and asked him not to blame her if the stitches suddenly burst. Tae-ha hurried to the door and went outside. He paused on the porch looking around. He was surprised that he was in a place that looked like a market, but somehow this place was safe for him. He took out his phone and started dialing a number. Having dialed the number and waited for an answer, he was indignant that the phone was not his. Gray, whom Tae-ha called, noted that his phone was broken and was being repaired, but his current model was still the same and no device could survive a fall from such a height except perhaps a Nokia 3310. Gray said that there should have been another case in Tae-ha's pocket that contained headphones. He asked him to put them on and pointed out that the microphone was already built into them. Having felt the case and taken out the headphones, Tae-ha was even more surprised because they were very small. Gray explained that the battery lasted for 12 hours, but since the headphones were connected via Bluetooth, they couldn't be put away far away, and the top button of his shirt was a camera which he asked not to cover if possible. Tae-ha said that he didn't want to beat around the bush and assured that if anyone found out that Gray was somehow connected to him, he would definitely die. Gray asked why Tae-ha was so sure of this and if it had anything to do with him killing Young-woo's entire family. Tae-ha froze, not understanding how Gray could know about this. Griza, without waiting for the question, assured that it was not surprising that Tae-ha, even in Korea, could not have hidden so easily after what happened. She said that while Tae-ha was lying there, the entire country turned upside down due to the breaking news that Young-woo's family had died in a terrorist attack. Tae-ha asked in surprise that Gray, despite this, still wanted to ask him for a favor. Gray said that there was a ceasefire in place in the Changso area in the third quarter where Jeongu and the Ozan faction were fighting fiercely over redevelopment issues. Gray assured that Chong and Ozan would never go inside this zone but emphasized that instead there were other problems that prevented them from living peacefully. Gray noted that Tae-ha said that all of this was urgent and that's why he was doing him a favor at the beginning. Well, he asked that as soon as it was completely finished he make a continuation for him too. Gray asked her to never lose contact with him. Until then he was not sure that she would agree anymore, otherwise he would have no choice but to call Chong immediately. Tae-ha patiently listened to all of Gray's statements, requests, and even threats, and then took a pause. Putting the headphones in his ears, he suggested that in this case they evaluate Gray's skills and ended the conversation. Tae-ha went to the city to continue what he had started and hoped that he would be able to finish everything soon. First he went to see Gwanghwamun, which was located at the main and largest gate of Gyeongbok Palace in Jongno District, Seoul. Tae-ha found the department he needed and went inside. He found his storage locker and opened it to retrieve his things. It was a private storage company in Seoul, and Gray had been watching all of Tae-ha's movements and wondering if they were being tracked. Tae-ha replied that the ironclad rules of this company were trust, and that was why it never worked with other companies. Tae-ha told Gray that most of the people who went to these types of firms were people with dirty secrets, so if you needed to hide something, the safest place to hide it was in places like these. Gray watched the broadcast from Tae-ha's camera on the laptop screen showing a fake passport, a wad of dollars, and a white bulletproof vest which had no spy gadgets like a camera or buttons. After drinking some tea, Gray thought about something. He wondered why Tae-ha didn't have a gun, and even if he had a knife, how could he fight with just that? Beads of sweat fell from Tae-ha's face onto the floor. As he put on his bulletproof vest, he felt his body become heavy, and it was difficult to keep a straight face, and just walking made him feel like knives were being stabbed into his body. He compared it to the feeling he had when Regina Salerno once beat him up. Having taken all the necessary things, Tae-ha asked Gray through the earpiece how it was with the person he had spoken to him about. The person in question was Kim Pil-jun, a representative of the overnight transportation company. According to Tae-ha, he was a broker who helped illegally cross into Korea. Gray said that this guy worked in Europe, and a few years ago he came to Korea and became famous overnight, and after asking his friends he managed to find out that he was looking here with contraband heading to China. Tae-ha reached for the knife in his storage locker. Gray said that the crackdown had become harsher, and even the broker's escape experts were unable to leave the country after all the elite Jeongu clan members were killed. Tae-ha asked to tell the information brokers that there was one such ship and to pay them 10 times more than they asked, promising that he would return all the money that he spent, and asked not to worry. Gray agreed and asked what Taeha was going to do when he met him, hinting that he might run back. Taeha, putting the knives in the sheaths on his belt, assured that he wanted to kill this guy. Taeha explained that the reason he almost died that day was because someone told him about my plans and Kim Pil-joon was the only one who knew he was in Korea. Taeha confidently said that traitors should be killed. He believed that it was worth doing even if the traitors were best friends. After nightfall, something was happening in one of the temples that was supposed to remain a complete secret. The man walked slowly along one of the corridors of this temple. Entering one of the halls and approaching the confessional booth, the man knocked on one of the doors and called out to the Holy Father, who had something to say. He was told in response that everyone directed the water to their own mill. The man winced and, taking off his glasses, noted that it was difficult and asked why they had to meet in such a place. The man's name was Kim Pil-young and he was an escape specialist. He was a Catholic and used to go to the Santa Marta house. The meeting place made him very embarrassed. The supposed Holy Father from the dark booth indicated that it was time to provide the money. Pil-jong lifted the large bag he had brought with him onto the stand. Opening it and showing it through the net into the darkness, I noted that it contained 100 million Korean won, which represented thousands of dollars. I emphasize, which would have been even more profitable if they had been exchanged. He closed the bag and sat down on a chair and said that their country was magnificent but also dangerous. He stressed that they were in a scammer's paradise and it was not easy to trust anyone here. They whispered into the earpiece of the supposed Holy Father that there were people outside and danger was approaching. A crowd of men armed with clubs and knives and possibly also firearms burst into the temple. Pil-young said that he had only been in Korea for a few years and asked how his interlocutor had managed to obtain a ship that even an escape specialist did not know about. They asked him to give them a chance to tell how things were and asked if there were no rules in this world that an untrustworthy person dies. And after a very short pause, they emphasized that Pil-jong would have to comply with it. The man shuddered, not fully understanding what was being discussed. Taeha was sitting in the next booth instead of the one Pil-jong was going to meet, and he noted that he had completely lost his mind and did not recognize his friend's voice. Pil-joon was horrified by what he heard. He began to claim that he thought the guy had been dead for a long time and his presence here was impossible. Pil-jong fell silent, wondering what he might expect in the near future. He admitted out loud that he was an idiot and didn't understand anything and forgot that the password was an Italian proverb. He tried to justify his gambling addiction. He lost everything and returned to Korea, but he could not change his habit and got involved in the game that Chong started in the province of Gangwon and ended up in gambling debt for hundreds of millions. Pil-joon assured that he simply said when Taeha would come to Korea and assured that if he had known that they were going to kill him, he might have kept quiet. He asked to think about it, reminding about the incident in Naples, but he didn't have time to finish his speech. Taeha took his life quickly. Pil-jong groaned and grunted, clutching his pierced neck. People who were nearby immediately heard this sound. Gray continued to watch Taeha's every move, and seeing that he had killed Pil-young, she thought that he had gone crazy and was going to continue fighting. He thought it was a foolish move when he had a broken arm, broken ribs, and a gaping bullet hole. Taeha came out of the booth and addressed the crowd, noting that since they were working with Pil-joon, he should have told them not to bring guns, and that it was necessary to keep quiet in the church, especially at night. He advised them to pray before attacking and promised that angels would soon meet them. Taeha said that he didn't care whether these people were Pil-joon's subordinates or whether he just found them somewhere on the street. Gray tensed up and pressed his back against the back of the chair, watching everything from a first-person perspective. Taeha pointed out to the crowd that they had decided to use knives and bats in a fight against one, and jokingly noted that they had come to kill him. At the end of his speech, he expressed that he had no reason in mind to let them go just like that. The men were outraged that Taeha had spoken so freely and called him names for his impudence. They heard that their money was in the confessional and rushed at Taeha. The guy was expecting this. His goal was not to kill unknown mercenaries, but he had no reason not to do it. Gray couldn't understand how Taeha was going to act if not only his arm was broken, but his ribs broken by the bullet were still not healed. The first of the attackers immediately ended in great failure and flew past Taeha. The guy's knife pierced his neck from behind, taking away his last chance to do his job and save his master from such a big problem as Taeha. Taeha pushed him back and prepared to fight the next one, watching his movements. The man swung, but Taeha was quicker again. Dodging the blow, he struck back with lightning speed, reducing the problem by one more. He discarded the man after the first as something useless and rushed forward to the others. One of the people ran towards him holding a knife in front of him, hoping that he would be lucky enough to do the job. Taeha ran up to him and intercepted his hand with the knife. And immediately he grabbed his hand with the straps supporting his plastered hand and hit him in the lower jaw with his elbow. Having dealt with everyone, Taeha headed towards the exit along the central passage of the hall. Crouching down to pick up one of his knives, he thought that if he had scattered these bastards like that, then something unexpected was bound to happen. He believed that they couldn't just run away because 200 million was right under their noses, so they just fought with adrenaline boiling in their blood. Among them there had to be someone who stood out from the crowd and did everything the opposite even if clear rules were established. Such people were everywhere. He had to bring something that no one was supposed to take with them. While the men fearlessly rushed at Taeha, he stood behind him with a pistol in his hands and trembled with fear, although he could have radically changed the situation. Taeha wasn't as strong after his injuries and decided that he had to use his legs to fight, but in that case he only had one chance. Despite his injuries, Taeha was still a strong opponent for anyone, and without very strong deliberate preparation he was almost impossible to defeat. He quickly assessed the situation and planned his actions against the remaining people. He had to act very quickly, even lightning fast, and he rushed forward without wasting time. The man he attacked didn't even have time to see him or realize what had happened. He just widened his eyes in sudden fear. Having dealt with him, Taeha was able to get close to the last of the people who flinched when he suddenly appeared behind them. Gray didn't quite understand what was happening and what exactly Taeha was doing. Taeha walked towards the exit of the church, but behind him he heard the noise of a gun falling to the floor. He froze and listened, realizing that he had missed someone. Turning around, he twirled the knife in his hand, offering the survivor to be next. Having finished all the business in the temple, Taeha went out into the courtyard. It was night and there were no witnesses in the area. Nearby, in one of the parking lots, a white car was parked. Inside it sat Gray, who was watching this bloodthirsty massacre of Taeha on the laptop screen. At that moment, he definitely regretted having to see it. He was amazed by Taeha's strength. It seemed to him that they were two different people because he was very different in battle from his usual calm state. Taeha spoke to Gray through the earpiece, asking if he could hear him. He explained that there was a bag of money in the confessional, and since he himself could not move, he indicated that Gray should take care of the bag. When asked what he was talking about, Taeha noted that he knew of his presence somewhere nearby. This was clear when back in the confessional Gray spoke into the earpiece about the people outside and the impending danger. Gray exhaled, realizing that he had nothing more to say. He paused, after which he made it known that he would deal with it since there was nowhere else to go. Gray slowly got out of the car and looked around. He walked just as slowly towards the entrance to the church, doubting whether he was doing the right thing. Opening the door slightly, his face immediately twisted. He didn't want to go in at all because he knew what kind of sight awaited him. The bodies of the dead were scattered all over the hall. Everything was covered in blood, and it was the most disgusting sight one could imagine, at least because it was a temple. On one of the benches, he saw Taeha sitting with his back to the entrance. Hearing that Gray was already in the church, he told him to go ahead but never turned around. Gray walked forward, silently tense but trying to keep his composure. Opening the doors of the confessional, he saw Piljong's corpse twisted in a strange way. Gray grabbed the bag of money and covered his face with his hand, barely holding back the urge to vomit as he saw another cut-up body. Returning to the hall, Gray sat down next to Taeha on the bench and announced that he had called Cole and that he would be there in 10 minutes. He looked at Taeha and shuddered because he looked very bad. He was shaking, sweat was on his face, and in general he looked like he wanted to be better. Gray asked why he had a fever and asked for a minute to call his aunt, who could bring some medicine. Taeha remained silent and abruptly thrust his knife into the bench, hitting Gray's fingers right between them. The guy flinched but remained seated. He looked at him with irritation and at the same time with apprehension because such a gesture was completely unexpected. Taeha, taking off his gloves, said that when he came to, everything had been changed. His clothes, phone, and other things were different. Throwing the glove on the bench, he noted that they were the only thing he had left personally wearing. Gray was silent, wondering what Taeha was getting at and looking at the knife stuck between his fingers, but the guy could really pierce his hand if he wanted to. Taeha extended his hand, showing the scar in the shape of the Salerno family emblem, which he had always hidden under the fabric of his gloves. Showing the scar, he asked if Gray knew who he was. Gray turned away and, looking at the floor, exhaled, preparing for an answer. He told everything he had managed to find out, namely that he was the son of the late Jin Soo-hyuk, who was the third son of Jin Suk, Ho, the chairman of the Chungwoo group, Jin Tae-ha. He was also known to be a known vendetta killer described as an Asian man in his 20s or 30s from the Italian Salerno family who was wanted by OXRP and had a bounty of 5.5 billion won offered for his capture. Gray assured that he had no intention of telling anyone anything, and that even his aunt knew nothing, but if he had simply fulfilled his request. Tae-ha looked at him in surprise and asked if it was such an important request that he ignored the danger to his life and a good reward, to which Gray assured that it was. Gray noted that Tae-ha had no idea how long he and his aunt had to hide from the Jungwoo group, to which Tae-ha told him to just shut up. Putting the glove back on, Tae-ha stated that if that was indeed the reason, then Gray should hand it over to them himself, emphasizing that it was an irrational judgment. He replayed everything Gray had said about himself and his activities. He said that the reason why he could not be a wholesale information dealer, even having all the necessary equipment, and why he did not dare to do so although wholesalers did not engage in such activities, was only one thing. Tae-ha thought that the reason was probably because he needed experience, since that was the reason why information wholesalers were most often older people. He called Gray by name, then finally looked at him and asked if he wanted to play big. Meanwhile, Jin Chung was in one of the offices where it was safest. He walked down the hallway with Baek Jun-soo, who asked him to do nothing but ask questions when she entered the office. He assured Jin Jong that he could handle it all alone, and that he shouldn't even move, but Jong noted that he had no intention of ruining Ozen's reputation. Baek Jun-soo complained about this because the people of their organization had to keep their word. Jin Chong grimaced and ruffled his hair behind his temple because he was not very pleased to hear this and felt uneasy from the bodyguard's words. Entering the hall, Baek Jun was surprised that his partners were already there, arriving earlier, and smiling he asked for forgiveness for making them wait. Tae-ha noted to Gray that he was a good information broker, and considering his age, he was quick to think and react. He promised to fulfill his request, but only if he intended to continue working with him. Tae-ha warned that Gray would have to risk his life, although his job would still be selling information, and offered to make him one of the best information dealers in the world if he was willing to make a deal. During the negotiations, the man whom Jin Chung and Baek Jun met with spoke about his intentions. He openly stated without any doubt that he was going to kill his friend. In places like this office, there were always terrible things going on inside and creepy conversations going on. Relaxing music was playing in the room. The man expressed that he was very surprised because he did not expect that Jin Chung would want to see him so soon. He noted that Chan must have had a very hard time with the family funeral and thought that he should have come to his senses and then contacted them. He assured them that they were not going anywhere, but Jin Chung raised his palm up, asking him to stop talking. The man and his assistant stared at Jin Chung, completely confused about what was going on in the young man's head. John Chan put his finger to his lips, asking everyone to be quiet and create silence in the room, and closed his eyes. He stood still for a while, his hands folded on his knees and his eyes closed, listening to the melody. Everyone had to shut up, although it was quite untimely and completely inappropriate in their conversation. Jin Chung raised his hand up and clenched it into a fist. He began to beat out a rhythm in the air and dance, slightly remaining in place. The men watched in amazement at such a sudden and absurd performance, but did not dare to disturb the prevailing atmosphere with their voices. When Jin Chung finished, the man clapped his hands. He smiled, noting that it was probably time for applause, adding that it would have been better to hear the composition from the very beginning. Jin Chung sprawled on the sofa and happily asked him if he knew this composition. The man grinned and pointed out that it was Schubert's Forest King in a sheet arrangement, and suggested that since it sounded a little awkward, it was likely that Chan had played it himself. The smile on Jin Chung's face immediately disappeared, and his face took on a frowning or even angry look. He raised his hand and ordered Moon De-in to turn off the music. The girl immediately took the earplugs out of her ears, and Chan explained to the men that he played this melody at a competition when he was in 6th grade and won first place, but then his wrist started hurting and he had to stop playing. Jin Chung then said that all his relatives who watched the performance then were now looking down on him from heaven. After which Jin Chung smiled and asked why this happened, and noted that if he had only known what would happen, he would not have been so careless. Sitting opposite Jin Young was Young Wai-min, who immediately pointed out that he had warned him and told him to cancel the meeting, because he didn't seem like an ordinary guy. Wai-min was slightly indignant that he was not listened to, and at that moment Jin Chung pointed at him with a gesture. He smiled and asked him to put out his e-cigarette, asking if he hadn't been raised by his parents. Everyone knew that when Zhang smiled, it wasn't because he was friendly. Wai-min's face turned red with anger, but he still tried to keep his mouth shut. Jin Chung started saying that their family had something called Emergency Guideline Number 1, which was a rule that the entire family would gather together in case of an emergency, and it couldn't be cancelled or postponed. He called it the truth of the universe that had been practiced since the founding of Cheonggu. He noted that this was why 200 million won had been allocated to search for him. Jin Chung said something that he tried to settle as quietly as possible and glanced at his cane that was standing near the sofa next to him. He pointed to his thigh and said that instead of solving the problem, he had suffered an injury that now made it difficult for him to walk. Without taking his eyes off Wai Min, Jin Young pointed out that the guy had killed all the guards at the headquarters that day, and asked how Wai Min had managed to survive after meeting him. Wai Min tensed up and repeated with displeasure in his voice that he had already said that the guy had reported a list that he was not on. Jin Chung laughed at this terrorist's stupid code of not opening fire on his own. Wai Min couldn't stand the humiliation and crushed his electronic cigarette in his fist in anger. He almost growled and told Jin Young to watch his words and emphasized that he would never do anything that would tarnish the reputation of his organization and parents. Jin Chung, holding back a smile, assured that he was envious because even if they wanted to certify something at a notary, they wouldn't be able to because they were dead. The man next to Wai Min pulled his glasses back down over his eyes. While Wai Min was putting the remains of the electronic cigarette on the table, the man asked who took care of this killer at Jin Young's. Jin Young lifted his chin up and called out Baek Jun-soo and nodded towards the bodyguard standing behind him. Moon Da-in glanced towards Jun-soo with some pride. Hearing no answer, Jin Chung turned to Chief Baek asking if this was true. The bodyguard briefly assured that this was indeed the case. The man looked intently in his direction and then at Jin Chung himself through his dark glasses, after which he moved his hand to the side, assuring that he understood the essence of the situation, and asked Jin Chung to say what he wanted. Jin Chung immediately replied that he didn't need compensation but wanted them to keep quiet about it. He emphasized that first of all Young Wai Min had to answer so that he would not be asked that he had not met with the attacker. Wai Min was uneasy about this. He didn't understand why Young wanted to cover up what happened and why Jong was just going to pretend that nothing happened. The man next to him lit a cigarette, ignoring Jin Chung's previous requests not to smoke. Taking a drag, he lowered his hands and smilingly asked if this was his only request. Jin Young pointed his finger at him and wanted to say something about his confidence, but Baek Jun-soo stopped him by placing his hand on his shoulder. Jin Chung turned around and looked at the bodyguard with irritation and confusion. Baek Jun-soo emphasized that the man said everything was fine. The man apologized, justifying himself by saying that he had been talking a lot lately and that his head was not working at all, and offered Chief Baek a cigarette. Baek Jun-soo refused, arguing that he was leaving, which surprised the man greatly. Jin Chung slammed his fist down on the table, shattering the glass tabletop into pieces. He angrily noted how old people neglected those younger than them and declared that he would be the next president, and asked how he was going to deal with the consequences. The man looked at him and asked him not to carry it a little and just close it, calling Chan a baby. Getting up from the sofa, he emphasized that this is exactly what the president should have said, and that is why he came here. Wai Min followed him, and when he reached the door, the man suggested continuing the conversation after reaching an agreement, turning to Chief Baek and waving his hand at him. Hiding behind the door, he sarcastically asked to prepare the ashtray in advance next time, and not to forget to wet a napkin with water and put it in it. Jin Chung remained seated in his place, burning with anger and silent. He tried to understand the situation and immediately planned his next steps. Finally, he glanced at the door behind which Wai Min and his boss had just disappeared and mentally destroyed it. After leaving the hall, the boss and Wai Min went to the elevator and called it, discussing what had happened. Wai Min admired his boss out loud, calling him an amazing person who was actually able to put pressure on Young-woo. The boss adjusted his glasses and said that he came for this very reason because Jin Chung still didn't know the laws of this world. But he understood that the traitor Jin Gu-ho could not tell their son, but this whole family was to blame for not dealing with such a traitor earlier, and said this for Wai Min. Wai Min finally began to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and began to talk about his guesses with apprehension. The boss beat him to it, saying that the incident at the villa was probably planned by Jin Young himself, setting up his family, and it was all in order to become a representative. Having descended to the first floor, the elevator doors opened and they walked out into the hall. Walking quickly forward, the boss turned to Wai Min and said that they should have found the attacker before the others. Wai Min was taken aback and said that the guy was supposedly dead, but the boss assured him that he was wrong. He turned to him and said that Baek Jun-soo did not kill people. Wai Min replayed the conversation in the hall when Jin Young asked the bodyguard to confirm his words. Chief Baek did not hesitate to assure that it was true, and Wai Min could not understand why he answered that way. He asked his boss about this, but he couldn't figure it out on his own. They made their way through the crowd of people passing by and continued to discuss everything, not paying any attention to them. The boss replied that Jin Young wouldn't hire an actor and many of Baek Jun-soo's students died that night. So Young just found the right person to turn everything upside down and die. Wai Min responded that he had a hunch and said that when he met him briefly, the attacker said that he had come to Korea after a long time. He asked if he should offer to work for them because if they use him, it looks like they will be able to capture Changga. He said thoughtfully that it was quite interesting and good, but despite this, he wanted that guy to be dead and asked Wai Min about it. Having already gone out into the courtyard, Wai Min hesitated, trying to object. The boss spoke of his confidence that Jin Young hired Wai Min because he was sure that he would lose to this unknown person. The boss left Wai Min and went to his car himself. He asked him to come back and take revenge on that unknown person who had done so much damage. Turning around before getting into the car, he noted that he hated the 5 stars but still could not watch their people being killed. The boss's name was Kim Jae-pil, and he was the vice president of the 5 stars. Jin Chung and his men remained in the hall and discussed the next course of action based on the not entirely successful conversation with the vice president of the 5 stars. Jin Chung poured ice into a bucket to prepare a drink and turned to his bodyguard. He asked if they knew what he was best at, noting that it was all in him thanks to his father. Moon Dae-in and Baek Jun-soo looked at each other and then looked at the broken table that their boss had hid in anger. Pouring alcohol into a glass with ice, Jin Chung said it was his father who taught him how to read the atmosphere around him. He turned to Baek Jun-soo and emphasized that when Jae-pil asked if he killed Tae-ha, there was a very tense atmosphere in the room. Jong sat down on the sofa with a drink and expressed that it was very strange, and if you think about it, Jun-soo was definitely going to deal with the attacker that day, but the helicopter jumped and his leg ended up in this state. Baek Jun-soo was silent and tense. In addition to all that was said, Jin Chung emphasized that Tae-ha's body had not yet been found. He took a sip and thought for a moment, after which, looking at the bodyguard, he asked if he was right in thinking that Tae-ha was still alive. Tae-ha became indignant, asking if his boss thought he intentionally left Tae-ha alive. Coming closer to the sofa where John Chan was sitting, he noted that it was he who shot him last, which he confidently confirmed. Taking another sip, Jin Chung said if she had definitely finished him off, then things wouldn't have gone this far. Baek Jun-soo looked at his boss in surprise and noted that he had become much stronger than he himself expected. Jin Chung threw his glass sharply and it shattered onto the barbecue counter. He got up from the sofa and, leaning on his cane, walked towards the exit, noting that everything was not so scary. As he approached the exit doors, he assured them that the most important thing now was the board of directors, and they had to win the board vote by an overwhelming margin to get on the committee. Turning around, he glanced at Baek Jun-soo and said that regardless of whether Tae-ha was alive or not, he would not be able to betray him, and waited for confirmation of this from Baek's boss himself. Baek Jun-soo smiled slightly and assured that he would keep his word, calling Young Sir. Together they climbed up to the roof where the helicopter was standing. Standing next to him was one of his sister Moon Yun Min's former bodyguards. Upon meeting him, Jin Young spread his arms, noticing that Young Min was still alive, and smiled widely. Moon Young Min shouted that his master had promised him something completely different and asked him to reconsider his decision to reappoint him. He poked himself in the chest and asked why he, the protector of the main members of the family, should be responsible for protecting some simple director. He gritted his teeth and assured that he would never betray Jin Chung. Jin Chung came up close to him and, smiling maliciously, asked who could have done this then. Moon Dae-in looked at this scene with some regret, but she had no right to interfere in any way. Passing by Young Min, Jin Young nudged him with his shoulder, saying that it was only thanks to his merits that everything ended with a personnel reshuffle, and asked him to be glad that he could still breathe. He moved towards the helicopter with his bodyguard walking in front and Baek Jun-soo covering his back. Young Min called out to his teacher at the last moment. Baek Jun-soo turned around slightly and ordered him to go, informing him that he would contact him later. The helicopter began to rise and Young Min remained standing on the roof watching it. He was angry and unhappy with his situation and Jin Chung's attitude towards him. After the massacre at the church and settling some other business, Tae-za and Gray headed back to the establishment where the aunt lived. It was morning and the aunt had prepared food for them and sat them down at the table. They had a hearty breakfast and talked, discussing each other's lives and current circumstances. Tae-ha concluded that if Gray's father was a senior researcher at Chunggu Electronics, then it was understandable why Gray himself immediately understood who was in front of him. Gray replied that looking at the tattoo on the back of the hand of the 20-year-old Asian man from Tazurp, as well as the murder case of the Chung family, the photo in Chung profile that his father put, he realized that it was exactly 17 years ago. After saying this, he asked Tae-ha if his skills were good, to which he confirmed that he was indeed amazed. Auntie was indignant that Gray had nothing else to do. She said that since Chung had been abandoned by the royal family and had come to take revenge after 17 years, he must have been well prepared and handed him some painkillers. Having said this, Auntie asked if they were going to betray her, as the case might be, which made Gray choke. This was said because Tae-ha believed that traitors should be killed, and no one knew what the guy would consider betrayal. Gray waved his hands, indignant at why his aunt thought that way about them, to which she assured him that she didn't know this and had the right to suspect. Looking at Tae-ha, she noted that a person who lived as a mafia killer would not trust people so easily. While grabbing food with chopsticks, Tae-ha said that he was not one of those who would put off something that needed to be done immediately due to force majeure. And smilingly looking at his aunt, he said that he believed that the people whom Chung and 5 Stars hated could not be bad people. And after that, he calmly threw a piece of meat into his mouth under the puzzled looks of Gray and his aunt. Tae-ha thought to himself that if these people suddenly betrayed him, they would have to deal with everything themselves, and it would be purely their problem. At that moment, people from the group entered the establishment and from the doorway began to swear at the weather, asking when the long-awaited autumn would come. One of them immediately asked why not turn on the air conditioning in the establishment. If they continue like this, all the customers will run away, and how will they pay interest next month? The aunt frowned and said that she had already paid off all the overdue debts, and asked why they were pestering her again and creating problems. The men said they just came to eat and smoke a cigarette, and the aunt immediately sent Gray to school. Gray was silent, and the men walking through the hall joked that they came to eat soup and not this boy. One of the men looked at Tae-ha and made a strange face. Coming closer to him, he noted that he saw this guy for the first time and asked him why he was eating in such a place. Tae-ha ignored his question, looking at the radish pickle, expressing that they were getting so big these days. The man became angry from the lack of an answer and asked the guy in pain whether he was deaf, stupid, or cool, since he allowed himself to ignore the questions. Gray stood up abruptly from the table and announced that he was leaving for school. Near the front door, he turned around and looked at Tae-ha again. He hoped that he remembered the condition he had put forward in exchange for his request. Gray Lu immediately warned Tae-ha that he would never kill anyone, and that they should never quarrel with each other in his area. Tae-ha was surprised and asked if there was any doubt that he was one of those who just attacks people without warning, to which Gray corrected that of course he didn't think so. Tae-ha, hearing this, asked what Gray wanted. Gray said that he mentioned last time that the 3rd block of the Changso district was a truce zone between Chunggu and 5 Stars due to renovation. He continued to say that at that time the area was practically turned into chaos, and there was a war between them, but thanks to the activities of the local gang, the Yaburi group, the war was stopped and a truce was concluded. Tae-ha, not understanding, asked how a small local gang could resolve the war between Chung and 5 Stars. Gray confirmed that it was true and Yaburi had indeed stopped them, and the 3rd quarter was now a safe zone. The Yaburi wanted to buy a building in the area and create a housing cooperative because they thought there would be an opportunity to negotiate when Chung or 5 Star met with the developer in the future. Tae-ha realized that Gray didn't think so and said so. Gray, shaking his skateboard, said that if the problem could be solved by unification, they would have done it long ago, but Mark, who could approve the creation of the union, was elected with the help of 5 Stars. He said that his aunt had approached him several times, but he had not listened, and the two of them were completely powerless against them, and he asked Tae-ha to convince them. As he left the establishment, Gray prayed that the conflict would be resolved without violence, knowing what Tae-ha was capable of. Tae-ha didn't understand how a simple street gang could stop such a serious conflict. Tae-ha got up from the table and thanked the aunt, saying that everything was very tasty, but the man from Yaburi was indignant the guy responded to this slop in such a way. The man began to pick on Tae-ha and call him over, to which the aunt tried to calm Seo Bok-soo down. She stood in front of Tae-ha and reminded him of her request that Yaburi shouldn't touch her clients, and that she paid the interest why he kept showing her his sickening face in the morning. Bok-soo instantly became furious and called his aunt names, raising his sword, telling her not to dare make fun of his face. Tae-ha, without turning around abruptly, pulled his hand back, having grabbed the napkin holder before and hit Bok-soo on the hand. Gray didn't even have time to move away from the establishment before people from the Yaburi group flew out through its doors. Tae-ha was calm as always and stood in the middle of the hall watching as they scattered across the yard. Gray cursed mentally because he had only left a minute ago and Tae-ha had already managed to start a fight. Bok-soo backed up on the floor, shaking in fear, but at the same time he tried to threaten Tae-ha by saying that he was the head of Yaburi and he shouldn't be treated like that. Tae-ha had a plan for revenge. He thought it was very grandiose, but he had to be flexible and resourceful to do it in the best possible way. Although there were many ambiguities in him, he didn't even suspect that his real enemy was Jin Chong. It was for this reason that he failed but could still predict his plans for the future. Regardless of how closely related the family is, in order to officially succeed to the chairmanship, the candidate must be approved by the board of directors. Tae-ha wondered what if he could destroy this board of directors with the Changseo district renovation project and asked Bok-soo about the possibility of talking to their boss. After the showdown, Tae-ha went outside and was immediately called out to who he was. It was a girl standing across the street. Eun Soo-ri was the deputy leader of Yaburi. Taking a sip of her cocktail, she smiled, noting how Tae-ha tried to single-handedly start a war with them. Tae-ha, putting his hand in his pants pocket and looking for something there, assured that he did not do it. He paused for a long time, moving smoothly, not in a hurry. He took out a pack of cigarettes and opened it, taking a drag of one. He put the pack back in his pocket and took the lighter and lit it with pleasure. And having done all this, he finally looked up at the girl and told her that he just wanted to chat. The girl stood in place and with some kind of smirk asked again if Tae-ha really came to talk. She bared her teeth and expressed her fears that the guy was making a fool out of her, imagining himself to be someone unknown, since he was having strange conversations with her people who were lying behind him at the moment. Tae-ha patted his hand, slightly burning himself, and fell silent for a while, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Afterwards he smiled and apologized, explaining that these people did not want to listen to him, and he only communicates with those who are of the same mind as he is. He chuckled to himself that this was the same small organization that forced the 5 stars and Chong to retreat, and which he did not take seriously. In the windows of some of the back ones, Tae-ha noticed armed men taking aim at Soo-ri. There were also armed men on the roofs of the houses, and it turned out that it was the 3rd quarter of the Changseo district that became the main stronghold of their armed unit. Tae-ha thought that if there was even one spy among them, then their intelligence would definitely be hacked, and apparently this was the effect of the discipline system. The girl took another sip of her drink and, still remaining in place, noted that Tae-ha's actions might have impressed someone. After which the girl asked in all seriousness whether Tae-ha was a freak of Youngwoo or a 5-star ass-kisser without considering any other option. Tae-ha frowned, as such a question greatly offended him, considering that he was waging a one-man war against them. Tae-ha was about to answer and suddenly a bullet hit the asphalt right under his feet. The gangsters had made their warning. Soo-ri laughed and ordered him to speak without moving if he didn't want the consequences. Taking another sip, she explained that the consequences included getting shot. Tae-ha was incredibly angry because on top of everything else he was standing under the sights of several people from the group scattered across the rooftops. He clenched his fists tightly and said that he always thought that this day would definitely come. He moved forward, saying that he did not want to believe that something so disgusting was happening. As soon as he took a step forward, they opened fire on him. The people on the roof shouted to their boss that it was dangerous and waited for the order to kill Tae-ha. The girl raised her head and called out to a certain Waren. Someone immediately jumped down from the roof. A huge man landed next to Soo-ri. His name was Lee Wa-ryong, and he was the assistant to the deputy leader of Yaburi, locally nicknamed Tank. He looked quite intimidating and stood next to Soo-ri, piercing Tae-ha with his gaze. But Tae-ha was not one to be afraid of anything and very confidently ordered Tank to get out of the way. Waren, having focused his gaze on the guy, still for some reason could not argue and stepped aside. The girl screamed what he was doing and backed up to the wall. Tae-ha walked more confidently straight towards her. Her men began to bustle about, but since the command was not to shoot to kill, they simply shouted at Tae-ha and called him names. Tae-ha approached Soo-ri and snatched the glass of drink from her hands. The girl did not resist, but she was confused and a little scared. Tae-ha immediately threw her glass somewhere behind her back and quickly said that it became clear to him why nothing worked out for her since she was drinking this crap. Soo-ri blinked her eyes in surprise and said nothing in response. Tae-ha leaned his ear against hers, waiting for an answer that never came. Soo-ri looked at the guy in bewilderment and absolutely did not understand what he was trying to achieve. Turning slightly towards the others, Tae-ha noted out loud that he didn't even want to talk to them, and announced that he was leaving. The gang members began to get indignant and shout to stop Tae-ha, and also asked Soo-ri, who simply froze in place, why they didn't catch him. Having recovered a little, the girl came closer to Warren, and together they continued to watch Tae-ha as he walked away. Warryong suddenly stated that Tae-ha had no malicious intent, explaining his actions. The girl adjusted her cap and noted this, hinting that he shouldn't have moved away and let the guy get close to her, and mockingly spoke about the good things going on in the organization. Warryong smiled indulgently and noted that Soo-ri had felt it herself just like he had. Oyu, after a short pause, said that they hadn't seen the real thing since the war, meaning Tae-ha. After the pogrom caused by Tae-ha, the guys had to put everything in order, and they fiddled with the repairs until the evening. In 123, they had the knockdown door back in place, which was the final spurt in the cleaning. Gray asked Tae-ha to hold on tightly so that the door wouldn't become crooked and fall. They spent a few minutes screwing the hinges into the door frame. After checking that everything was working properly, Gray happily informed his aunt that everything was ready. The aunt asked again with disbelief if they were sure that they had really fixed the door, to which Gray assured them that everything was great and asked them to feed them. Auntie approached Tae-ha and threatened to throw him out if he broke the door even one more time, to which he assured me that he would be careful in the future. The aunt began to scold him, pointing out how much doors cost in their time. At that moment, Soo-ri burst into the establishment and threateningly called the guy to her. The girl froze on the threshold, seeing the door lying in the center of the hall, and asked what happened to it. A man from her security entered after her. Throwing aside thoughts about the doors, she rushed to her aunt with hugs and began to talk about how much she missed her. Auntie grabbed her by both cheeks and threatened that her idiots would no longer slam doors. Tae-ha noted that the girl was different now, not at all like the man he had been in the morning, and he was curious what Soo-ri really was like. The new doors slammed shut again. Soo-ri closed them, sat down to see what was wrong, and reported that she heard Cho Bok-soo put his hand on her aunt's face. She stood up and said that she was sorry for it and that she had already broken his finger, so that he would not do anything like that again, and asked his aunt to forgive him. Auntie didn't respond to this. She only asked them to stop talking and repairing the doors and go have dinner, pointing out how thin Soo-ri was. Gray and Tae-ha were sitting at a separate table. Gray whispered that during the war his aunt had treated many members of Yaburi. Soo-ri's former boss father was treated for free several times, so this cutie considered her auntie as a benefactor and pointed to the girl. Tae-ha caught this moment and loudly asked the girl if this was how subordinates should treat a person whom the boss considered a benefactor. Soo-ri looked at him, angrily pursing her lips, but did not immediately respond. Tae-ha turned to her and stated that she was not the second person in Yaburi, but was just a puppet, and smirked. The girl couldn't resist and jumped over Tae-ha, too ostentatiously spinning in the air. Having done this, she somehow miraculously braided the threads around Tae-ha's neck. She landed on the table and called him names, pointing out that he had no idea how grateful she was for showing sympathy to him earlier. Showing her hand in which she held the other end of the thread, she asked him to repeat what he had said again, right into her eyes. Tae-ha examined the wire and noted to himself that it was not quite ordinary and had a different strength. Tae-ha looked into the girl's eyes and noted that she still knew that what he said was true. He glanced at her bodyguard and remembered the people who had been in the building when they had seen each other earlier. He saw that some of them had her at gunpoint and said so. It was interesting because in theory all the people should have been guarding her if she was so important and aiming specifically at him. Tae-ha emphasized without a shadow of a doubt that the truce seemed to be held, but she was being manipulated by someone from within the organization. The girl was taken aback and did not know what to say. The moment Tae-ha came very close to her during their first meeting, he whispered to her about the meeting place at a restaurant at 9 in the evening, noting that there were many spies around to conduct the conversation. Sitting in front of her, caught in her web, he openly asked about the force that ordered her to buy all the houses and asked if it was one of the 5 stars. The girl was angry, and apparently these words really hurt her. She pulled her hand back, pulling the wire on Tae-ha's neck. Tae-ha continued and suggested another option, that it could have been Chong. The girl jerked her hand sharply, thinking that the guy would have a hard time for such conversations. But what happened the next second surprised her very much, and she was even confused. Tae-ha cut the wire with his leg and smiled and said that it was bingo. At that time, one of the houses in the city was not entirely calm. A naked man wearing only his underwear was standing on the street, banging on the window, begging his master to save him. He promised that despite the fact that he had screwed up the Lebanese contract, if they gave him just 1 month, he would earn twice as much as that amount. The gentleman did not react and lounging on the sofa sipped his drink. The gentleman was talking on the phone and judging by his bewilderment at the question, the conversation was not a happy one. He was informed that earlier in the third block of the Changso district an intruder had broken in and approached Eun Soo-ri. They also pointed out that he had noticed their presence as soon as he arrived. They wanted to know what to do in such a case. There was a huge cage in the yard and its doors began to rise, releasing a huge beast. The huge lion began to emerge from his confinement. He roared and his eyes sparkled with two bright and terrible lights. The man screamed and trembled. He tried to drive the lion away and make it stay away from him. The lion sped up and the man, cowering in fear, screamed even louder, begging his master to forgive him. He begged for another chance, screaming louder and louder as the lion got closer to him. But the gentleman was not interested in this. He looked at the photo his men took of Tae-ha next to Soo-ri and let the beast tear the man apart in the yard. He looked at the photo sent to him for quite a long time, studying the guy, enlarging the picture on the screen. The photo clearly showed Tae-ha literally looking into the camera, and it was clear beyond doubt that his men's report was true. It was Hong In-gyu, who was a board member of Cheonggu Electronics from the faction of John Chun. He ordered Tae-ha to be brought to him alive. Tae-ha noted that it was Cheonggu who was targeting the third block of the Changso district, ignoring Soo-ri's behavior. Tae-ha concluded out loud that although Soo-ri knew where the spies were hiding, she did not catch them because she was threatened. Soo-ri was shocked and didn't understand where this guy came from and who he was. She was also amazed that Tae-ha cut her thread so calmly, even though it was a secret weapon made of Kevlar fiber. She decided not to delay and directly asked Tae-ha who he was feeling danger from him. Tae-ha replied that in this country he was the one who was best at killing people from Gyeonggu. Soo-ri was even more stunned by this statement, and she couldn't hide it by asking Tae-ha what he was talking about. Tae-ha assured that if the problem was with Youngwoo's people, he would be able to help her. But of course he wasn't going to give away why he could do it. Auntie intervened in the conversation and confirmed that Tae-ha was telling the truth and could really help with this. Soo-ri turned to her aunt and looked at her with confusion, seeking support or protection. The aunt looked at her seriously and repeated that everything was fine, and this guy could definitely solve her problem. Soo-ri didn't understand what was happening. She found it hard to believe in all of this despite the fact that her loved one assured her that everything would be fine. The girl jumped from the table to the floor immediately after these words. She immediately hurried to the exit, asking him not to talk nonsense, assuring him that if killing several people could solve the problem, she would have done it herself a long time ago. At the door, Soo-ri turned around and addressed Tae-ha, threatening him, asking him not to behave like that and to get out of this town. She disappeared behind the door, slamming it loudly at the end. Auntie Gray and Tae-ha stared at the door with some regret. A little later, Tae-ha left the establishment to smoke. The aunt was next to him and sat down on a chair near the entrance. After a short silence, Tae-ha thanked his aunt for standing up for him, which surprised her greatly. The guy reminded her of her words that if it was about Chong, then he was the one who could be trusted, and she smiled. The aunt smiled back and lit a cigarette, asking if it wasn't true. Auntie asked who in Korea could approach this family of Tae-ha, but did not expect an answer to her question. Tae-ha replied that it could be a person who was secretly plotting inside. He understood such relationships well and was quick to read between the lines. Auntie pointed to the man, the managing director of Cheonggu Electronics, Hong In-gyu, who was actually the culprit of everything that was happening. Auntie said that the former boss Soo-ri's father almost died in the renovation war, but that bastard took him to the hospital, saved him, and now used Soo-ri for his own interests. The aunt emphasized that only she and Soo-ri knew about this, and all the other residents of the area thought that he was dead, and if they had known that he was alive, resistance would have begun and everyone would have died. After thinking for a moment, Auntie asked if Tae-ha could help this problem so that Soo-ri's father would not die if that was possible. Tae-ha didn't answer, but it was clear that he heard his aunt's request and would fulfill it if possible. After a quiet moment and finishing their cigarette, Auntie and Tae-ha went back into the restaurant. But neither of them suspected that they were being followed. They were spied on from the building opposite and immediately reported to the higher-ups that So Yun-suk had asked the man for help. It was also noted that the man had difficulty reading his lips, so the rest could not be confirmed. He was asked if the man was a mercenary like them, to which he assured that he was not known, and that he was simply supposed to be captured alive as planned. He asked what should be done with the woman and the student, but was told that they were not needed. The man asked again whether it was worth killing them and waited for an answer, not suspecting that Tae-ha was already standing behind him with a knife in his hand. He didn't immediately hear about his presence, and when he turned around he was taken aback, not understanding how he could have lost sight of him and let him get behind his back. Tae-ha instantly pierced his hand with a knife, preventing him from shooting himself, throwing off his aim. The bullet flew into the air, and Tae-ha would not let him fire another one. This man's service was over. They heard noise on the radio and sent a request to clarify the situation, asking if their man was okay. But B1 didn't answer them anymore. His radio fell to the floor as Tae-ha dealt with it. He tried to pull the knife out of his hand, but it was too painful and he had no chance to do it. Tae-ha abandoned him and went to the radio, which they continued to use to try to get in touch. He picked her up, deciding to answer the call and calm the others down, thus not letting them get ready. He responded by introducing himself as the same B1 and assured that he had already figured everything out. Putting his foot on the roof railing and looking out over the city, he added that he would be there soon. The next day had something special in store for everyone. Each side had its own shocks, news, and new difficulties. At the Cheonggu Severance Hospital, where Soo-ri's father was being treated, everything was as usual for that particular ward. In-gyu was having lunch, and without taking a break from eating, he said that he was sure that he had already asked to finish with all contacts yesterday. He sat next to the bed of Soo-ri's father, who was also present in the room. He clarified that he was not joking with her and demanded that she answer him. The girl said that she had to convince them to sign the contract without any objections so that no problems would arise later. Her father was unconscious and on a ventilator. In-gyu moved his fingers on his hand and emphasized that he did not treat useless people as ordinary people. He laughingly stuck a fork into Soo-ri's father's leg and explained that useless people were just pieces of meat to him. Soo-ri screamed, worried about her father's health. In-gyu pulled out the fork and asked the girl to watch carefully as the sound of the utensils grew louder, which was good evidence that her father was alive. He bullied the girl as much as he could. He pointed out that he was trying to save his father and repeated it over and over again, driving her crazy. Soo-ri gave in and asked him to stop, promising that she would do whatever he asked her to do. The girl begged him to stop, but when In-gyu stood up from his chair and walked towards her, she trembled with fear. She swore that she would do anything to ensure that her father was left alone. In-gyu walked up to her and grabbed her chin with his bloody hand and looked into her eyes. He smiled and repeated once again that the girl should do what she was told because she was not a fool and should understand everything. Soo-ar had tears streaming down her cheeks, but she was also incredibly angry. She hated this man and everything connected to him. In-gyu took out a handkerchief and began to wipe his face from the blood splashes, noting that he always liked the way her eyes showed insolence and he wanted to conquer her for it. Wiping his face, he threw her a photograph pointing to the guy in it, whom she had probably already met. The girl looked in shock at the photo that fell to the floor. In-gyu expressed that he was curious about what kind of person he was and asked to bring him to him that evening. The girl was scared but tried very hard not to show it in front of In-gyu. In-gyu asked to keep his request in mind as he left the room. He threw the handkerchief he had been wiping his face with onto the floor and assured her that the girl would lose a lot if she decided to betray them. He walked down the corridor and the doctors who met him bowed their heads before him, either with great respect or great fear of him. Near the elevator, he dialed a phone number and waited impatiently for an answer to his call. Entering the elevator, he heard that there was a conversation in the receiver that the subscriber did not answer and was redirected to voicemail. Behind him stood another man. In-gyu was furious at the ignored court, cursing that those idiots were polishing each other's katanas since a lot of time had passed since his request to come. He tried to calm himself with the thought that they were all useless anyway, and as he said this he looked back. He called his men useless as bugs and immediately tensed up as the guy behind him seemed suspicious. In-gyu didn't have time to say anything before Tae, who with one sharp movement of his hand cut off his ear with a knife. It fell to the floor and his blood began to drip on top. He stared at the ear that he had lost in a second. It happened so fast that he did not immediately feel the pain. In-gyu crouched down and screamed, clutching the place where his ear had once been. Tae-ha calmly put the knife back in its sheath and waited for In-gyu to turn his attention to it. Without waiting, he himself began to discuss it, stepping on his ear with his foot, crushing it into a pancake. Tae-ha pulled back the mask that covered part of his face and said that he heard that he was looking for him. In-gyu, with tears in his eyes from pain, pointed out that the guy was crazy, cursing at him. In-gyu suddenly straightened up and swung his arm at Tae-ha, shouting out a question as to how he dared to touch him. Tae-ha was a good listener and could take in any details. And when his aunt told him that in the war Jianggu used mercenaries to wage this war with someone else's hands, he quickly understood everything. The mercenaries were called Peak, and they were truly evil bastards who would do anything for money. And the guy he killed on the roof had a corresponding badge hanging around his neck. Tae-ha didn't even flinch when Ingyu decided to pick a fight with him and asked him in a calm voice if he thought that since he had money everything would be resolved by itself. From his pocket he took out a whole bunch of similar tokens and said that since he was going to shed the blood of other people he should be prepared for it to be shed for him too. Tae-ha stuffed a bunch of Ingyu's tokens straight into his mouth, ignoring his resistance. He pinned him against one of the walls of the elevator and warned him that wherever he was he would visit him once a day. Tae-ha kept pushing the tokens deeper, and Ingyu couldn't do anything about it, even though Tae-ha was still out of shape. Tae-ha looked him in the eye and asked him to be prepared for this, as there was no way to avoid the guest. Ingyu started running as soon as the elevator doors opened. He couldn't understand what Tae-ha wanted from him or what was going on in general, but Tae-ha caused him to trip and fall. Ingyu screamed very loudly, hoping that it would help him. He begged Tae-ha to stop and continued screaming, trying to crawl away from the guy. He begged them not to come near him, although it was completely useless. He cried and tried to fight back, but it did not bring results. Crouching down, Tae-ha stabbed the knife into his thigh, causing Ingyu to stop struggling. He groaned and stopped screaming, only continuing to cry. Tae-ha asked him not to joke like that, warning him that there were a lot of muscles in his thighs, so even if he stabbed him again it wouldn't cause serious harm. He compared the wound in his thigh to the place he had wounded earlier and asked if it was not noble of him. Standing up and shaking the knife clean of blood, Tae-ha said goodbye and promised to meet tomorrow. On the wall in the hall hung very unusual paintings that not everyone might like. Jin Chung, over lunch and drinking red wine, noted that out of the 15 board members 7 were on his side. 6 were on the side of the chairman and 2 decided to remain neutral in this war. A crazy smile never left his face. And with it on his lips, he said that in our time they could not get together and asked to correct him if he was wrong. One of the men at the table agreed with Jin Chung and noted how upset the former chairman would be if he did. He reflected that those who remained neutral were people who did not understand their language and they had no choice but to explain everything to them in terms of achievements, and noted that their young team was achieving much better results than the vice president. Jin Young drew Ingyu's attention to himself, causing him to look up from his lunch. Zhang said he heard that the renovation project in the Changsou area was progressing well, and asked if he should expect good news before the board meeting. Ingyu smiled widely and assured that of course such news was to be expected. But his smile was too nervous. Jin Chung laughed and informed him that it was okay to speak informally since they had been close since they were department heads, and asked why he was so nervous when the meeting was still a long way off. He slowed his speech, suggesting out loud that it was awkwardness on his part. Ingyu tensed his hand in excitement and apologized for his worries to Jin Young by hiding his hand under the table. After this unpleasant lunch, Ingyu hurried to his car. Sitting in the back seat, he groaned and grabbed his side. The pain was apparently so strong that he had to grit his teeth. He remembered Tae-ha's words about the thigh muscles and how he wouldn't do much harm but would only torment. He cursed at him several times, releasing his anger outwardly. His driver asked if he could stop by home first and then do the rest of his business. Ingyu lost his temper and kicked him in the seat with all his might, shouting at him, noting that he was completely out of his mind and why they had to go to him. Tae-ha looked out from the front passenger seat and calmly asked why Ingyu was shouting so much, since the driver was simply asking a question. Ingyu pressed himself into the back of the chair, and he did not understand how the guy could get into his car, and said about his surprise, to put it mildly. Tae-ha pointed out that Ingyu's leg was acting rudely, and he saw his frightened reflection in the polished blade of his knife. One quick movement and the knife was in Ingyu's leg. He screamed very loudly from the wild pain to which he was clearly not accustomed given his strong fear in both of their meetings. Tae-ha didn't say anything else except eat lunch again to get stronger tomorrow. As Tae-ha got out of the car, he heard Ingyu's questions about why he was doing this to him. He tried to shout to the retreating Tae-ha and get the answer he needed. Several days passed like this. All those days Tae-ha kept coming back to Ingyu, who still couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Tae-ha thought about it a lot. For the last 7 days, he had been injecting it into the most life-threatening places. Looking at the night sky and deciding to smoke a cigarette, he thought that it seemed like Hong Ingyu had reached his limit. Su-ri and her men stood before him, and he told them that even if they betrayed him here, they still would not have a chance to escape. People pointed their guns at him and were outraged that Tae-ha was simply fooling Chong, and did not understand how they would be able to drive them away. One of them told the boss that the guy should just be killed, and if he didn't turn him in, another war would start. Suri put her hands on her hips and asked why that was and why he even came to them and talked about it. Tae-ha, putting his cigarette aside, declared that this was mistake 307 and explained why. When registering a financial certificate required for economic activity, an unknown error occurred that made internet banking completely inaccessible. And it was said that people or journalists who went against Chong often suffered from this error. Most of the residents of the third quarter of the Changso district, gritting their teeth, endured not only because of this error but also because of the low internet speed, which could add to the leakage of personal information. Taking a drag, Tae-ha looked at the crowd and asked why they weren't acting like idiots. People were outraged. I claim that this stranger knew absolutely nothing and could not understand this. Tae-ha noted that he knew that Young-woo had resorted to such tricks to get rid of them, but they held on for the sake of their family and asked if that was true. Tae-ha noted that if their boss wanted to protect his family, he should not have endured but fought back with that gun in his hands. Suri's face sank as she thought about his words. Tae-ha, as he left, noted that In-gyu would try to handle it alone because he couldn't interfere with the board of directors' work, and promised to take responsibility and take care of him, telling the guys to just get ready to fight. The bodyguard, nicknamed Tank, asked what Tae-ha would get for this. Tae-ha smiled and replied that he would receive the position of director of Young-woo for this. At that time, In-gyu was at home and talking to an important person in this whole mess. The man tearing meat from a whole piece with his teeth agreed that it was truly a tragedy for both sides. CEO Peak Go In-shik. He emphasized that the CEO of Chonggu Electronics, the best company in the world, was humiliated because of some stranger. In-gyu was indignant, asked him if he could have thought that he himself was doing this only because he liked it. Lighting a cigarette, he cursed that the board of directors was interfering with everything. In-shik asked why In-gyu couldn't just be honest right now. In-gyu got mad at this and screamed. He asked In-shik to listen carefully, saying that the board meeting was called a board meeting, but it was no different from the reorganization of the entire Chongwoo group. He noted that he had been making friends with his eldest son Jin Gu-ho for a long time, and that it was a brilliant move if Jin Young-man became the chairman this time. It would be like a god who was weak in all respects appeared to him. He cursed and emphasized that In-shik had to do everything right. If this remodeling idea went down the drain, he would also get into trouble for trying to contact him. In-shik said that this guy had cheated them too, so they had to make some inquiries. He pointed to the Salerno family from Italy and asked if In-gyu knew about them. He also suggested that they could be mafia, no idea who they really were. In-shik smiled, noting that this family could not have been anyone else. In-shik said that he managed to find out that the guy was the main executioner there, known by the name of Vendetta, a real monster that no one knew his real name, but they said that he was Asian. After which In-shik suggested that given In-gyu's position, he should have had a lot of money, to which he then clarified how much money was needed. As I pierced another piece of meat with a fork, In-shik noted that if someone had gotten their hands on a nuclear warhead, they should have prepared one as well. In-shik, I'll explain that I invited that guy's main competitor to Korea. This competitor was named Aswan Jerome and was said to have survived 2 bouts of vendetta. In-gyu reacted to this with doubt, thinking that In-shik was laughing at him, intending to bring the one he was afraid of. In-shik noted that Vendetta was famous for the fact that if there was a traitor, he would pursue him and be sure to catch him no matter where the enemy was. One guy hid in the Amazon Valley in Colombia, and the Vendetta chased him for a month chewing insects. It was amazing because he went into the jungle where not every explorer would go, and he came back with the head of a traitor. In-gyu asked if this Jeron wasn't looking for death since he came to Korea as soon as he heard the word vendetta. He noted that the commission fee was $700,000 up front and $300,000 in balance, plus another $700,000 for brokerage fees, plus a lot of money to get in touch with this guy. In-gyu nervously smoked his cigarette, unhappy with the whole situation. When In-shik asked how many people he had left, he replied that if his people joined, the amount would double. In-gyu immediately dialed someone on the phone and asked them to transfer 200 kilo won right now. His men worked very quickly, and rustling sounds were immediately heard in the corridor. And a few minutes later, a huge stack of money appeared behind the door. In-shik doubted that spending over $1 million to deal with one person was a good idea, since that wasn't something that was done to Chong. In front of them were 200 kilograms of 50,000 won banknotes. Each note weighed less than a gram, and the amount of money was truly unbelievably huge. In-gyu smiled and emphasized that this should be enough for retirement savings and suggested talking about something more productive. A similar plan of some house was open on the computer screen. Gray explained to Tae-ha that it was the plan for Hong In-gyu's house, which he bought through his connections with the security company that manages the Gangseo area. Tae-ha was surprised that he was simply sold a house. Gray explained that, with the exception of Jeongu Security, most subcontractors could be bought with money. And if they don't make money, then they will always have staff turnover, and then it will be unclear how to achieve loyalty from subordinates. Tae-ha heard this and thought that if his grandfather heard this too, he would be in despair. Gray said that Hong In-gyu spent most of his time at headquarters and usually returned home at 10 in the evening. But Gray also sadly noted that there was no blueprint for the underground floor, which surprised Tae-ha that there was one at all. Gray noted that there was definitely a room downstairs, as he saw a staircase and an elevator on the plan, but there was no floor plan itself, and assured that he was not sure whether it had been lost or In-gyu had deliberately not provided it. There was only one mark on the plan, and after searching, Gray guessed it was a type of building material like cement. The material was resistant to moisture, chemicals, and weather conditions, and was also flexible, so it was used to create soundproof walls, landscaping structures, and zoos. Tae-ha was amazed by the amount of information, but more by the fact that In-gyu had such a building. After thinking about it, she asked if Gray could do something else, to which he noted that the question didn't need to be asked. Seeing what Tae-ha asked him for, Gray was shocked and almost froze, after which Tae-ha quickly got ready and headed for the exit. Gray was indignant that he did it so quickly because they still had something to do. He started to say that there was something at home, but hesitated, doubting whether Tae-ha was one of those who used such things. Pulling on his jacket, Tae-ha smiled and noted that there was no such thing and asked to watch the surveillance cameras in case someone else appeared there. Tae-ha walked out of the restaurant and walked along the sidewalk, wanting to quickly take care of his business. They called out to him, indignant that it was him again. Tank stood in front of him, thinking that Tae-ha was going to provoke Hong In-gyu again. Tae-ha smiled, noting that if the number of knife attacks every 24 hours did not seem like a simple provocation, and stated that In-gyu was almost at his limit. Tank said he had been working in the field since the Great Revolution in 1990 and knew many important people who moved at the top. But he also noted that he had never heard of Tae-ha and asked who he was. Tae-ha smiled, asking if it would make any difference if he knew about it. The tank grimaced and began to warm up. He hissed that if Tae-ha didn't explain himself, he would consider it a hindrance to the boss's work and would remove him. Tae-ha pursed his lips and simply looked silently at the threatening brute. He said that he didn't exactly know his opponent's skills, but he still didn't take him by surprise and fought fairly. Tank positioned himself on him, thinking that Tae-ha was one of the 5 stars. Tae-ha suddenly hugged him by the arm and expressed that he trusted his skills but would still calmly go about his business. Tae-ha stepped aside and said that they should take responsibility and pay for the remodeling, which confused Tank even more. As he walked deeper into the alley, Tae-ha guessed that the amount could have been 10 times more. As darkness fell, Tae-ha arrived where he had planned. He headed to Hong In-gyu's house alone. Having dealt with the guards in the yard, he quickly headed towards the entrance to the house, relaxedly twirling his knives between his fingers. He was careful and quietly opened the entrance doors, behind which the room was dark. Using a knife, he opened it just enough to squeeze into the house. He walked through the corridor and entered the main hall. The house was quiet, and Tae-ha guessed that Hong In-gyu probably hadn't arrived yet. At the end of the corridor, he noticed a staircase that led down. He thought about the underground floor, the entrance to which was so visible. Without thinking, he went to the end of the corridor and began to go down the stairs. Going down and stepping off the stairs, he saw a lawned area and a swimming pool. But suddenly the doors behind him slammed shut with force, and this couldn't help but make him tense. From the speakers hanging in the corner under the ceiling, a voice was heard greeting Tae-ha. It wasn't hard to guess that it was a trap, and Hong In-gyu was expecting him to show up at his house and made a plan. In-gyu openly stated that he was waiting for him to come and was curious as to why he continued to follow him, and also stole his personal schedule. He gritted his teeth and called Tae-ha an impudent person. On the ground floor, he placed the very cage with the lion that had recently torn one of his men to pieces. The doors began to rise, freeing the beast. There were 2 lions in the cage this time, and they were hungry and ready to tear anyone apart. In-gyu said that even if Tae-ha was good with a sword, he would hardly be able to defeat 2 lions. The beasts came out of the cage and growled loudly, warning their intended victim of imminent death. Ingyu continued that because of the agreement with the 5 stars, he was unable to touch the 3rd quarter of the Changso district, but thanks to him, he had a reason to destroy it. He informed that while Tae-ha was being eaten alive, armed men would be tearing out the entrails of his buddies. He was jubilant, saying that that evening he and all the beggars from Changso would be removed like garbage. And those people were already on the streets of this area carrying out their orders. The lions were called Mimi and Yunhee, and calling them, he commanded them to go and eat. The lions were drooling and had apparently not been fed for a long time. They were growling and preparing for the long-awaited hunt. They quickly rushed towards Tae-ha, already anticipating the taste of their dinner. Tae-ha didn't expect this turn of events, but he wasn't one to be scared. He took a pistol out of his pocket and, aiming it at the lions, grinned at the fact that the males were called by female names. In 2 shots, the lions were dead without even having time to reach Tae-ha. Apparently, Ingyu also did not expect this from his enemy, because he was very taken aback when he heard the sound of the gunshot. He asked confusedly if it was really a gunshot, because he was sure that Tae-ha had only used a sword. The guy immediately threw the gun to the side after the shot. He mockingly asked how it was possible to work with both people and animals using the same tool. Picking up his phone, he contacted Gray, exhaling that fortunately the connection worked. While cutting the plaster on his arm with a knife, he warned Gray that the area was about to be attacked and asked him to tell Suri to get ready. Hong In-gyu trembled again. He thought he would win this time, but he quickly lost and gave in to intense fear. He remembered In Shik's words, who told me how Tae-ha chased his enemy through the jungle. Looking at Tae-ha through the camera, he heard his turn with Gray. Cold sweat appeared on In-gyu's face, and he pressed himself tightly into the seat of his car, realizing what would happen next. Tae-ha said what he feared the most. While everyone was defending the Jiangsu area, he went to Hong In-gyu and looked straight into the camera he was watching. After talking with Tae-ha, Gray immediately went to Suri and warned that Chang's people, or rather Pik, were heading towards them. He also revealed that Tae-ha asked him to hold on while he dealt with Hong In-gyu, and that was the only message. He clenched his fists and said that they could not lose this battle. He was pushing them to fight back or they would all be killed. The men behind Suri began to complain that they should have waited for Tae-ha to return, claiming that he had simply caused trouble and run away. Gray denied these words, assuring that Tae-ha would return. One of Yaburi's men stepped forward and ordered him to shut up. He pointed his finger at him, asking if he knew how cruel the last war had been, since even children his age had died in it and their parents had never come to terms with it. Auntie grabbed Gray's shoulder, worried about this, but the guy continued to convince her that he would guarantee the return of this man. Another one of Yaburi's men chuckled and turned to Yun Suk, asking who he was, and asking him to stop all this talk. Kim Soo, on an advisor to the Yaburi group and a former army battalion commander and major general, asked whether the Oji would continue to repeat the name of their organization, noting that it was not up to them to decide. He turned to Suri and asked her what she was going to do. The girl stood silently the whole time, thinking about it. Suri had to make the right decision in a short period of time on which more than one life depended. She told her people that she had not seen the last war because she returned when it had already ended. She expressed that she was scared and couldn't bear to lose her father, so the Yungu used her. Suan was confused by these words and asked what she meant. The girl released her threads, preparing to defend herself, and apologized to her people for fooling everyone, but promised that she would not do it again. She said that this time the entire Yaburi group would throw Chong out of their area and end it. In Shik notified in one of the alleys that Hong In-gyu was planning to kill all the residents of the 3rd block of the Changso district. If there is no proposal that needs to be passed through the residents' union, then the more luxury apartments a construction company builds and sells, the greater the profit will be. He explained that initially, due to the truce with the 5 stars, the use of force was impossible, but if the suddenly emerging vendetta and the next one's killer entered the battle, then this would create a pretext for interfering in the battle. One of his men asked if it was just a decoy, to which In Shik confirmed and said that the idiot Hong In-gyu wasn't in charge of Youngwoo but was messing around in the office. He also noted that they needed to get out of here before the 5 stars arrived, because Vedetta and that guy would turn the situation upside down. Aswan Jerome himself stood on one of the roofs and waited for the right moment, relaxedly eating ice cream. He didn't expect that the situation would be so familiar to him, looking at the city lights from above. He noted that the smell of war was in the air, and Korea was also an interesting country. In Shik radioed his men to launch the drones, and then a roar rose over the area and a dozen drones flew to the required coordinates. They scattered across the streets of the Changso district, some flying low to the ground. Others rose high above the houses. In the last battle, they could only fight with small arms because of the 5 stars, but this time it was different. Inshik said that this time they had money and didn't care about the rules, which meant they could beat anyone. Hong In-gyu was driving a car on the highway at high speed, and at that moment he contacted Inshik asking if his men were guarding him well. He was screaming into the phone, demanding confirmation. He was furious and also very afraid for his life. Inshik asked him not to worry, noting that almost 2/3 of his guys were with him, and even the president was guarded worse, and asked why he was so angry. He glanced at his driver and considered even him guilty of this. He shouted into the phone receiver that he should try to put himself in such a sauna. He ordered a quick search of the entire area, noting that Tae-ha was going to pursue him. He knew that Tae-ha was somewhere nearby, and it was actually true. He was racing along the same highway in pursuit of In-gyu's car. Tae-ha noted that the GPS sensors in each car worked perfectly, and he was able to easily track In-gyu's movements. He was worried about Gray at that moment, and he wanted to quickly sort everything out and return to help him. The security guards following Hong In-gyu noticed Tae-ha's car on the highway, which was already very close to them. They didn't understand how he could know exactly where they were going and how he could find them. One of Inshik's men leaned out of the car window and took aim at Tae-ha. He thought he was a crazy guy and thought it was a bad idea for him to approach them. He fired a long burst at Tae-ha's car. The bullets pierced the windshield, but Tae-ha was able to dodge them and tried to continue driving forward. But the car began to skid in different directions because it was difficult to maintain control under the bullets. They radioed another car and told it was a black Vendetta car driving right behind him. A long bus appeared next to Tae-ha's car and rushed forward. The paratroopers were asked to remain vigilant. Tae-ha looked to the side at that bus and became very tense. They asked not to let Tae-ha even breathe. Inshik's armed men leaned out of the bus windows and aimed at him. Tae-ha pressed the pedal to the floor. His car drove onto the highway fence, and a burst of gunfire from the bus rained down on it. The car continued to move and was about to fly off the road. The front passenger door was torn off, and Tae-ha was hiding behind it from the bullets. He drove it along the side of the road, trying to hide from the shots. Tae-ha's car still flew off and flipped over. Tae-ha, sliding on the track on the car door, looked back. Behind him were several cars and a couple of motorcycles belonging to Hong In-gyu's security detail given to him by Inshik. He jumped sharply from the door to the side, and it hit one of the motorcycles, the driver of which did not have time to react. From his knee, Tae-ha broke the helmet of one of the people right in the jump. He tried to knock it off the transport in order to take possession of it himself. He managed to do this without any problems, and he drove forward on his motorcycle. He stepped on the gas, trying to get ahead and past the security. He flew at high speed, leaving Inshik's men behind and approaching Hong In-gyu's car. The security guards tried to remove him, running from one side of the cabin to the other, trying to find a good position to shoot. But Tae-ha miraculously managed not to catch any of the bullets fired at him. There was a tow truck ahead, and he pulled into the same lane as it and stepped on the gas again. Tae-ha gripped the handlebars of the motorcycle tightly and was about to do this dangerous stunt. He drove up the tow truck ramp at high speed, and after driving over it, he flew into the air. It was a good chance to get away from the shooting a little and get closer to In-gyu's car. He flew through the air above the cars passing below. As he landed, he jumped off his motorcycle and leapt forward. The motorcycle flew to the side and hit the highway fence. Tae-ha found himself on the roof of the security car. The driver immediately realized that he recognized the sound from the roof and was very scared. Tae-ha straightened up and stood on his feet at full height on the roof. He exhaled, catching his breath. He was already an order of magnitude closer to his goal, although everything was quite difficult. He took his knives out of their sheaths and emphasized that now everyone would dance. Behind the car, on the roof of which Tae-ha was standing, there was another car. The guards inside were very surprised that Tae-ha did not have any other weapons except knives. One of them asked the driver to run over the car with Tae-ha because he had to jump to the side or turn into a sack of minced meat. Tae-ha didn't turn around because only by sound could he clearly understand what was happening behind him. He quickly looked around, planning his next steps, and he pushed off the roof of the car with his feet. He jumped back, leaving the security guards on the bus completely confused. In a jump, Tae-ha turned around and swung the knives, aiming straight at the windshield of the bus. A few more seconds and the glass shattered into pieces. Tae-ha rushed inside the salon and ran forward, taking out the guards one by one. He was very fast dealing with In Shik's people, giving them a chance to escape. Blood spattered all around and screams echoed throughout the cabin. In that moment, dozens of Hong In-gyu's guards disappeared forever from Taeha's dexterous hands. Having reached the back of the bus, Taeha broke out the window and jumped out onto another car. The window broke and he got inside another car, the driver of which screamed very loudly when he saw him. He couldn't understand what was happening and cursed, but continued to hold the controls and move forward. Taeha silently began to rummage in his pocket looking for something. He took a wad of bills out of his pocket and, apologizing, asked the driver to move a little from his seat. He smiled, although he didn't look very friendly given the bloodstains on his face and clothes. Meanwhile, drones were already approaching the third block of the Changso district, and there were about 16 of them. Gray watched everything and ordered to split up because it looked like the drones were approaching at a low altitude and concluded that they were small drones. Kim Soo, on the group's advisor, noted that this was exactly what they expected, so they were a little prepared. A few hours ago, Soo-ri asked Uncle Soo on how he fought in the last war. He said that Chong and the Five Stars only fought at certain times. You could say that they fought by some kind of agreement, not like in medieval Europe, which was funny. The war was only fought in their area, so if the Five Stars were gone, then neither was Chong. He also said that the weapons were limited to only small arms, and even the peak was mainly used, and it seemed like no one wanted to make a big deal out of a molehill. He believed that if something like that monster appeared again like that time, no one would survive. Soo-ri thought about his story, looking somewhere through the floor. Uncle added that so from the peak's point of view, they would want to end it quickly before the Five Stars found out, but if they were to search and catch everyone hiding in any building in the neighborhood, it would take several days. Soo-on warned Gray about the possible launch of the drones, and he explained that there was a high probability that they would send small kamikazes, and so it was necessary to prepare properly, which is exactly what happened a few hours later. The drones were released and were already approaching their area. They positioned their men in advantageous positions to destroy the drones, and when they flew close enough, shooting opened up on them and some began to fall down. The men were delighted that everything worked, seeing how the devices lost control and fell to the ground. But the shooting continued until there was not a single working drone left. In Shik's radio reported that the drone signal had been cut off in the Changso area between 7th and 1st Streets. In Shik was angry that they were being jammed. They noted on the radio that it seemed like this was indeed the case, that the signal was only lost in a certain place. In Shik was furious, not understanding how they could have found out about the prepared drones and used some kind of anti-drones. Well, he smirked that they were going to block them with something like that. Gray, who was keeping watch, suddenly stepped back. He was shocked by what he saw. The drones were flying again. He ate a whole swarm of drones to their area, in which there were at least 100 of them. In Shik lit a cigarette and, smiling to himself, noted that it was naive to think that they would go to war with a dozen or so birds. The direction that could be covered by anti-drone guns was limited, and outside its coverage area drones could fly without problems. It was unclear how long it would take to suppress them. Hundreds of drones were scattered in the sky. Thanks to the last war, most of the structure of the third quarter of the Changso district has been modeled. If you simply input the program, you can send any number of drones to the specified location. In Shik had prepared well for this event. He had released 800 kamikaze drones, and it was unclear how many people would survive after that. Drones penetrated through ventilation holes. I already know the location of houses. The command to run was transmitted over the radio since the drones could not be stopped with guns. The man who announced this smiled, saying that the boss was about to come out. Meanwhile, one of the people, clearly not happy, ran up to In Shik and began to point out something that had happened. In Shik and one of the men looked into the distance where their drones should be. You had to look closely to spot them against the dark night sky. Suddenly lights began to appear in the dark sky, growing larger and brighter in seconds. The lights grew, and it was not immediately clear what this could mean. It was not clear until the moment when numerous fireballs appeared in the sky, indicating hundreds of explosions. Soo-ri stood on the roof of one of the houses and watched the movement of the drones. As soon as they flew close, the girl stood up. In her hands, she held her special weapon in the form of strong threads, wires that looked like a web. She spread them out on her fingers and threw them forward like nets. This deadly web covered the drones one by one, capturing it and blocking its flight. Soo-ri pulled her strings towards herself, causing them all to explode. In Shik looked at her, not knowing who this person was who could do such a thing. He looked at the girl who jumped onto another building and noted that she was not there in the last war. When Soo-ri showed her people her threads, they couldn't understand what it was or how it could work. Suri apologized for not telling them and explained that it was her own weapon. She noted that it might seem absurd, but she was in a different place during that war. In fact, she was learning to use this thing to help her father. When she returned, it was already too late. And then she suggested doing it right now, making sure that no one ever shows up in their area again. The eldest of the people who knew her father were delighted with the girl and how she had grown in every sense. In Shik, seeing his drones being torn apart, radioed shouting and cursing to release the next squadron. You assured that the number did not matter on the way someone would order him to be killed. They reported on the radio that they heard the command but immediately clarified what was happening next to their boss. In Shik put the radio down when he heard a strange sound behind him. Car pulled into the alley. One of the people relayed over the phone at one of the drone sites that there should have been a command post nearby and asked to check it out. The tank that was told this reported that it had found this place. In Shik cursed, realizing that it was Li Wa-ryong, the same tank. But first Waren wanted to deal with In Shik himself and rushed forward. 10 years ago, a man asked another man if he wanted to start an organization. They were sitting under an umbrella in a restaurant and talking. He replied that times had changed, and if no one protected them it would be difficult to survive, and it was easier to create an organization and bribe the police than to pay for protection. The man replied that whatever the case, you were indeed the truth, but he himself was a soldier and asked who else could have used his fists besides his interlocutor. They banged their drink cans together, noting that no one said they should team up to beat people up, they just needed to make negotiations easier. Another one smiled and asked for his opinion on naming the group Yaburi. It was Un Ni Sub, the previous leader of Yaburi. Wa-ryong ran towards In Shik and his men without any doubt in his actions. They immediately aimed their guns at him, knowing full well who he was. But Waren didn't stop and ran straight towards them. In Shik shouted, called his men idiots, and ordered them to shoot me in the head and aim for my legs. Wa-ryong was not only huge but also fast. He quickly caught up with one of In Shik's men and struck with all his strength. The other man standing with a gun cursed but did not move or fire. In seconds, Waren rushed at him and delivered another but less accurate blow. But this was enough to break the lip nose and knock out several teeth and make the enemy lose his bearings. At that time, the people stationed at the top also had Waren in their sights. The man was about to shoot. He froze and aimed more precisely, and a second separated him from pulling the trigger. But that second was enough to ensure that he would never again be able to pull the trigger or even breathe. Suri appeared behind him and quickly dealt with him, using her unusual weapon. She moved exclusively on the rooftops of buildings, deftly jumping from building to building, taking out In Shik's men from above and keeping an eye on the drones. Seeing Nur, In Shik gritted his teeth from the surging irritation. This girl was ruining everything for him, and besides, he didn't know exactly what else she was capable of. The girl transmitted over the earpiece who and where she managed to eliminate, and this time she transmitted about the murder of a sniper who was aiming at Waren. She was told that it was a good job and warned that there could be many more, advising her to take a good look around. He informed that In Shik's men did not know about it and therefore did not prepare the flight in advance, and thus the snipers would be located near the crossroads from where they would have a good view of the area. And he designated the place where the drone operators were located as the center of the sniper concentration. Gray reported that he had found the right point. It was a public parking lot opposite the third quarter administration, or rather a black van on it, and he promised to look for the license plate, but it might not match. Suri wanted to answer but suddenly fell silent. At that moment, bullets were fired at Wa-ryong, wounding him in the forearm, which he had managed to use to cover himself. But it seemed that this wound did not have any serious effect on him. He stood up and said that in our age of blood and wars he was a mercenary. He had to survive somehow for 20 years. Meanwhile, In Shik took out an axe. In Shik approached him and cursed at him, promising to kill him, and the girl would be next. He stood menacingly, holding an axe in his hand and a gun on his shoulder. Wa-ryong prepared for a fight, noting that In Shik would definitely be finished now. At that time, chaos was happening on the highway, which was caused by the hands of Tae-ha. Security cars were turning over and flying off the side of the road, breaking through the fence. Tae-ha still managed to catch up with Hong In-gyu's car and stop it. The road surprisingly turned out to be completely empty and no one could stop him. Tae-ha pulled In-gyu out of the car, holding him by his tie while he knelt on the asphalt and tried to be rude. In-gyu tried to figure out why Tae-ha was treating him like this and what mistake he could have made to deserve such punishment. Instead of answering, Tae-ha repeated that he was going to cut and torture him every day and took out a knife. Tae-ha stabbed the blade into In-gyu's shoulder, causing him to squeal. Clutching his fresh wound, he trembled with fear and asked why Tae-ha was making such a noise. Tae-ha warned that if he escaped abroad it would be very difficult to catch him, so he would have to be taken back to the area to them. In-gyu tried to remind Tae-ha about the Changso area and assured him that it was too late. He began to rise from his knees. They say that by this time even rats should have remained in the Changso area. He smiled and informed that he had given orders to his people to buy absolutely everyone in this area, from children to the elderly, no matter what. He pointed out that he had spent more than 10 billion and asked Tae-ha what that meant. He explained that he had ordered his men to destroy everyone within an hour without any bombs or missiles, and for such words he was immediately hit in the eye with the handle of a knife. His glasses fell to the ground and he groaned in pain. Tae-ha noted that during the last war many people died and the people who fought were Chong and 5 stars. Tae-ha also noted that In-gyu did not know why he was the only one being pursued, and after which he assured that there was nothing more terrible than someone who lost his family. After all, such a person had nothing to lose, and in his veins there was not blood but grass. Looking at In-gyu again, he asked if he recognized the one who was stronger than such a person, and he himself answered that these were people who protected their families. Tae-ha took revenge for everyone who suffered at the hands of In-gyu, including Soo-ri and her father. Tae-ha emphasized that In-gyu must have seen how these people endured and persisted to protect their families. They felt pain that felt like their lungs were being torn apart and where it felt like their heart was about to burst, but they tried with all their might to hold on. Tae-ha talked about how strong these people were and how Hong In-gyu himself made them that way. Tae-ha ordered him to shut up and investigate behind him and put his knives back in place. Hong In-gyu laughed at Tae-ha's speech and asked if the guy seriously thought that such things were stronger than money. During this conversation there was a fight between In-shik and Hwa Ryong in the Changseo area. During the previous war, In-shik didn't know much. While attacking, he noted that Hwa Ryong was ranked 16th in the 5 stars. He also noted that this was already a long time ago in the past, stopping in his blows. In-shik practically monologued, saying that he didn't know anyone who didn't understand what a 5-star rating was. He rushed at Hwa Renai. Note that from the 20th place in the ranking were national. If he kills him, he can become a national-level mercenary. Long threads similar to a spider web appeared in the air. Soo-ri made it just in time. Jumping from the roof of one of the nearby buildings, she deftly lowered In-shik with her shackles. Seeing the girl, In-shik cursed that he was seeing her again. He immediately tried to resolve the threads with the blade of an axe but was taken aback when he failed. The girl addressed him, giving his full name and status, noting that he was the one who killed the most people in their area. She rushed to him, saying that she would take everything from him and calm down the people who despised him. Hwa Ryong also joined in, realizing that In-shik was immobilized. In-shik screamed, asking for a minute to stop. Hwa Ryong didn't listen and threw a punch, but it hit the air as Aswan Jerome appeared out of nowhere and hooked In-shik, dragging him along. Hwa Ryong stared at him, unable to figure out what he should do next. Soo-ri froze in place, watching as the unknown guy took their enemy's basin with him. Aswan Jerome stopped throwing In-shik and said that if he thought he could win with a drone or some other toy, he would lose. He smirked and asked In-shik if that wasn't how it was. Aswan Jerome glanced at Hwa Ryong and Soo-ri, who clung to him for protection. The girl did not understand who was standing in front of her, but it was clear that there was a new side to the conflict. She also couldn't understand how this man took In-shik, because she definitely tied him up and he simply grabbed him as if by the collar and pulled him out. In-shik turned to Aswan Jerome and asked him in a non-threatening manner what he was doing here. He said that the 4th floor of an abandoned building 3 meters to the northwest was the main base and told me to go there and do what I had to do. He wanted to say what he would do, but at that moment Hwa Ryong pounced on him and pinned him against the wall. Jerome tried to resist with his hooked stick, but Tank pressed harder on him. But this did not frighten Jerome. On the contrary, it only made him smile, and he informed her that he would have fun here while In-shik would carry out his tasks. In-shik immediately contacted the rest of his men via earpiece and gave the command to release the remaining drones. There was indignation on the line because the system was not yet fully configured. Inshik assured that it didn't matter, the best power was needed here and now. He ordered the death of all residents of the Changso district while Jerome was working. Suri rushed towards him trying to stop this. Aswan, hearing this, broke free from Tank's grip and rushed to run in their direction. Warren slid across the ground, nearly losing his balance from Aswan's push. He was very surprised because he weighed 20 kilograms and the guy just pushed him away with his foot so easily, and judging by his weapon he was not a master of hand-to-hand combat. Warryong looked at him and took him for the real one. Suri shouted, calling for Waranai, whom she was worried about. The tank responded and asked the boss not to worry. The girl releases her threads and notifies that she will disarm the drones and asks to come to the shelter to deal with this guy. But she noted that this was an order and warned that if Peak went to the shelter everything would be over, and he only had 5 minutes. Waryong looked into her eyes with horror. The look was like that because Jerome came close to the girl and smirking asked if she was leaving. He smiled broadly and asked the girl to stay, promising that it would be fun. Waryong didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards him because one of his main tasks was to protect Suri. He struck the stranger with all his might and sent him flying back. He looked at the girl and asked her to leave this showdown to him. He promised that immediately after the end of this fight he would contact her and report that everything was fine with him. The girl quickly ran down the alley, wishing to deal with the drones as quickly as possible, of which there will soon be a whole darkness. Warren thought to himself that if the girl had hesitated even a little she would have heard a lot of swearing from him, and he didn't want that at all. He admired her for not losing her composure even though it was her first war, and noted that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Jerome quickly got there and caught up, laughing loudly, noting that this scene was amazing. Wiping the blood from the broken corner of his mouth, he emphasized that if he saw something like this even once more he would definitely die. Warren was confident, or at least hoped, that everything would go as it should and asked the guy where he came from. Jerome Hare replied that he came from the Philippines and that he studied Korean out of great love, and jokingly asked about his pronunciation. Warren wasn't amused. He slowly walked up to Jerome, piercing him with his gaze. Jerome remained calmly in place and said that in their days the world was rather boring since passion had gone out of it, even from fights. He introduced his name and suggested they have some fun, which was a strange suggestion to fight to the death. He immediately hit Warren in the face with such force that at first glance it was hard to expect from him. But then he received a counterattack because Warren was hard to knock off balance. They continued to fight for a very long time and their strength was almost equal. The attacks were of similar strength and dealt almost the same damage to each other. It was purely hand-to-hand combat without the use of their weapons. Blood from their broken faces spurted in all directions, and the entire street could hear the sounds of powerful blows and quiet groans. None of them gave up and did not give the other a chance to even think about their victory. When Taeha first met Waryong, he thought that he was a member of the 5 stars. He said that he trusted his skills so he wouldn't fight them and would go calmly. Waryong himself was surprised by this. It was strange that the stranger could so easily trust his skills and get out of his way. He was the leader of the 5 stars during the very first days of the war in the Changso area. At that time, the leader of the Yaburi group, Kisub, was his close friend and had also been a star before. In one of the meetings, Warren asked him to provide everything to them, promising to take full responsibility and move them all into new apartments with a beautiful view. Kisub noted that most people in the area were elderly and they couldn't live outside the city for 10 years and die just to get a new apartment. He said that he was going to fight, and even if he could die it was still cool, but he was only worried about his daughter and asked me to do one favor for him. He said that if he died he would leave all decisions to him. Therefore Warren acted out of a sense of duty and respect. This gave him strength. He had someone to win for and someone to protect. He rushed into battle again and again, no matter how dangerous it might be for his own life. He first joined the 5 stars because he wanted to know his strength. But in reality I saw only despair there. It was a world of truly strong people whom he could never surpass. He was ranked 16th in the hierarchy, and that was the end of his powers. But he himself realized this only after the death of his dear friend Kisub. It wasn't what was in front of him that made him stronger, but what was hidden behind him. With this feeling, he remained a very strong opponent for many, and at that moment in a fight with his most sworn enemy Taeha, he was almost on par. This feeling moved him and helped him in the most seemingly deplorable situations. It gave him the opportunity to catch his enemy. He rushed at Jerome and knocked him down. He rose from his blows and delivered his own, feeling no pain or lack of strength or skill. He was a man who paved the way. This path was for those who followed the locomotive Li Waryong. He looked at his opponent and waited for the moment when he would finally be able to deal with him. Aswan Jerome just smiled, pointing at his fist filled with conviction, and asked how he could be so serious when they were having fun. Jerome immediately frowned, noting that in that case he should also become more serious, and that was a bad sign for Tank. A crowbar with a hook that served as Jerome's weapon flashed before Waren's eyes. Jerome looked at him and advised him to leave without pain. Waren remained in place and could not imagine what awaited him in the next minute. Jerome rushed to the side and with one jerk broke through the huge concrete slab that served as a conditional canopy. It began to crack and break into pieces. Waren looked up at it, not understanding what was happening because everything was happening so quickly. The slab began to collapse right on Waren and was about to crush him, but he did not move from the spot. He was hit by that very house at the moment when the slab split into pieces. Therefore, he could do nothing more to save himself. He closed his eyes, preparing to die, but heard a familiar voice remarking that he had done a good job. Opening his eyes, he saw Taeha in front of him, who was able to miraculously save him from several tons of concrete, which would have left only a stain on the asphalt. Taeha smiled and asked to leave everything to him now. Taeha managed to save Waryong from the concrete slab falling on him. He looked around and suddenly heard a noise behind him while he was praising Waryong, who was holding on with all his might. He turned around as quickly as possible and seeing his main enemy in front of him was a little taken aback. Aswan Jerome threw his hook over his shoulder and smiling cheerfully noted that Vendetta was late. Taeha turned to Tank again and asked him to leave this unfinished business to him. He quickly examined the tank and asked if he could move as the wound looked very deep. Waryong held his cut chest and confirmed that the wound was indeed very deep. But the next moment he stood up and smiled widely, indicating that she was not fatal and he was fine. Taeha let out a barely audible sigh of relief and pointed out that he should have walked a block across the street from here and found the black Sonata next to the telephone pole. Taeha explained that Hong In-gyu was in the trunk of that car. He asked Waryong to take In-gyu to the hideout, promising to come as soon as he cleaned up here, and Tank immediately rushed to carry out the order. Jerome smirked and asked if the guy thought he would just let them go. He wanted to rush forward, but a large metal plate stopped him. Another one just like it flew after her, preventing me from moving forward. Jerome had to move very quickly to dodge such a large piece of iron that could easily break his legs. But he continued to smile and indicated that he meant Vendetta specifically, and that Waren was not so interesting to him. At that moment, time seemed to slow down for Taeha and Aswan Jerome, and each of them could track their opponent's movements as if in slow motion. Aswan Jerome hooked the metal plate that was flying at him and tried to redirect it in the opposite direction. Despite this, Taeha was already rushing towards him, and the metal pancake was absolutely no problem for him. But there is still a huge risk that the pancake will hit him directly, since he managed to dodge it with great difficulty. He jumped to the side and glanced at Jerome, who was still in place and seemed to be waiting for him to approach him. Well, then he suddenly pounced on him with a very creepy smile, but Taeha managed to intercept and block his blow. Taeha looked him in the eye and asked if he really called him his enemy. Jerome was surprised with a terrible passion in his eyes, noting that he considered this to be true. Well, the fight between them at that moment did not stop, and they continued to try to neutralize each other. Taeha was confused by his opponent's position and noted that the idea of becoming a stalker could only come to the mind of a crazy person. Jerome just laughed at this, noting that it was essentially the same thing. At that time, the war was also continuing elsewhere in the area. Shots and explosions were heard everywhere and flashes of fire were visible. Suri was watching everything from the roof of one of the buildings. She was in control of the situation, observing the entire situation and trying to interfere with the drones according to the situation. Looking into the distance, the girl discovered that there were too many drones and she should not stay in her place any longer. At that moment, the battle with Peak was going on 50 meters from the shelter in the quarter, and it was very difficult to get to the headquarters. Gray tried to hide as best as possible and reassured himself that everything was fine, and even though the situation was terrible, the enemies would not be able to find them. The arrival of just one man meant the end of the war, and they had to hold out as long as possible, but only until the time of his arrival. Suri, moving across the rooftops to another place, was very surprised by who she saw below. She turned around to make sure of what she saw and to assess how dangerous it was. While Ryong quickly reached the car that Taeha had told him about and opened the trunk as expected to find In-gyu tied up. Tank smiled with pleasure in his eyes, calling his name and seeing him in such a state. In-gyu could only moan through the bandage that covered his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Warren had been waiting for such a meeting for a long time, and his hand involuntarily reached out to In-gyu's face and grabbed it tightly. He wanted to smash his head, assuming that if he smashed his skull, the war would end immediately. And if for some reason this person loses, the leader alone won't be able to stop Jerome, so maybe it would be better to end the war here and then ask for help from the 5 stars. In-gyu continued to moan, most likely begging his enemy to spare him and give him a chance to live. Warren thought that Ki-sub's enemy was behind all of this, and if their client was killed, then Peak and Jerome would have no choice but to leave the battlefield. His thoughts were interrupted by the noise of the blades of weapons touching, and his head was raised up. He saw Taeha and Jerome there, who for some reason had gotten so close. They were both crazy enough to fall from a high roof with a wide grin in excitement. The screeching of blades echoed through the alley. It made you want to involuntarily grimace and cover your ears, but for these guys the sound was the sweetest of all. They also both had incredible strength, and fighting each other was not that easy, which added a lot of interest. It was very difficult to follow these two as they moved like 2 hurricanes, destroying everything in their path. Taeha managed to gain an advantage in their fight in an instant, and he delivered a kick to his opponent, knocking him back. Jerome huddled up and slid along the ground, half sitting, still smiling as widely as before. He stood up and shared that he was surprised when he learned that Taeha was in Korea. Not losing sight of his opponent, he also noted that he now understood why Taeha returned to Korea. Jerome used his hook to rip the air conditioner off the roof of the house and threw it in the other direction with a loud bang. At the same time, he noted that, for the kind of murderers they were, Korea was a paradise. Without waiting for an answer, he asked whether Taeha agreed with his opinion. Taeha noticed too late that a huge piece of iron was flying at him, which was almost impossible to dodge. With such a powerful blow, Taeha flew to the side and broke through the window glass with his body and flew out to another part of the roof. Jerome jumped over the roof of this attic, swinging his hook, and rushed after him. He laughed very loudly, enjoying every second of their fight and the fact that he was in anticipation of his imminent victory. One of the soldiers turned to Gray and asked if it was possible to end all this if only one person they were waiting for came. She continued to shoot back at the enemies, but her strength was running out. Gray confirmed that this was indeed the case, to which the man asked if he was sure of this and clarified who this person was. Ray pointed out that the group of Cheonggu leaders that appeared on television were called the Royal Family. And this man was the terrorist who killed this family. Taeha tried to gain an advantage and not let his opponent even think about winning and rushed to attack. Thanks to one of his skills, he was able to wound Jerome and his blood splashed around. Gray noted that the killer of the royal family came from an aristocratic family from the same one. And the most correct way to call this man was a nobleman. It was in England that they first met because their goals coincided. Then a fight of no less than simple length took place between them, but it did not lead to a complete victory for one of them. Taeha felt a wild desire to do everything possible to make his enemy disappear from the face of the earth. Jerome smiled in his face and in the face of his death. He did not know what fear was and treated such things with passion. Taeha was already a top-notch knife user and had his nickname Vendetta. He cut the air with his blades and the smell of blood was heard. Aswan Jerome did not immediately understand what had happened and came to a slight confusion, trying to rise from the ground using his hook. But the pain still made itself known, and he looked around his body in confusion. Both of his legs were cut by Taeha's knives and looked like a bloody mess. Jerome was unable to get up, and he was on a railroad track with a train approaching him. It was too late to do anything, and then Taeha could see confusion and fear on his face when he turned to him. Taeha didn't want to watch the train finish his work and turned away. Then he thought that he had definitely killed him, because in such a situation there was no chance of salvation. And then when he killed a traitor who was trying to cross into Russia, something happened that could not have been expected. They met again, but this time in flight, jumping from the plane and finding themselves between the clouds opposite each other. Aswan Jerome didn't miss his chance and struck immediately, not giving Taeha time to recover. But Taeha couldn't be knocked out of himself so easily, and Aswan Jerome immediately received a counter blow to the head. And we silence our enemy. Taeha, without losing his head, cut the straps of his backpack with a parachute. Having gained the advantage in the position, Taeha with a little effort pushed Jerome with his foot, accelerating his fall downwards without a parachute. With all the hopes, even then Jerome managed to survive incredible heights. With each new encounter, Aswan Jerome only became stronger and had a better chance of survival in any situation. And then Jerome laughed, pointing out that Taeha's blow was shallow, close, and very light. He continued to laugh because he used less force when he hit Taeha with his right hand than when he hit him with his left. These words only made him angrier. Aswan Jerome stood up and brought his face closer to Taeha, looking straight into his eyes, as if looking straight into his soul. Aswan Jerome said that Taeha missed another chance to kill him and grinned smugly, but it seemed that all the fights were just a game for him. Jerome swung his iron hook, and Taeha slid back, taking a blow that fortunately he managed to soften a little and not get seriously injured. Taeha quickly rose to his feet and quickly looked around in search of his opponent, who instantly disappeared from his sight in those split seconds. Meanwhile, Aswan Jerome was behind him and was about to jump and deliver another blow to his sworn enemy. Jerome pointed out that Taeha had injured his arm and mockingly called him a great fighter. And he also had to dodge Taeha's blow, and he shouted that he now understood why he came to this country. Noting that in this crazy country where the president was killed and a lawless zone was created, he concluded that it would be unfair if there were not such strong people as his opponent. Having cornered Taeha, Aswan Jerome pointed out that only one was the strongest, and his name was Vendetta. He screamed that Taeha was the only one who was able to push him to the brink of death and thus made him stronger. Aswan Jerome's hook hit the metal barrel that Taeha was pinned to and slid down, making a deep scratch. The next moment he tore a piece of iron from the barrel, and along with this sheet of metal, Vendetta also flew away. A sheet of metal embraced Taeha, dragging him along and not giving him the opportunity to free himself. Jerome, without missing the opportunity, turned around and jumped towards him, hooking his back to deliver the strongest blow possible. There was a sound of scraping metal. Aswan Jerome did what he wanted. Having landed, he remained standing in place, examining a piece of the barrel under which the body of his enemy should have been lying. But after looking around carefully, he discovered that Taeha was not there, and this left him confused. He couldn't believe that his opponent managed to dodge the blow while it was still in progress. It seemed to him that he saw exactly what was hitting him. If he could hide from his field of vision, he would be able to notice it. There was a noise behind him, and he immediately reacted by waving his hook behind him. He smiled again and shouted that Vendetta had failed again. He shouted that this time he could deal with him, and at that moment Taeha stood behind him, preparing to strike. Sensing his presence, Aswan Jerome turned around. This surprised him even more. He couldn't understand how Taeha managed to move so quickly from one place to another without making a sound, without being seen by him. But Taeha decided not to answer his opponent and immediately began to attack him. And only when he managed to wound Jerome did he hiss that he was the same as him. "I'll make another blow," he emphasized that he stopped more strongly after meeting with the bony one. Meanwhile, Suri was running across the rooftops of the neighborhood, trying to act as quickly as possible. But she was moving towards the location of the UAV operators she had heard about on the radio, which was the last one. She needed to deal with them quickly and return to headquarters. Hearing a noise below, she went to the edge of the roof and looked at what was happening. Several men were dragging another badly beaten into a black-tinted car. One of them turned around and looked straight at her. She didn't know these people. The girl could only assume that this was a new side of the conflict which few people knew about. The man asked her name and introduced himself as being from a special 5-star unit. He explained that they had come on orders from leader Zhang Hua-min. One of their men was already near Taeha, who was finishing off his enemy. He didn't know what to do and asked about it openly. Looking at Taeha, he indicated that he could receive an order to kill him, and in that case the actions were unclear. He looked at Taeha with confusion, waiting for his answer. He didn't speak much of his desire to participate in this death. Taeha remembered him because they had met before, but it was a mystery how he knew about this place. Taeha realized that this guy said that he was not a human from Yungu, which meant that Hong and Gyu could not summon him. If this guy wanted to kill him, he could have simply attacked from behind, but he entered into an open fight and also started talking. Taeha also decided to talk to him openly and asked if he was one of the 5 stars, noting that he immediately thought he was unusual. The guy turned away, thanking him for the compliment, expressing hope that this would be the end of it, and asked if he had heard what would happen if someone decided to resist his work. Taeha replied that he had heard something, but he was not the one who would be the first to cross the line in the Changso area. Taeha thought out loud about Chong, and then there was a noise behind him. Aswan Jerome, with a knife sticking out of his chest, rose to his feet. Hua Min and Tae Ha looked at Aswan Jerome in horror, not understanding how he could still be conscious with such wounds. He continued to joke and smiling slightly said that little by little everything worked out. Tae Ha rushed towards his knife, which was giving birth nearby on the ground. Quickly grabbing him, he immediately struck Jerome, who was already behind him but missed. From under his cloak, he reached out and a grenade appeared. He threw it at the guys and smiling even more he said in Indonesian that they would meet again, calling Tae Ha a friend. The guys stepped aside and closed their eyes from the bright flash that happened as a result of the explosion. Tae Ha looked through his fingers at Aswan, who he had failed to defeat. He shouted loudly, called him a bastard, and wanted to rush after him, but Hua Min stopped him with his stick. He ordered him to stop and asked him to sort everything out in order. Tae Ha was unhappy with this and looked angrily at his next opponent. But he shouted that he was first in line and rushed at him with a knife. Hua Min managed to block the blow with his weapon, which had recently inflicted a wound on himself. Tae Ha was very surprised by this movement of Hua Min because it was impossible to tell that he had such good skills. Hua Min pointed out that he still couldn't keep up with Tae Ha's incredible speed and started again, the same way as last time. So if he were to hit again and land, it would be a complete failure. He pointed out that apparently the guy wasn't in the best shape due to the previous fight, so he missed some things. Tae Ha thought to himself that he knew the opponent was strong, but he turned out to be a genius who was only growing. If this were really the case, then he must have been in a position where his opinion was listened to in 5 stars. The fight continued, and with every move Hua Min made, Tae Ha became more and more surprised. Tae Ha chose the moment to say that he saw that Hua Min did not want blood at all, hinting at a peaceful solution to their conflict. He looked into Hua Min's eyes and understood that he had never killed anyone in his life and asked about it openly. But Hua Min was not embarrassed or confused by this question, and he continued the fight without giving any hint that it could end easily. He ran towards his opponent and suddenly stopped, discovering that he was no longer in his previous place. Tae Ha still had much higher skills than him and was already standing behind him grinning. Hua Min didn't waste a single second of his time and immediately rushed at him, although he didn't expect it. He growled in Tae Ha's face, telling him that he had been beaten half to death many times. This jerk and animalistic look made Tae Ha a little nervous, and now he didn't know what to expect from his opponent. Tae Ha was able to dodge his attack again and ended up behind him. He asked him to go up to the 3rd floor of an abandoned building, half a kilometer to the northwest, indicating that local residents had taken refuge there. Despite Hua Min's excitement alone, Tae Ha pointed out that he would never be able to kill him, but he could still achieve some results. Immediately after these words, he disappeared from sight as if he had never been in this alley. Hua Min was left completely at a loss because this fight was not part of his plans. Moreover, he could not lose sight of Tae Ha. He was seething with anger because this guy really irritated him. The quarter continued to swarm with people from different groups, each pursuing their own goal. Seoul Special Forces 5 The Star tried to contact at least someone in this area, trying to convey an important message. They offered to surrender to everyone who heard this, otherwise they would all be dealt with as they saw fit. This message was repeated several times, and some people really didn't like it. The man entered the building and discovered several corpses from whose headphones this message was heard. He was surprised that the 5 stars were already here and assumed that they had probably planted a spy. Gray heard his ally go quiet and call out to him, asking him to wake up. The man asked to lower his voice and assured that he was fine, and again emphasized that no one should hear them. Although in fact his condition was very bad as he suffered from several gunshot wounds. They notified the commander that there were currently only 2 people in the shelter well. There was also an ambush in the neighboring buildings, and it was quite dangerous. The commander was asked to retreat because the 5 stars were already close, but he interrupted this message and shouted for everyone to shut up. He didn't want to admit his defeat and thought, only about 10 billion. I know that such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. Go in Shik on the radio and suggested that they see who would make it to the end. In Shik showed that if they just killed the commander-in-chief, then Jerome would take care of the rest, and they just needed to finish quickly and get out. He was in the mood to finish everyone off himself, and his main target was Tae Ha. Suddenly a hand came out of the darkness behind him and covered his mouth. Warryong was unhappy that In-shik could only value his life at that amount. In-shik, despite his unfortunate situation, turned to Warryong, trying to convince him that all his people were dead. But Warren's mother was worried about these now completely empty words. He just wanted this man to pay for all the blood he had managed to shed. He put all his strength into his blow. Blood began to flow from In-shik's mouth, and it was clear that he had received very serious injuries. Things became uneasy again, and one of the people with whom everything was wrong was quickly noticed on the roof. His men immediately noticed this and shouted at him, but before they could even notice, their necks were caught in the deadly threads. Suri acted very quickly, trying not to attract attention to herself and making as little noise as possible. She dealt with the two of them quite quickly with her special weapon. One of the people fell down, and even if it was not enough anywhere, the height did its job. The girl ran on. I was glad that everything was ready and everything would soon end. 5 minutes later, a guy showed up at the scene of the murder. Wamin didn't focus too much on the people who were already dead and began to climb up the steps. Having climbed up to the floor and entered the right door, he froze in place, seeing what awaited him. Taeha, who noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, sat on a huge spool of rope that served as a negotiating table, and on either side of him sat Suri and the tied-up Ingyu. Taeha tried to be polite and introduced Suri, the representative of the Changso district. After the girl, he introduced the representative of Cheonggu Hong Ingyu, who looked at him with eyes full of tears and mumbled something unintelligible through the blindfold. Taeha looked at the confused Wamin again, noting that the representative of the 5 stars was also there, and it turned out that everyone who was needed was gathered. Taeha proposed to complete the renovation project of the Changso district through these negotiations and come to a mutually acceptable result. For a while, the area was quiet. There were no more gunshots, drones, or fights, but the price of this silence was high. Many people died, both their own and the enemy. Wyman, hiding in the alleys, reported in a whisper on the phone about what had happened, assuring that he did not interfere. After listening to his interlocutor, he explained that he was not very good at communicating about such things and asked his interlocutor to come himself. Wyman didn't hear someone approaching from behind and tensed up when he heard the request to not sigh so often. Wyman let out another breath when he turned around and realized who was talking to him and continued searching for a lighter in the pockets of his coat. Taeha came closer and lit a lighter to help light the cigarette. He smiled and noted that they had worked the night shift well. Lighting a cigarette from Taeha's hand, Wyman sarcastically remarked that he finally had cigarettes with him. Taeha, throwing a laugh, emphasized that they were not only his and asked to treat himself, to which Wyman jokingly asked him to get lost. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Wyman started talking about how, to be honest, he hadn't thought about his winnings, and that it was like luck that would hardly work out next time. He continued to think out loud and came to the conclusion that it was worth fighting 3 more times so that he could definitely win. Taeha froze for a moment, looking at his interlocutor and delving into his words. Taeha replied that he felt sorry that Wyman only had 1 life and asked him to shut up. It was time to move on, and Taeha threw his cigarette aside. It flashed through the air like a flame and fell onto the concrete floor with barely audible sound. Finally, Wyman said that he heard that Yung from Junggu said that Baek Jun-soo had personally cut off one of Taeha's important male parts. He wondered out loud why he was still alive and who he actually was. Taeha turned around and, with a smile apologizing, asked to talk about this at the next meeting and, of course, to be patient. Wyman cursed and said that he was not at all happy when Taeha beat around the bush. Wyman wondered if he could be as chatty with the person who was about to arrive. The meeting place was at one of the construction sites. Kim Jae-pil was only with 2 people from his security detail and walked very confidently down the alley, not afraid of anything. Waren, upon seeing him, bowed low as a sign of respect. He gave his name and noted that he was the former leader of the Incheon branch group. Waryong apologized for having to receive the vice president in such a shabby state. Jae-pil twisted his mouth slightly into a semblance of a smile, and noting how long it had been since they had seen each other, noticed how battered Waryong was. Warun, without changing his expression, reported that there were no problems with the movement. Jae-pil replied that this was the problem with Waryong and asked why he was so polite since he left the organization. As he left, Jae-pil asked Waryong not to bow his head in front of others so easily because he did not want to see the back of his head, and noted that he let him go so that he could see the guy like that. Min heard the entire conversation and chuckled to himself. Waryong was very surprised, but only because Jung Min, who was ranked 7th, was there, and the whole situation was not standard. Kim Jae-pil used politics to destroy the 5-star organizational system that decided everything with a fist. When the president ignored the hierarchy and appointed him as the second person in the ranking, chaos ensued. If Kim Jae-pil were sent to a place where he couldn't use his fists, he would definitely win and things could become even more difficult than with Young-woo. Soo-ri was very tense when another person appeared at the door. Kim Jae-pil introduced himself and clarifying that he was one of the 5 stars asked for permission to begin with a brief summary. The manager of Cheonggu Electronics, Hong In-gyu, who is also a member of the board of directors, loudly groaned, trying to say something through the thick bandage on his mouth. Jae-pil asked for In-gyu to be released immediately, and adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose emphasized that all conversations would only take place after that. Soo-ri jumped to her feet outraged by such a demand, and Tae-ha pointed out that In-gyu was a criminal who broke the agreement and tried to kill all the residents of the area. After that, he asked Jae-pil to just shut his mouth, clearly not afraid of the consequences of such a tone. Jae-pil's expression changed and he replied that Tae-ha was a stranger who had no part in this conversation and warned that he would leave if the guy said even one more word. Tae-ha thought completely differently, but he kept his mouth shut for now. Jae-pil repeated his demand to release In-gyu immediately. Tae-ha looked at Soo-ri, still silent. The next moment, the ropes that bound In-gyu were cut. Jae-pil said that the car was parked below and In-gyu could go to it first. In-gyu, heading towards the exit, thanked for rescuing him and promised to thank him properly for it. He was incredibly angry and also emphasized that he would not forget this situation and would not leave everything so simple. Soo-ri was disappointed and could barely hold on. She turned to Jae-pil and explained that In-gyu was planning to kill all the residents of the area and secretly begin renovations, and noted that Jae-pil didn't even know about it and almost got stabbed in the back. Apparently, they weren't going to do anything about it. Jae-pil asked the girl how he could trust her. Soo-ri didn't expect such a question, thinking that she didn't have to prove the truth of her words. Jae-pil asked how he could know whether In-gyu had really broken the agreement and tried to secretly take over the 3rd block, or whether he and the girl had simply had a fight after secretly negotiating with Young-woo. Soo-ri shouted that this man threatened her father in the hospital and he kidnapped the man who was almost killed by Jae-pil's number 3 during the last war. Jae-pil was unperturbed and asked if her father was not the person who attacked In-gyu in the hospital. The girl could not find an answer to this and froze. Jae-pil said that even if, as the girl said, In-gyu threatened, then his actions were not justified, but it was a little different if that person continued to threaten and intimidate In-gyu. Thus, the current war would have been started by the Japanese, who provoked the Cheong through outside intervention, and the role of the 5 stars was to hold both sides accountable for breaking the agreement. After looking at everyone present, Jae-pil asked them if they had any reason that could refute his proposal. Tae-ha was extremely shocked by this turn of events and didn't even know what to answer. Soo-ri quickly thought and replied that in that case they would not negotiate with him. Adjusting his glasses again, Jae-pil said that he was sorry, but the time for making a decision had passed, and emphasized that the girl had already agreed to the terms of the agreement and later violated them. Jae-pil headed towards the exit with his security and warned that he would provide this proposal within 24 hours, during which I would have to familiarize myself with it and give my answer no later than 24 hours later. Tae-ha and Soo-ri were left alone. They were in a stupor and did not know how to react to this situation. Suddenly, Soo-ri kicked the chair next to her with all her might, trying to free herself from the anger that was filling her. Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. She said out loud that she regretted that she couldn't even get a word in because of her anger, and noted that Jae-pil apparently hadn't intended to talk to them in the first place. Tae-ha completely agreed with her words. Soo-ri went to the window and looked at the night city and said that apparently everyone knew about them, and there must have been a spy among her people. Tae-ha agreed with this too. The girl looked at Tae-ha and asked if they were continuing to act according to their plan, or if something would still have to be changed. Tae-ha replied that they would act according to plan and praised the girl for how well she had done. Jae-pil and his men went to the car parked near the building where the negotiations were to be held. As Jae-pil got into the car, he turned to Hwa-min and said that he should go by himself, which the young man did not expect at all. Jae-pil replied with a very serious face that since Hwa-min was such a coward with his tail between his legs, he would not give him a ride, and it would be better for him to take a taxi. Jae-pil closed the doors behind him and the car drove away. Hwa-min waved and shouted after them, completely dissatisfied with how he was treated. When the car disappeared from sight, Hwa-min began to swear loudly all over the street, not understanding why everything went the way it did. Jae-pil, sitting in the back seat of his car, had no idea that everything was not going as he had planned. Soon the road in the car was blocked by a young man who was clearly waiting for her. Tae-ha didn't flinch at all. I expect that the car should definitely stop right in front of him. He was very determined and wanted to finish all his business. The car actually stopped a meter away from him. Tae-ha walked up to the back door. The window rolled down and Jae-pil asked with displeasure what the boy wanted. Tae-ha said that since Jungkook and the 5 stars were on the same committee, even if a conflict of interest arose, they should not cross the line. The young man emphasized that however, if In-gyu, who was released, disappears somewhere, then Cheonggu, having lost its leadership, including the chairman, will lose the opportunity to find In-gyu's successor for some time. Tae-ha noted that if there was no other choice but to pause the announcement between the 5-star Jungkook and Yaburi, who this might be a good opportunity to talk. Tae-ha smiled and noted that it would be a particularly good opportunity for those who had no reason to negotiate or talk with strangers. At that moment, Jae-pil realized some things that initially seemed strange to him. He realized that Hwa Ryong was there at that moment not to greet him, but to catch Hong In-gyu if he was released. Jae-pil adjusted his glasses and shared that he thought Tae-ha would come to him, but he still found it strange to see someone who could communicate like that. Jae-pil smiled and, noting that there was an empty seat next to him, offered the young man a lift. Jae-pil urged the young man to accept his proposal, but Tae-ha did not budge. The young man smiled and noted that they were not that close and noted that it would be better for them to talk about it outside. Jae-pil smiled and noted that he wasn't going to set any traps but just wanted to go to a good cigar bar. Tae-ha accepted this game and replied that in that case everything would be even more difficult because he was a little picky about cigars. Jae-pil immediately changed the subject and noted that he knew about Tae-ha's long absence from Korea and asked where the young man had been for such a long time. Hearing that the young man had lived in Italy all this time, Jae-pil smiled and seemed to be immersed in some memories. After thinking for a bit, he replied that there were Italian cigars in the cigar bar, but since he didn't smoke them, he couldn't remember the name very well. Then he suggested that they were called Tosca. Tae-ha accepted the offer and soon found himself in the seat next to Jae-pil's car. Tae-ha, sitting down more comfortably, noted that if Jae-pil had immediately clarified the brand of cigarettes, they would have gone much faster. The man was very surprised by this and decided to remain silent. Some time later, Jae-pil noted that the car was going too fast and emphasized that in Seoul it was not possible to drive more than 50 kilometers per hour, but for Tae-ha this was not a problem. Soon the two of them reached that very cigarette bar. The place was really very high class. Tae-ha and Jae-pil sat down at one of the tables on a luxurious leather chair, and a man immediately hurried up to them carrying cigars. The man opened the box and explained that it contained the agars that Jae-pil usually smoked as well as those he had ordered earlier. Jae-pil thanked the master with a smile and then wished them a pleasant evening. Tae-ha stopped the master wanting to say something. He turned to the master and asked if he had any matches and asked him to bring them if he had any. The conversation did not begin immediately. At first, the men enjoyed a pleasant evening in a good establishment. Tae-ha took the cigar and explained that this brand was very rare because it contained a mixture of Kentucky leaves, and they said that people from all walks of life, starting with workers, had long enjoyed it. This cigar was notable for its length. Tae-ha explained that it could be cut down the middle and smoked together with someone. I handed him the second half of the cigar, and the young man noted that this is precisely why it was called the cigar of friendship. Jae-pil took the second half of the cigar with some timidity. It took from half an hour to an hour to smoke a cigar, and a person's time was cut in half. The first puff of the cigar was accompanied by absolute silence. After a few puffs, Jae-pil said that the cigar offered to him was also very good. After this, Jae-pil admitted that he didn't care whether the renovation of the third quarter of the Changso district would be carried out, and that was why there was no point in him interfering. He then explained the reasons why he went there. Firstly, Hwa Min was still too young for such clashes. Secondly, Jae-pil didn't understand how someone who attacked Young-woo could play in a place like this. Tae-ha exhaled smoke and emphasized that he almost died that day and was only able to survive thanks to the locals. The young man asked to guarantee the residents of the Changso district safety and housing until the completion of the renovation, since it will still happen. Taking another long drag, Tae-ha asked to at least ensure that the expenses for moving to the new apartment in the Gangnam area would be fully paid and that there would be no additional expenses until the renovation was completed. Jae-pil smiled and noted that the construction cost alone was estimated at 3 million won, and if he provided such support to nearly 1,000 families, they would receive 10 times the original price of their home. Tae-ha asked if he hadn't met him to negotiate and noted that Jae-pil was not in such a good position, and apparently the meeting was only to find out what would happen to Cheonggu. The smile disappeared from Jae-pil's face and he refuted Tae-ha's assumption. The meeting took place because everyone knew about the committee, the #1 national corporation that controlled all the advanced industries of South Korea and the entertainment industry. This was the Cheonggu Company, the main culprit of the assassination of the president in 1990, and a huge criminal organization whose hierarchy was built on people who were evaluated by their talents. It was a 5-star organization. The Church of Eternal Life was a pseudo-religion and leading lobby group that belonged to every president elected after the assassination of the president and over 70% of the members of the National Assembly. The largest organized crime group formed by those in power as well as field commanders and the media who were forced out by the 5 stars centered around the king of the Menden moneylenders created for battle. It was the Tobin Society. The committee was the 5 forces that ruled and controlled South Korea since 1990. The organizer of the committee was Mr. Yong. Jae-pil stressed that everyone wanted to maintain a balance in which power was not concentrated in any one hand. Tae-ha remained silent and took a slow drag on his cigar, lost in his thoughts. A short time later, the young man asked if this meant that Jae-pil thought that Jin Young could upset this balance. Jae-pil laughed and replied that this was not the case, which the young man himself knew very well. After this, Jae-pil, hiding his surprise, asked if it was Jin Young who accidentally almost killed the young man. Tae-ha didn't answer right away. Images from the day he tried to deal with Jin Chung flashed before his eyes. Then he got really badly hit and even passed out for a while. The man broke his daggers with one hand and noted that that was all. After replaying these images in his head, Tae-ha replied that he was almost killed by Park Jun-soo. There is Jun-soo in Cheonggu. This was the phrase that was always used when showing respect to Cheonggu. It was about a man with no pedigree who suddenly took the job of bodyguard of the first chairman. At the same time, that monster was responsible for the entire military power of the Cheonggu during such a turbulent period. Thanks to Baek Jun-soo, the position of the chairman of the Jeonggu gained value. This was the first time he came to the forefront as a result of a coup d'etat. Jae-pil hated to think about it, but he knew that if he used Jin Young to show his lust for power, the balance that had been tenuously maintained for decades would collapse. Tae-ha, after listening to the long monologue, asked what exactly Jae-pil wanted from him. Having exhaled the smoke, completely freeing my lungs from cigar smoke, Jae-pil smiled and replied that the young man himself understood everything perfectly well. Tae-ha had to kill Jin Sung and Baek Jun-soo. At this point, Tae-ha stood up from the table and thanked them for the evening. He said that they understood that Jae-pil would definitely look into Chang-so's case. Without even looking in Tae-ha's direction, Jae-pil emphasized that if any outsider knew about the committee's existence, they should be killed. After these words, the man still looked towards Tae-ha and asked him to wait, noting that he would like to maintain contact with him as long as possible. Tae-ha didn't answer and headed towards the exit of the establishment, and only before the doors he turned around and replied that he was waiting for the current board of directors of Cheonggu. In one of the office rooms, a fax machine started printing quite unexpectedly. It was the main office of Cheonggu Electronics on the 31st floor. The girl reacted to the sound with surprise. The girl approached the device to view the received fax, being very interested in who exactly sent it. Taking the paper in her hands, she carefully examined the contents. What was in the fax was quite unexpected for her. The waterfall roared loudly. The water fell fearlessly from a great height. The man ran barefoot as fast as he could. It was board member Chong Pee-do. He ran to the embankment of stones and leaned on them, trying to catch his breath. In the pond right under the waterfall stood a huge man. They approached him and informed him that CEO In-gyu would not be present for the vote. The man continued to stand and did not even turn towards the voice. Pee-do shouted that this information was transmitted via fax, which said that In-gyu would be sent by a proxy. The man nevertheless turned around and said that he was very interested in who this trusted person was. The night was full of important events, but the day also brought many corrections and news. But to gain strength to solve many problems, it was necessary to drink coffee. To prepare it, a heated ceramic cup from an espresso machine was used. The coffee beans were a mixture of Arabica and Robusta in a ratio of 7:3. Mixed dark roast coffee beans, making a ristretto in a ceramic cup. The most important thing about this drink was the slightly floating foam. This cup of Italian ristretto Neapolitan style delighted Tae-ha, who brought several servings for his new acquaintances. No one present had tried this coffee. Suri decided to try it first. First, she fully smelled the coffee before taking her first sip. Having fully felt the special aroma of the drink, the girl took a sip. As it turned out, she wasn't the only one who didn't like the coffee. Everyone present also shouted indignantly that it was too hot and bitter. Gray shared that he thought his throat would be burned and was outraged that Tae-ha wanted the coffee to be drunk in one gulp. Suri, supporting Gray, noted that it looked like an attempted murder. Tae-ha, having drunk the coffee with great pleasure, explained that it was a drink that he usually drank before work to charge himself with energy and promised that he could quickly get used to it. Waren well, she said that the coffee was too bitter for him, it was impossible to drink. Tae-ha asked that in their life was it considered a sin to use sugar. No one present thought to dilute the drink with sugar, but when Tae-ha, enjoying his coffee, noted that he personally added sugar, Suri decided that she would choose another drink that would be more refreshing and wanted to order an iced Americano. But Tae-ha blocked her way and jokingly threatened her. The girl laughed at him and asked him to come to his senses, noting that there was nothing bad in the cold coffee. Soon the discussion about coffee preferences died down and a more important conversation began. Gray asked how the negotiations with the 5 stars went. Tae-ha's expression immediately changed and he remained silent for a while. That day at the cigar bar, Kim Jae-pil accepted all the initial offers. Guarantee of free rent of new apartments for residents of the area until the completion of the renovation and no additional contributions during construction. However, after the move, the deal had to be unconditionally sold to the company designated by the 5 stars, and in addition, half of the profits received went to the 5 stars. To Tae-ha's surprise, everything went better than expected. But there was still a not very pleasant nuance. Kim Jae-pil wanted Suri to step down as leader. It was the most unexpected thing that Jae-pil asked at the end of his conversation with Tae-ha. At that moment, Tae-ha practically walked out of the hall. But Jae-pil's words interested him, and he lingered for a moment. Jae-pil noted that he knew that Suri fought using a specially made thread as a weapon and asked if it was known who taught her this. Tae-ha emphasized that he was not sure, but it seems she said that she learned it from someone and ran away. It was then that Jae-pil set another condition for her to step down as leader in favor of Lee Hwa-ryong. Tae-ha was very surprised by this and asked why such a requirement had arisen. Jae-pil explained that the reason was that it would be easier for them to communicate with them, but he kept silent about his true intentions. He mentioned that he was preparing for one event, and in South Korea there was only one person who could use such a weapon. Everyone became curious as to whether teacher Suri was really that famous. Suri exhaled and replied that she didn't know much about him, but her father was surprised when a guy named Stut approached her first and proposed. He said that the girl could join the Kushai and the strongest group in the whole world or something like that. Suri admitted that she would have agreed without hesitation because they offered a lot of money, but in the end she was locked in a palace-like hammock for a day. After listening to the girl, Tae-ha stated that now that they had touched on the necessary topic, he would like to make a statement. Tae-ha expressed his wish for Yaburi to join the 5 stars. Gray's mother looked at the young man in surprise and asked again if she had really misheard it. Tae-ha explained that Kim Jae-pil also agreed with this. It was possible to become part of this conglomerate, one of its many factions. Suri stood up abruptly from the table without taking her eyes off Tae-ha. The girl was clearly outraged. She said that she appreciated Tae-ha's help, but such a proposal was absolutely impossible. Even though Changgu started everything, but it was the 5 stars that made her father who he is, and she will not go over to the enemy's side. Tae-ha tried to convince her and said that this was the only way to save her father. Suri's father was still in the hospital. If they found out that Hong In-gyu was missing, he would be in danger. The girl herself understood this but did not want to take the side of the organization with which she was at odds. A crowd of men entered the hall and, turning to the boss, declared that this could be done. One of the men said that he thought it was a good idea for them to be part of the 5 stars. Suri screamed at her uncle, trying to reason with him. Gray's mother supported the girl and asked the man not to overdo it. The man explained that if they did not join them now, then Ongu would definitely return to take revenge. He warned that these would not be mercenaries as usual, but their real troops. These were the Changga security, who had much greater powers and strength overall. These words made Tae-ha think about something. Uncle Suri noted that a lot of people had died in 3 years. These were parents, friends, and neighbors, although in general it didn't matter. It was known that Ki-sub was alive and was in the hospital in Changgu, but no one did anything out of fear for their lives. Suri's father promised to fight to the end even though he might die. He was only worried about his daughter, so he asked for one favor. Uncle Suri pointed out that it was not her father or anyone else who made the district strong, but that it was possible because they had a boss who protected and guided everyone. The man bowed very low and addressed the girl as a leader, noting that she had worked well all the time. The girl had something to lose, so she had to give it to them. Tears welled up in Suri's eyes. She didn't know how else to react to what she was hearing or whether she should say anything at all. She said that apparently everything had already been decided and done for her, considering her to be little. Having exhaled and wiped the tears from her face, the girl put on her cap and suggested that in that case they go and have a drink together. She looked at everyone present and asked if they were sure they would have a joint dinner at the Bauman restaurant, and then noted that they should have booked a bigger table. Tae-ha was silent the whole time, trying to catch as many details as possible to organize his plan as best as possible. Now he had Hong In-gyu's fingerprints and could join the board of directors. Deep down he was very happy that it was his turn now, and Jin Chong was still lagging behind. The car was driving very fast along the highway. The man sitting inside was talking on the phone and trying to figure out what was going on. A board member of the Cheonggu named Jang Pe-do was trying to find out if Hong In-gyu's location had been discovered. The girl talking to him replied that everything was still in progress and that currently the Public Relations Department and the Human Resources Department of the Criminal Office were working together to find him. Then they arrived at his house. It was empty, and it was also confirmed that the 2 lions that Director Hong had raised had been shot. Pe-do was very surprised that there were no more animals. The girl continued speaking and said that she received a call from 5 stars regarding a renovation site in the 3rd block of the Changso district that Director Hong In-gyu was working on. They found out that Hong In-gyu had violated the ceasefire, and so it was decided that the renovation would be carried out under her stars in accordance with the agreement. This made Pe-do furious. Pe-do couldn't understand what was going on. He knew that Director Hong In-gyu was an idiot who was forced into the position by Jin Young, but still In-gyu went missing after such a reckless act. Even if it was murder, it could really be imagined. Before he could finish these thoughts, he was interrupted by another call from the deputy chairman. Yun Guang, who was the vice chairman of Cheonggu and a member of the board of directors, asked what the name of the person who represented In-gyu was. It was all very complicated. The story continued on Uido Island in the Yongdongpo area of Gyeonggu City at the headquarters. Hong In-gyu, a board member of Cheonggu Electronics, was severely beaten, but he was talking about a board meeting that was held on the 60th floor. Opposite him stood Tae-ha looking at the phone. He noted that the council consisted of 15 people and they were really important people. In-gyu didn't respond to this and just clenched his teeth and turned away. Tae-ha didn't like it when his questions weren't answered, and he abruptly thrust his blade into In-gyu's throat and demanded an answer. The man cowered in fear and screamed that everything was right. Tae-ha smiled and asked not to misunderstand him, but he didn't save his life in order to find out information because he already knows enough. He just wanted to check if there were any differences. In-gyu bowed his head from under his forehead, looking at Tae-ha, and asked what he wanted from him then. Tae-ha turned his back to him and replied that he didn't want anything at all, which surprised In-gyu even more. Tae-ha smiled and said that even if he returned to the board of directors here, Jin Chung would kill him if it became known that the Changso district had gone over to the side of the 5 stars, and he personally gave him this position. Hong In-gyu has lost all his connections and will meet his death as soon as he gets out. Tae-ha looked at the frightened man and asked how he could return to his normal life. As he left the room, Tae-ha asked the man to think very carefully about this issue and why he should not have been killed. Tae-ha hurried out into the street. Well before he had time to leave the territory, they approached him and asked if he was leaving already. His entire group stood in front of him. Suri smiled and asked if Tae-ha was planning to leave without saying anything and leaving In-gyu in this position. The young man smiled and continued on his way. He noted that it was better to save his life than to kill one of his board members. He was needed as insurance in case the 5 stars were transferred during the renovation. Tae-ha asked to contact him if In-gyu suddenly gets annoying to everyone and promised to take care of it. Passing by Gray, Tae-ha slowed down a little, seeing the unusual expression on the guy's face. Gray looked him straight in the eye and asked if he kept his promises. He looked extremely serious. Not long ago, Tae-ha asked Wu Gray if he wanted to play big. I wanted to offer him some kind of deal. Tae-ha, remembering his words, patted Ray on the shoulder, and noting that things would soon be very restless in Cheonggu, asked him to just be patient. Warryong wished Tae-ha a safe journey and smiled goodbye. Tae-ha turned to everyone, smiled, and hoped that they would see each other soon. With each passing hour, the situation became more and more tense in different parts of the city and in the organizations themselves. The story of Hong In-gyu was on everyone's lips, and apparently apparently only got worse because no one knew anything about him. The two guys on the runway also discussed this topic and switched to more simple conversations about nothing. In general, no one showed that they were tense, but this was given away by other little things including bad habits. The young man blowing up a bubblegum balloon reminded them why he had suggested raising their salaries a little. It was TOR Chongu Security CEO Hwa Jun-hyuk who suggested that he would have to fight the vice president. One day they tried to convince him that his job was not worth changing, it was a broken promise. Chongu Security CEO Moon Young-min noted that it didn't matter anyway because they were simply following their teacher's example. Young Master Jin Chung's faction and the vice president's faction were surprising. It was expected that the master would be chosen by 7 people out of 15. Jun-hyuk said that if the representative of the director in Gyu was really that person, then the remaining 2 neutral board members would choose the chairman. That would be very good because even if he didn't move in the end, he would still have the master key. By this point in the conversation, a plane was landing on the runway. The guys agreed that that man was the dream of each of them. Chongu Security was actually the main force responsible for Chongu Security, and this security service had special powers. The Chongu Security staff reported only to Baek Jun-soo and were also not allowed to participate in management activities. However, the genius of the security guard in Chongu, who from birth possessed absolute power knowledge and political intuition, well, by the way, with the exception of independently participating in meetings of the board of directors. Although the director's position is limited by the rules, he was the only one who enjoyed Baek Jun-soo's favor. He was the icon and target of all the security personnel. He was a board member and the official successor of Baek Jun-soo. His name was Han Du-kyung and he had a neutral position. The guys bowed low just upon seeing him and thanked him for coming such a long way to them. All the staff of Chongu Security came to greet the director. At that time things were a little different in the Korean Gulf. A girl came out to Jin Chong, who was on the deck of the ship. Yes, she asked if it was something urgent. Rosti flew in by helicopter and noted that she would have left if she had been called in advance. Jin Chong assured the girl that everything was fine and emphasized that only those who had a reason to do so left. Looking at the fish, he noted that the bluefin tuna looked like it was at least half a ton and asked if the fish had really been caught with a spear. The girl smiled and replied that he was famous among Haine. He cut their nets and was generally like a gangster. Mr. Yun of Chongju, the founder of the committee, was said to have existed hundreds of years ago. To balance the committee, one person from each force participated as an observer, and in Chong she served as a board member. Although little was known about this organization, there were rumors that all of its members were women. And although there were only a few of them, each one was such that they were all individually included in the top 10 5-stars. Yun Ha-rin also maintained a neutral position. The girl suggested that Jin Young go to a local restaurant and try soju, but then he smiled and refused, noting that they didn't have much time, and asked if the girl knew anything about Director Hong In-gyu. The girl, sitting as comfortably as possible on the sofa, replied that she had heard something about it. She asked if In-gyu's representative was a man named Jin Soo-hyuk, emphasizing that the name was familiar to her. He was the 3rd son of the late chairman Jin Suk-ho, who died 17 years ago. It was interesting how a representative could have the name of a deceased person. Jin Chung tensed his whole body and noticed that there was one person who returned like a ghost. He told the girl that he was asking the committee to find the enemy who killed his family and was paying 20 billion for his head separate from his body. 17 years ago, no one could have imagined how things could turn out. Chairman Jin Suk-ho's eldest son Jin Gu-ho asked his father to listen to him and explain himself. He didn't understand why it was Soo-hyuk's son and wanted to be told the reason before his father left, and asked to talk for at least 1 more minute. The first chairman of the Chongu group, Jin Suk-ho, asked who exactly they were talking about since this person needed permission. Suk-hai didn't answer his son and just called everyone possible idiots, after which he got into the car, ignoring everything that was happening. What was happening was poorly understood and required a lot of explanation. Chairman Jin Suk-ho's 3rd son, Jin Soo-hyuk, noted that it was necessary to think, and the opposition of the person you are traveling with was deflated by the question of how he will be able to look his brother in the eye if everything continues like this. The girl opposite smiled and replied that nothing could be done since a mistake had been made, and suggested buying her brother a painting on the way back, reminding him that he loved painting. The man replied that his brother would only get more angry at such a gesture. Tae-ha was 10 years old at the time and looked out of the car window with great curiosity. The man was worried and regretted that they could not keep their trip around the world a secret. Soon the car stopped, driving into some territory. Then Tae-ha was especially impressed by what he saw. All the people who were in the yard knelt and bowed to their chairman and wished him a good journey. Suk-ho was indignant and reminded that he asked not to do such a thing, and then asked until he returned not to bother with nonsense and take care of the company properly. Gu-ho looked at the people who, in his opinion, were paying too much respect to his father and called them names from the bottom of his heart. Soo-hyuk looked out the window and smiled, noting that apparently no one was going to hide anything anymore. He turned to the back seat and asked Tae-ha to look carefully. He explained that most of those people he had dressed had pulled out of the very bottom and helped them to high positions, and because his grandfather was so charismatic, many people had fallen in love with him. There was even an oath among them. They all swore allegiance to only one person. Soo-hyuk's father and Tae-ha's grandfather all rolled into one. Outsiders called them the Loyalist faction. Soo-hyuk emphasized his confidence that this would help the boy too. Tae-ha remembered that day very well. Now he did everything to make sure that these memories were not in vain. He walked slowly down the street and none of the passers-by could even guess who they had seen. Tae-ha was in the province of Gyeonggi, which belonged to Yongin. Tae-ha thought about the loyalists who remained in Cheonggu. These were the people who had sworn to be loyal to his grandfather for life, and Tae-ha hoped that some of them remained, so he asked Gray to find at least some information about this. Gray rummaged through the files his father had left him and asked if Tae-ha remembered the name. Tae-ha came closer to the screen and leaned against the back of the chair, trying to remember the name, but he was unable to do so. After looking at the available information, Gray noted that there were not even 20 people there. And later I found out that there was no one in the search. Tae-ha began to stretch his neck more from internal tension than from fatigue. He expected that he might not find anyone, and hope still burned within him. He understood that Jin Gu-ho would never leave alive those people who were still loyal only to his grandfather. These thoughts were interrupted by Gray, who said that one person had been found after all. He was surprised because this person had retired but was still listed for some reason. It looked like this man had a bar in Yongin Gyeonggi province and the address could be obtained. Only after receiving the address in hand, Tae-ha went to look for such an important person. Upon arrival in the province, he found that very bar. He was met by a very smiling bartender and warmly welcomed into the establishment. The bartender noted that the menu was at the end, but Tae-ha immediately asked what the best thing in this bar was. The bartender smiled and noted that they don't sell anything tasteless and suggested trying the mackerel, which was the dish of the day. Tae-ha agreed and asked for one portion and sat at the bar. The bartender glanced at him and offered to order alcohol. Tae-ha smiled and replied that he would decide this issue over food and then tell him whether he needed it or not. He smiled slightly at him normally and got down to his work. The dish was being prepared before Tae-ha's eyes. The mackerel was roughly placed on the table right in front of him. The wolf bartender swung a sharp fish knife. After watching the bartender's actions, Tae-ha asked when the owner of this establishment, Gu Kwang-soo, would be here. The bartender smiled and asked who exactly they were talking about and clarified that he was the boss in this establishment. Tae-ha objected that it was not true. The bartender asked with a wide smile why his Go thought it was not true. Tae-ha smiled and noted that he didn't know much about sashimi. Dasha, the young man, pointed to the knife and replied that they knew for sure that this tool was definitely not intended for sashimi and recommended cutting raw fish straight, but he figured out that it was done with this knife. The next second, Tae-ha you'd blocked the blow of that very knife. Tae-ha's blade failed again. The bartender's knife was much stronger. Tae-ha was very surprised that his sword broke so quickly. Suddenly, a man burst into the establishment and started cursing at Jo Hyun-bin from the doorway for not turning off the electricity again when he left. This gave Tae-ha the opportunity to jump away from the bartender. The man, seeing the guest, froze in place both from surprise and embarrassment. The bartender pointed his finger at Tae-ha, indicating that he was an uninvited guest and should leave. But the owner stood still, his gaze riveted on the guest of his establishment. Tae-ha smiled and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling him uncle. That day 17 years ago, Tae-ha immediately became interested in the loyalist faction. His father brought to his attention that his bodyguard Kwang-soo was also one of the loyalists. Kwang-soo smiled and said that he felt awkward because compared to the other guys he was a complete newbie. The man smiled and promised that he would serve all members of the family with his heart while in his position. And then seeing Tae-ha after 17 years, this man cried. He fell to his knees before the boy, his tears dripping onto the floor as he praised the gods that the boy was whole. He called the young man young master and did not dare to rise. Kwang-soo immediately took the young man to his room to talk privately without prying ears. The man opened the door and noted that the room was squalid, but despite his shame, he allowed them to come in. He was glad that Tae-ha had come. The man immediately noted that he had no doubt that it was Tae-ha who carried out that raid on the villa, doing something that no one else could have done, and called the guy amazing. Tae-ha responded to this by saying that he had failed because Jin Young remained alive. Tae-ha asked Kwang-soo, "I had already been that guy at the bar and found out that he was a student." Kwang-soo said that he works as a blacksmith on the side, and it has been 8 years since he received it, and now it is starting to show success. Tae-ha said with a smile that the guy almost cut his sword without even using any technique, and he had never seen such a sharp sword. Kwang-soo asked not to overestimate him because his past experience was very helpful in this matter. At this time, Tae-ha noticed the piece of paper that the man threw into the trash as soon as he entered the room. Tae-ha remembered that when Kwang-soo entered his establishment screaming, he was holding electricity receipts in his hands. Tae-ha was a little surprised that Kwang-soo threw the receipts straight into the trash without looking. After examining the receipts, Tae-ha discovered that the man had not even paid the bill, and this fact greatly interested him. He unfolded the receipt to examine it in more detail. What he saw made him even more surprised, but he tried not to show it. At that moment, Kwang-soo remembered something and turned to the young man to tell him about it. The man smiled and asked what Tae-ha had been doing all this time, while no one had heard from him. Tae-ha, without even a hint of a smile, dryly replied that he was the executioner. Answer the question, the young man threw the receipts back into the trash. Among the receipts was an announcement that a very generous reward had been announced for Tae-ha's head. But this did not bother Tae-ha at all because he had come to punish those who had betrayed his family. 17 years ago, Gu Kwang-soo suffered no less than those who were with him and loyally served their boss. He submitted to torture and interrogation. He sat in the cell at the table alone and finally waited for the bang of the doors, which meant that they had come to see him. The man sitting down at the table opposite Kwang-soo noted how much weight he had lost. The man said that he was sad to look at Kwang-soo, although judging by the expression on his face, it was a lie. The second chairman of the Cheonggu, Jin Suk-ho's eldest son Jin Gu-ho, said that his father's funeral went well, and that of Soo-hyuk's family as well. The man noted that he knew that Kwang-soo did not go on the yacht that day because his mother, who suffers from dementia, was in critical condition, and he was taking annual leave. Kwang-soo jumped up from his chair and yelled at Gu-ho, telling him to stop talking nonsense and blaming him for the tragedy. Kwang-soo noted that the caregiver who had been taking care of his mother for 8 years suddenly quit, and his mother suddenly went missing. He openly blamed Gu-ho for his failure to get on the yacht. Gu-ho smirked and pointed out that no matter what, Kwang-soo was not on the yacht, and there was also a recording attached of Soo-hyuk asking him to go with them. At that moment, Kwang-soo himself thought about the correctness of his words and tried to find a catch. Gu-ho snapped his fingers and noted that he didn't blame anyone for the current situation because in the end people had to take care of their families. Gu-ho handed Kwang-soo a notepad and pen and promised that he and his mother would be safe, but he needed to write something. He demanded that Kwang-soo write down all the loyalists who remained. The man noted that he knew for sure that there were others who did not kneel in front of the door that day. It was important for Gu-ho to know everyone who would not follow him to the end. Kwang-soo exhaled heavily and asked who Jun-soo was actually working for. It was clear that things weren't that simple. Kwang-soo tried to deny until the very end that Baek Jun-soo himself was also a traitor who always said that he was only protecting Young-woo. Kwang-soo, hearing about the interesting occupation of being the executioner, Tae-ha repeated this phrase out loud to himself, and to make sure that it was really so, Tae-ha confirmed that it was true, and he punished those who betrayed his family. Kwang-soo smiled and noted that in that case he could also be included among them. He explained that he was not on the yacht with Mr. Soo-hyuk that day but was on vacation. Tae-ha pulled his blade out of its sheath, saying that there were no exceptions for traitors. Kwang-soo initially understood that this guy didn't just come and wouldn't leave leave if he was simply asked to do so. Tae-ha will take a few slow steps forward, and then he rushed forward and striking missed. The next moment Tae-ha cursed to himself as he discovered that his next blade was broken. Kwang-soo laughed and said that unfortunately the boy's knife turned out to be very bad. Tae-ha, even I didn't intend to back down and didn't think it was too much of a problem. The young man immediately rushed again at his old acquaintance. Kwang-soo was not one of those who was very easy to defeat, and despite the fact that he had been retired for too long, he was still in very good shape. But still standing against Tae-ha, who had trained and prepared for this event a lot, the man had to show as much of his talent as possible. Tae-ha was also ruled by hatred and desire together, so he considered himself practically invincible. Despite the confined space and darkness, there was no awkwardness in the transition from weapons to fists. Kwang-soo was wondering how this young man had killed, how he had learned to fight like that and with such speed. Tae-ha was extremely focused on his goal and saw only victory in front of him. But looking at Kwang-soo's strange smile, it was hard to guess who was actually stronger. Suddenly Kwang-soo hugged the young man very tightly and said that even if he cut off his head 100 times, he would not argue with him, the young master. It was a small game, more like a test of who was capable of what. After that, everything became quiet, and Tae-ha and Kwang-soo began to discuss everything that had happened in the last decade. Kwang-soo became thoughtful when he heard that Tae-ha was close to the Salerno family. After making himself a drink, Kwang-soo explained that a large-scale cleaning was carried out on the yacht that day after Mr. Soo-hyuk and the chairman died. Jun Gu-ho killed all the loyalists who had sworn allegiance to his predecessor except Kwang-soo himself. These words made Tae-ha's hatred increase exponentially. Tae-ha didn't understand why it happened that way, but Kwang-soo explained that it was a decoy. Jin Gu-ho believed that there were still loyalists left in Cheonggu. He thought that if he spared his life, he would definitely contact him again someday. Well, judging by the fact that 17 years had already passed, Kwang-soo assumed that everyone had forgotten about his existence. The man frowned and said that perhaps the question could arise as to why he was the bait. He exhaled very heavily. He really was the only survivor of all the loyalists. Jun-soo stopped right at him. Tae-ha immediately thought of Baek Jun-soon. That day on the yacht, Tae-ha's grandfather gave him something. He told him to pass it on to lawyer Kim In-soo, who was a lawyer at the time, but he also turned away from them, so they had to punish him too. Tae-ha took out a pen from his pocket and asked Kwang-soo if he remembered it. Seeing the thing, the man's eyes lit up as if he saw an old friend with whom he was very close. Kwang-soo's eyes flashed back to the closed cell footage of him being interrogated and trying to find out the names of others. Gu-ho wondered how long he would remain loyal to his late father and noted that the lawyer had already sorted everything out. Gu-ho asked who would value his loyalty if it didn't protect the country. Then Kwang-soo was hit. Well, the pain was felt more than just physically. Gu-ho and Baek Jun-soo watched Kwang-soo with calm faces, waiting for him to break down. Baek Jun-soo leaned over to him and asked him to stop everything that was happening. Kwang-soo began to shout indignantly that he was being forced to surrender just as Jun-soo himself surrendered, but he would never do that in his life. Kwang-soo shouted that the Cheonggu created by the chairman, the man who accepted him as his own when he almost became a street thug, has no right to refuse him. He considered it tantamount to giving up his life, and he could not do it. He would rather have his head cut off than betray the chairman. After those tortures, scars remained on his face that reminded him of everything every day. Kwang-soo smiled and said that after 17 years there were few people left who remembered this pen. Kwang-soo looked at the young man and said that until now he still followed the chairman's will. The most unexpected thing was that Kwang-soo asked Tae-ha, the young master, to become the chairman of Jeonggu. Director of Cheonggu Electronics, board member of the Jin-chun faction Kim Myung-ji, said that on the board of directors 3 of the 6 representatives of the vice president faction are concerned about their situation. All the department heads below them were real aces with more than 20 years of experience, but they themselves had not left their posts for years, and their complaints were becoming louder and louder. Jin Chung replied that the group was falling apart because those rotten old men really wanted to save themselves. Jin Chung asked to prepare dinner for the department heads and stated that he could bet that manager Ji, who had worked with them for a long time, had many weaknesses. A man stepped onto the threshold and prayed to the holy heavens, clearly expressing his admiration. Turning his attention to Jin Chung, he greeted him. The man smiled and noted how good his morning had been. Vice Chairman Yang Guang, who came to see Jin Chung, He asked if the CEO had a minute because he had something to say. Jin Chung smiled and pointed out to the deputy that he was busy and asked to send everything by mail. Turning around and heading in the other direction, Jin Young smirked and declared that he was sure that at least one of Yun Guang whose people knew how to write emails. Yun Guang who took another confident step forward and suggested that they talk right there in the hallway since the director was very busy. Immediately a girl in a strict business suit and with a very serious face appeared in front of the deputy. She apologized and asked the chairman to refrain from approaching since before the board meeting Chief Beck had given orders to refrain from contact between the factions. Moon Young-min adjusted his glasses and thought that even though Yun Guang, who was the chairman, he had no choice but to follow the teacher's orders since the security service was attached to the principal. Yun Guang, who remained standing in his place, and the girl continued to block his path. The girl decided to warn Yun Guang what would happen if he suddenly decided to come closer. Well, the longer the girl looked at him, the more she doubted her own words and eventually said that she couldn't do anything. The deputy barked loudly and ordered her to get out of the way. His kind, friendly face immediately changed in the completely opposite direction. He pointed out to the girl that the milk had not yet dried on her lips to have the right to order someone, especially him, about something. Jin Chung himself immediately appeared in front of the girl and looked at the old man with his signature grin. He turned to the girl and, noting how nervous the security was, indicated that he would cut the girl's salary for 3 months. The girl blushed and turned away. She understood that punishment would come in any case. Moon Young-min looked at the deputy and noted that he had a very strong character and that he emanated the same pressure as the teacher. It was clear why Yun Guang, who was called a little giant, and why no one starting from the first chairman and even Jin Gu-ho himself could defeat him. He was indeed an old man, but the core inside him was stronger than any material, and he did not give the slightest opportunity for things around him to go differently from the way he specifically wanted. The deputy looked at the director and thanked him carefully. He explained that thanks to Jin Young, who got rid of the neutral faction, and the stupid Jin Gu-ho, he was able to take over as chairman after 37 years. The old man looked at the director again and started his conversation. He clarified that the guy who Yun Ha-rin was supposed to kill 3 days ago was probably the one who killed the entire Jin family. Yun Guang, who grinned and said that only the dead were interested in what he would confess to if they captured him alive. The man informed that he had already sent someone to search for him in exchange for the appointed reward of 20 billion, but for now everyone had to decide for themselves whether to resign or die. Jin Chung turned around, focusing his attention on the old man's words. A wide smile quickly spread across his face. He was amused to hear about the 37 years of waiting. Tae-ha was still visiting Kwang-soo. He asked the man for a favor. He wanted a weapon made for him, which surprised Kwang-soo a little. Tae-ha explained that he wanted a blade that would never break and asked if it was possible, laying out the hilt of his previous one. The bartender turned to her teacher and drew his attention to the fact that the sword forged by his student broke another, and it turned out that he could make good knives. Kwang-soo slightly cursed his student for bragging about the good sharpening of knives from the whetstone. He reminded him that he had already said that raw fish should be cut lengthwise and mackerel crosswise. Kwang-soo looked at Tae-ha, who was already busy with his lunch, and asked if all this gun-toting was because of Baek Jun-soo. Tae-ha confirmed this and said that Jun-soo broke his blade with his bare hands. Tae-ha emphasized that he had been in this business for a very long time, but this was the first time he had seen such a skill. Kwang-soo, looking at some documents, praised Tae-ha for listing his father's name as a representative on the board of directors and suggested that the board must have been in complete disarray. Tae-ha smiled and noted that in his childhood, the vice chairman Yun Guang, who was an ambitious person that even his grandfather had a hard time controlling, if he were like that now, he would have bitten Jin Chung as soon as he saw the name. Yun Guang began to think out loud that if only it were possible to enter the board of directors during all this confusion, then everything could be proven just by being there. Jin Chung's gang and the coup d'etat would be discovered, and then he wouldn't be able to join the committee, let alone become its chairman. Tae-ha reached for the hilt of his blade and shared that this was his plan, but despite everything he had no other choice. All he had to do was settle things with Baek Jun-soo, and the manager of the Cheonggu was the man at the top of power. Yun Guang listened to Tae-ha and, analyzing all this to himself, poured himself a drink. Taking a sip, he asked if they could win if they fought again. Taeha replied that it was not a game and that it was important to complete the task. Any traitor who harmed his family must be killed, and there can be no exception. The bartender tensed up a little when he heard such words, but he kept silent since overall there was nothing to add to such a situation. Taeha admitted to himself that it wasn't the first time he'd seen such a monster. After listening to the guy until the end, Yun Guang slammed his glass down on the table and promised to prepare a cool sword that would surprise even Jun-Soo. Taeha got up from the table and thanked them, saying that he would live somewhere else and asked them to contact him when everything was ready. After this conversation, Taeha headed out of the establishment. Before he could leave the bar, one of the passers-by called out to Taeha as if he had been looking for him for a long time. Taeha glanced slightly at the young man but remained silent. The passerby smiled and noted that apparently in front of him was the same guy who was worth 20 billion and emphasized that he should go with him. Taeha assumed it was the bounty hunter and was surprised that only a day had passed since he was declared wanted. Taeha wanted to ask the stranger who told him about this, but he noticed that a blow was flying towards him. The blow was so strong that Taeha knocked down the front door of the bar and flew what seemed like 10 meters. Following the entrance doors, the young man caused more damage to the building. The two boys stood there smiling broadly. They were mercenaries from the Tobin Society, and their names were Kanta and Chantu. They exchanged a few words about whether it would have been worth taking the ball if the catch hadn't flown out of bounds. Kanta threw the bat over his shoulders and noted that he didn't hit the guy, so he flew out. Another explained that the boy rushed at him to compensate for the blow. The sounds of this fight immediately attracted Yang Guang's attention. The man immediately realized that something was wrong with the young master. He immediately began to sweat profusely out of great fear for the young man. Jin Chong smiled and replied that 37 years were worth nothing, but persistence was the opposite. The bartender left his workplace and carefully followed his master, who was trying to see what was happening around him and listened all the time. The student covered his eyes with his hand and asked if the master knew how long he had been preparing for such a moment and who he had placed everywhere to prepare for all the risks. He gave the example of a top assassin who had been lying in wait for years, pretending to be a fool obsessed with the idea of regaining the right to fight for the place of Baek Jun-Soo's successor. Kwang Soo tried to see what was happening on the street. The young man smiled when he spoke of the Bushmaster's poison. He explained that a person does not die, but the pain will be so great that one can lose consciousness. Kwang Soo was very familiar with this guy's face. Jin Young and Yun Kwang, who talked about the Chonggu Security Service and the Special Operations Department. There was talk about an unofficial team that Baek Jun-Soo was preparing to raise his successor. They said that they chose Han Dogan and eliminated the rest. Jin Chung smiled and noted that they were too valuable to just use and throw away, and in a country where there were no resources it was necessary to recycle at least the people. Jin Chung emphasized that this was the last offer and the old man should resign, and then the rest of his life would be guaranteed. Jin Young also suggested trying to hire someone who would be able to threaten Baek Jun-Soo, hinting that it would be unlikely. The same guy whose face was familiar to him approached Kwang Soo. The guy noted with a wide smile that they had known about each other for quite a long time, but this was the first time they stood face to face like this. It was the former 4th Special Operations Department of the Chonggu and Mumin Security Service. Kwang Soo realized that the Bushmaster was a viper with a neurotoxin. The man immediately realized that all this time the man in front of him had been planted by order of the Chong to watch him from the side for years. The guy explained that it was an ambush with no end date, and there was only one condition for ending this surveillance. The young man paused to state the terms as effectively as possible. Kwang Soo decided not to wait for a full answer and rushed forward at the young man with a fist. But he couldn't do anything. The young man, with a very quick movement of his hand, inflicted a living wound and went to the exit, saying that he should have found those who remained faithful. Kwang Soo couldn't understand how it all happened because that person was literally in front of him, and then it was as if he disappeared. The next second, another stab wound was inflicted. The young man twirled the knife around his finger and laughed at the fact that he had managed to cut the man twice, although overall there was no difference. Then the young man was going to go after the master's head. The situation among the organizations was apparently heating up. Everyone felt that the end was approaching and carefully carried out their work. The fight between Kanta and Chantu and Taeha continued. Taeha tried to figure out for himself what to expect from his opponents and how to outwit them. He was surprised by the throw of a steel ball that flew at him. The speed was not such that it was impossible to dodge, but it was still quite dangerous. Chantu was actually a pretty good player and could control the metal ball very well through battle. He did this with particular amusement, and it seemed to him that all this gave him incredible pleasure. Taeha had to be as focused as possible to avoid falling into any trap and the plan going down the drain. The problem was in his combination, and he understood that if he had a knife, everything would have ended long ago. One of the guys noted that it was not for nothing that they put a 20 billion bounty on Taeha, because to dodge such a throw you need to be in the top 10 even in Osampa. The guy offered Taeha to go with him in a good way to at least save his life. Taeha grimaced and was indignant that he first hit with a bat and then dared to talk. The guy noted that they were people of action, they were chattering, and until they measured their strength there was no point in the conversation. Taeha was starting to get really angry. He was just wasting his time, which wasn't exactly in his best interests. One of the attackers replied that the customer promised to pay only if he saw Taeha alive, but for them in general it didn't matter what mark the loot would arrive with. Well, everyone wanted an easy way. Taeha thought about who wanted to see him alive. He believed that he was being hunted by Jin Chang's people who wanted him dead. The one who was hunting the master joined those guys of yours. He was too fast, which Taeha did not expect. He had to get involved in every second of the fight because the opponents seemed very strong. When Taeha dodged the very sudden blow, one of the guys was even a little taken aback. The other two began to complain that their loot was being stolen right from under their noses. Taeha became even more angry because another person appeared on the horizon who also presented a danger to him and was an obstacle to the implementation of the plan. When Taeha asked the new bandit who he was, he laughed and replied that he was a killer who had come to kill him. The first two bandits were unhappy with this arrangement and thought about how to get rid of their competitor. Kanta got his bat ready and noted that in that case he would have to take them both out. His friend agreed with this and they prepared to carry out the modified part of the plan. But that stranger was only indignant that it was too late, and without even letting him touch himself, he dealt his own blow and swelled his competitor's hand. The boy screamed loudly from the strong and sudden pain. In addition, they called him an insect and noted that apparently he himself wanted to quickly go to the next world since he decided to attack. The young man held his hand and screamed loudly. With such a wound, he could hardly continue his peculiar hunt. Kanta was very angry about the situation and he rushed towards the enemy, wanting to take revenge both for his friend and for the extra nerves. From the outside it might seem that Kanta was able to finish everything, but again his opponent was in a completely different place, having managed to wound him. The guy looked dismissively at his defeated competitors and grimaced, noting that they would have been better off shutting up. He emphasized that he was in a very good mood and it was not worth spoiling. He wished the guys not to croak but just die in silence and not to disturb anyone. I'll finish with them. He came closer to Taeha. Taeha examined this young man and immediately noticed his clothes and realized that this was another traitor. This young man was the same student from the bar. It was all a disguise, and Taeha, you were afraid to guess what could happen inside the establishment. The bartender spread his arms wide and replied that he no longer knew what was inside. Well, the master was most likely already dead. He used a poison from which people wandered on the brink of death, and the master got 2 whole doses. Taeha clenched his fists tightly, exhausted by the incredibly strong anger. But Taeha remained where he was. He asked if such a traitor as Ot Jin Chung had been sent and wondered out loud if there were still people loyal to him. The young man smiled and shook his head, noting that he himself almost rotted alive, and only because Taeha appeared did he have a chance to free himself. He said that the people loyal to him were a bunch of crap and that his enemies were imaginary and never existed except for the old men. He explained that he was carrying out a sickening order, waiting for just this moment. He shouted that he wanted only one thing and rushed to attack. He should have killed Han Dogan and taken the place of the traitor Baek Jun-soo. Taeha realized that things were getting worse and worse with each passing minute. Yun Guang, who stood in his office and looked out the panoramic window, taking in the entire city with his gaze. He kept thinking about Jin Yong's words, advising him to hire someone who could threaten Baek Jun-soo. The old man smiled and, calling the director an idiot, noted that he did not understand anything at all. He planted someone strong enough to threaten even Baek Jun-soo, and that guy didn't even know it. And it all turned out to be impossible. The deputy thought that most likely he was just pretending not to know and turning a blind eye because it was too pitiful, although he was once the second person after Baek Jun-soo. Taeha's anger grew with each passing second. He had to move very carefully. At that moment he saw everything as if in slow motion and could concentrate on any movement of his opponent. He studied the face of the false bartender who so longed for his death. But Tae-ha didn't move even a millimeter, and only turning to Gu Guangsu did he ask for the blade. The master flew through the glass of his establishment and attacked the guy. The freshly forged blade of the sword gleamed in his hands. When Guangsu intervened in the fight, it gave Tae-ha at least some time to assess the situation. There was hope that now everything would end, even if not by the hands of Tae-ha himself. Tae-ha got his new knives and gripped them tightly, preparing to attack. He hoped that he would be able to come to the aid of his master, but everything went wrong again. Tae-ha replied that he understood everything and asked Kwang-soo to rest for a bit. The man fell face down on the asphalt unconscious. The bartender was already rushing towards Tae-ha. He took each of his attacks as his last and successful one. The guy smiled widely and asked Tae-ha if he had found time to take a break. There was a collision and the guys were thrown to opposite sides of the road. Tae-ha hit the parcel terminal and slid down onto the asphalt. He tried to keep himself in a sitting position and try to recover from the blow. Shaking himself off, Tae-ha heard his opponent talking about the master. He called him a loyal dog and was surprised that he was still alive, because usually from such poison any person would have already kicked the bucket. The bartender laughed at the fact that the master rushed out into the street as soon as he mentioned the blade, as if he was completely healthy. Tae-ha looked at his opponent and laughed. Apparently he was very envious and his value was much less than the man for whom they promised 20 billion. The young man said that he was not envious but simply amazed at Kwang-soo's stupidity. Tae-ha turned around to see the location of his enemy. The young man jumped from the pole and shouted that it didn't make any difference anyway, since the master would soon die. Tae-ha didn't understand what was happening before his eyes. When the young man jumped off the pole, he somehow miraculously managed to cut the pole in half. A moment later the pole fell. The electric wires short-circuited it and sparks flew from all sides. Now the battlefield was even more dangerous because it was necessary to take into account the torn high-voltage wires that could definitely kill you. Some wires were hanging in the air and dangling in the wind. The electricity in the street went out. The traffic lights stopped working, the signs went out. Swearing and indignation could be heard near the cafe. The bartender heading towards Tae-ha asked how well he tap danced here, trying to get as much as possible to hook his target. Tae-ha was indeed very fast and was able to dodge any blows from the bartender as well as the wires perfectly. The bartender at the moment of one of the blows said that Jin Young said that Tae-ha cowardly ran away from Baek Jun-soo and was not even able to hit him. The bartender was curious as to why Tae-ha had decided to come back and what such a worthless person could hope for. The wires continued to spark and hum from the high voltage. Tae-ha got ready and jumped onto one of the stalls and pushed off from it. Well, the bartender was next to him again. This young man moved at the speed of light, and it was very difficult to follow his movements. A furious roar and screams were heard throughout the area. Soon the guys moved to one of the nearby buildings and continued to sort out their relationship there. Tae-ha still couldn't manage to even slightly touch his enemy or even distract him for a moment. They continued to fight with swords, fists, and using various techniques. But Tae-ha felt throughout the fight that something was fishy. The bartender always seemed to teleport and was one step ahead. But his sudden attacks were so slow that Tae-ha easily anticipated them. For years he led everyone by the nose, playing the role of a simpleton so skillfully that even Tae-ha himself was caught. With such a sharp blade, it was unclear why this young man needed poison. This was a mystery that Tae-ha had yet to solve. Trying to choose the right moment to attack, Tae-ha remembered how he was asked whether he even understood what the real job of a killer was. Then he didn't understand why there was such a question and answered that it was work for a hired killer, and that's all. Regina smiled and noted that many thought so. But this was a misconception, or more precisely, it was a contract job. If the goal is simply to kill, then to tell the truth, science has done a better job. It was possible to add poison or detonate a bomb or send a drone. When a person was hired to eliminate targets, the price skyrocketed, and it was important not only to eliminate the target but also to cover the tracks so that no one would recognize the customer. Then Tae-ha thought that his method apparently also had a right to life, but Regina was indignant at this and noted that the guy was too loud and left a lot of traces behind him. The upcoming order then seemed to Tae-ha to be a direct trap. Regina agreed and explained that usually such orders came from the government when it was necessary to drain the waste material. The girl asked him to think about the fact that if there were assassins in the world who were able to eliminate targets without a trace, what kind of power would those who owned them have? Then these words touched the young man and he understood something. Such people had incredible power in their hands thanks to which they would be capable of anything. And now during the fight with this bartender who deceived everyone, the puzzle came together in Taeha's head. It wasn't just a matter of speed like teleportation, but of disappearing from sight and suddenly appearing like a magician. The way the young man knocked over the pole and dragged Taeha into the darkness might not have been an accident but a tactical move to create an advantage. I immediately remembered the words of the bartender who spoke about the chance that had finally appeared to escape. Taeha smiled, involuntarily realizing what was happening around him and how he should deal with it. Taeha looked into the eyes of his opponent and said that now it was clear why Jin Chung and Baek Jun-soo had abandoned him in such a wilderness for so many years. Taeha clearly said that they wanted to make a killer out of him, but he was always looking for trouble like an ordinary mercenary, so they abandoned this idea. The bartender winced at these words. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. There was silence in the room for a while, but soon Jo Hyun-bin collapsed on the floor screaming in pain, spitting out his own blood, and looking generally disgusting. Baek Jun-soo watched him from the balcony. Hyun-bin jumped to his feet and turned to his teacher, noting that he could still fight. But Baek Jun-soo said that he was very disappointed in it and there would be no continuation. Jun-soo stated that the young man was unable to realize his potential and only stared at the unattainable peak. Baek Jun-soo said very confidently that Jo Hyun-bin will never become like Han Dogan. Hyun-bin shouted loudly, ordering Taeha to shut up immediately and emphasizing that he didn't know anything at all. He called Taeha nothing more than an abandoned and runaway coward and had no right to speak on such matters. The young man insulted Taeha directly. I promise that he will definitely return with his head and make them recognize him again no matter what it takes. Having gained enough speed, the young man jumped. Already at the moment of flight, he felt quite uncomfortable. Something went wrong. The place he found himself in gave him the feeling of some kind of trap. Very quickly, the button on the elevator panel hit the floor and the doors began to close. Taeha said that he gave him a chance so many times, but it seems he still didn't understand anything. Taeha took out his daggers and declared that it was now his turn. When the two of them found themselves in the elevator, Hyun-bin realized that he was trapped. He quickly realized that Taeha was pretending to retreat in order to lure him to the elevator. Taeha gripped his new knives tighter and asked his opponent if the situation was called a misdirection, which consisted of a trick used by magicians to distract attention. Taeha noted that Hyun-bin first threw him against a pole and then brought him down so that he would run into an empty building where it was easy to hide. Taeha smiled and noted that with such a tall stature, this was a surprisingly weak aura, and it was probably an innate instinct of an assassin. Taeha noted that it didn't matter to him whether his opponent was a magician or a murderer, but since he got caught showing all his tricks, he would have to pay for it. Hyun-bin tried to fight back, but failed, running into Taeha's block. Hyun-bin was angry that his tricks had been seen through and now he was like an open book. Taeha openly confirmed this. The guys continued to fight, trying to inflict at least some injury on each other. They were both very good at fighting and were equally interested in each other's death. Hyun-bin cursed to himself. He didn't understand what the hell was going on because Taeha hadn't been so fast just recently. Taeha began to advance and gained a slight advantage in her position. But suddenly Taeha's position changed. Hyun-bin swung his knife very sharply and with great force. The walls of the elevator were torn apart. Hyun-bin's knife blades were able to cut through even sheets of metal. Hyun-bin hoped that he would soon complete his work and was already smiling in anticipation of his victory. But before she could even blink, the blade of Taeha's knife was a couple of centimeters from his eyes. He looked very self-confident. There was no thought of defeat in his head. It was very difficult for Hyun-bin to dodge the blows in his position. Taeha looked straight into her opponent's eyes and reminded him that he had already said that he had calculated every next move. It was obvious that Hyun-bin was very scared. His eyes were frozen in place and he didn't even blink. All was not lost for Hyun-bin yet, but he was too cowardly to get into a disadvantageous situation. The guys got out of the elevator and went down. Taeha stood behind the bartender and smiled, laughing that his opponent was not very good for anything. Taeha continued to tease Hyun-bin and asked him how he was feeling and what it was like to be at the back of the pack. Hyun-bin was extremely angry and suddenly turned around and screamed loudly. He wanted to attack Taeha again, but the latter strangled this attempt in a matter of seconds. Taeha didn't like that his opponent continued to act insufficiently respectful, considering that he had lost a long time ago. Well, unexpectedly for Taeha himself, his new blade also shattered into pieces like the previous one. Hyun-bin laughed loudly and explained that the blade was his old fake, and it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat him with something he had thrown away as unnecessary. Tae-ha shut the guy's mouth and didn't let him finish. Tae-ha told Hyun-bin to shut up and kept his hand on his face for a while. This slaughter continued for a very long time, and the sounds of destruction could be heard in the streets. The guys smashed everything in their path, breaking through doors and even glass. Each of them fought for their truth and for their lives. Tae-ha had one dagger left, which fortunately for him was still intact. After a very long time, Tae-ha managed to slightly scratch his opponent's cheek. It was better not to get in their way. Tae-ha found himself back on the street, a column of dust rising around him. He stepped aside and took a pack of cigarettes from the inside pocket of his jacket. Exhaling, he took out one cigarette, after which he took out a lighter and slowly brought it to the cigarette. The lighter didn't work the first time. Looking at the rising cloud of dust, Tae-ha turned to his opponent and noted that his talent was amazing, and he had never met such a gifted killer. Well, he noted that no matter how skilled Hyun-bin was in acting and disguise, when you live side by side, everything becomes obvious. Tae-ha hoped that he had managed to weaken his opponent, but suddenly a blade flashed in the dust. From that cloud, Hyun-bin jumped out at him again, the fish clutching a knife in his hand. Tae-ha, without even moving from his place, turned to him and noted that he himself knew perfectly well that Gu Guangsu had turned a blind eye for a long time and betraying the benefactor who accepted him, knowing everything was a rotten act. These words couldn't help but hurt because they were true. On top of that, Hyun-bin suddenly felt a strong pain all over his body. It seemed to restrict all his movements. Tae-ha, holding his knife closer to his opponent, emphasized that since they had crossed their blades so fiercely, and one of them was poisoned, then there was probably some poison on his as well. Some time ago, when Kwang-soo was still conscious, she asked Mr. Tae-ha for a favor. Despite all the bad things that had happened, the master asked not to kill the boy. Tae-ha removed the cigarette from his mouth and said that he usually killed and left a mark. He walked up to Hyun-bin and scraped his blade against his. Hyun-bin didn't move. He was bent over the ground and shaking. The blades touched and sparks flew out, causing Tae-ha to decide to light his cigarette. Just for the sake of loyalty, Kwang-soo, Tae-ha decided to make one exception. Tae-ha noted that Hyun-bin must have felt that he had received great luck. It soon got dark, but that didn't mean that all business stopped. Jin Chung held the straw tightly between his teeth. He sipped his drink through a straw and asked his interlocutor sitting opposite him whether he was confident in his words. Han Dogan promised to vote for Jin Chung. Every vote was worth a lot. The vote of such a person was even more highly valued. The interlocutor confirmed the correctness of his words and noted that in order to receive a clear answer, he ordered him to come here and report in person, to which he agreed. Jin Chung smiled as he noticed that one piece of good news after another was coming his way, and it looked like Jin Tae-ha was finished. Jin Chung waved his hand and asked Representative Baek to handle these matters. Baek Jun-soo was told to go and confirm Jin Tae-ha's death. He should not be burned but dissolved and cleaned up completely. Baek Jun-soo came closer and informed that he would bring Moo Myung, which the director did not quite understand. Jin Chung waved his hand again and asked to send this man there, explaining that even the grave had not been corrected by Gorbatova. Baek Jun-soo didn't object and bowed slightly as he accepted his task. Jun-soo slowly walked towards the exit of the hall and began to dial someone's number. When his interlocutor picked up the phone, Baek Jun-soo asked the man to report without missing any details. The voice he heard did not sound like the person he expected to hear. The guy on the other end of the line said that he had not expected to talk and noted that it was much more pleasant to talk to Mr. Baek than to Jin Chung. Baek Jun-soo paused for a moment and then said out loud that his interlocutor had survived after all, showing a little disappointment. Tae-ha smiled and asked Baek Jun-soo to go out. The young man warned that if he did not come out himself, he would have to be dragged out of the office by force. Baek Jun-soo's gaze briefly fell on the flower pot as he listened to his interlocutor. It seemed like Mumin was finished, and Mr. Baek confirmed this with Tae-ha. Without waiting for an answer, Baek Jun-soo expressed that he was glad to see the young man in good health. Tae-ha asked to stop this hypocrisy. The young man waited for his enemy to come outside and promised that if he did not, he would enter the building himself. Meanwhile, life in the city went on as usual, and no one could even imagine what was going on behind their backs. Baek Jun-soo was in no hurry to leave the confines of his office and replied that if Tae-ha had come to attack Mr. Jin Chung, he would hardly have called. Baek Jun-soo wondered why the young man was now hesitating and suggested that he might be afraid of screwing up again. Tae-ha replied that at first everything was simple. His family died and he came for revenge, and there was nothing to talk about. Minasha noted that now his views had changed a little, and therefore he would like to hear Baek Jun-soo out before they started. Tae-ha called the man's full name and asked him directly why he betrayed his grandfather and the entire Jin family. Chief Jun-soo sank to the floor and paled. This was clearly not a topic he wanted to discuss. Tae-ha explained that if Jin Young was driven by lust for power, then Baek Jun-soo was still the head of the Jeongu Security Service and nothing had changed for him. Tae-ha noted that Baek Jun-soo betrayed not only his grandfather, but also Jin Gu-ho, that is, he betrayed the family twice, and asked what the security guard really wanted. Baek Jun-soo replied that the predator was ready to give its life for the sake of its cub. But if the cub was weak or ugly, the predator would mercilessly bite out its throat. Baek Jun-soo asked again whether the young man really considered him a traitor, and asked not to complicate the already difficult situation. The company called Jeongu did not belong to anyone. The corporation was a legal entity created by law. Baek Jun-soo reminded the young man. Jun-soo also recalled that his promise to Chairman Jin Suk-ho was slightly different. Baek Jun-soo swore to protect the company but none of the chairman. When Tae-ha turned around, he found that Jun-soo was already right behind him. Tae-ha was as serious as ever. He moved his phone slightly away from his ear. Our young man whispered that because of this false philosophy his mother and father were to die. Tae-ha realized that it was really pointless to talk no and it wouldn't lead to anything. Tae-ha waited for answers from his enemy and learned that he would never admit his mistakes. Very unexpectedly for the young man, Baek Jun-soo, instead of giving verbal answers, began to make some gestures with his hands. Tae-ha focused on his hands and carefully studied every movement. Baek Jun-soo showed several gestures in turn and looked straight at Tae-ha. His hands moved very confidently, and then he began to repeat one of the gestures over and over again. Tae-ha didn't expect to see sign language and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he felt someone else's breath on him, and when he turned around he found that Han Dogan was standing behind him. The man looked down on him but made no unnecessary movements. Tae-ha suddenly realized that his latest plan had not gone quite as it should have. Tae-ha didn't know this young man. I didn't understand when he managed to sneak up on him from behind so quietly, and unnoticed the young man immediately jumped away from him. Baek Jun-soo just stood there silently and watched what was happening. At the right moment, he also made gestures to Han Dogan to make it clear that it was not yet time. He asked him to wait. Han Dogan nodded his agreement, after which Han Dogan also walked past Tae-ha almost silently, already ready for the fight. Baek Jun-soo said that Mr. Jin Chung was not waiting for Moo Myung from the very beginning, and he himself did not go down to the courtyard to meet with Mr. Tae-ha. Baek Jun-soo emphasized that he would wait for the young man at the board of directors where they would decide everything. Han Do-jen and Baek Jun-soo headed back to their office courtyard, leaving Tae-ha behind. It seemed that the young man was left completely at a loss. Everything around him was changing too quickly. He gripped his dagger tighter. He exhaled and decided to let go of control of the situation for a while. Tae-ha followed the men into the office to attend the board meeting. In the FR bar, very important conversations were taking place again regarding Chong and any matters related to them. Kim Jae-gil, who was the vice chief of Osampa, was smoking a cigar when he heard the names of the guys who tried to deal with Tae-ha and was surprised that there were also people from Dobunhui involved. Osampa's informant, nicknamed Megaphone, confirmed that he was hunting for the 20 billion reward announced by the director of Changu-yun Ha-rin, and reported that Chanta had lost his right arm and Kantha was also seriously injured and was in intensive care. According to rumors, vice chairman of Changu-yun Gwanhu and Dobunhui had several meetings. Megaphone also reported this. Kim Jae-gil decided that since Baek Jun-soo had defected to Jin Chung, it meant that the vice chairman had also hired mercenaries from outside. From family squabbles, everything went to a full-scale war. It hardly resembled anything else. Kim Jae-pil asked Megaphone where that very man was. A huge pig stood at the station, a chair on which was placed what seemed to be a plaster figure of a man. The word detonation echoed throughout the warehouse. A short moment later, the sculpture was shattered into pieces by a small explosion. A targeted blast designed to send steel fragments that would fatally strike the spine. People would send a signal to the message and the blast would occur. Yang Kwang, who asked if he was sure that everything would work. One of his assistants confirmed that all checks had been completed and the device was in perfect working order. As it turned out, bombs were planted at all the seats of Jin Chung's faction on the board of directors. These were ceramic piezoelectric detonators, so even if there had been a metal detector check on the day of the meeting, the explosives could not have been detected. One of the assistants replied that everything was fine with the seating arrangements and that even if the seats changed, they would be able to track and react. The problem was only with that person, and his current location was unknown. What could have interfered? Yun Guang, who replied that neither Jin Yong nor Baek Jun-soo were important, and no one could stop him from settling the score for his entire life. After a stormy day, the world came to its senses as if by magic. The tension only grew, and soon information about the struggle between clans in Cheonggu began to leak cautiously into the press. Finally, on the day of the board meeting, Cheonggu Group found itself in the center of unprecedented attention. The journalists were outraged because they could not notice a single member of the board of directors, and there were no cars visible going down to the parking lot either. One of the journalists drew the attention of the others to one of the places and noted that such personnel could feed them for a whole month. The key members of Chang's security service were lined up, and one could assume that something was brewing. One of Jin Yong's men told Director Yun that it was Kim Jae-fil, and they said that he leaked information about the board of directors to all the media. Jin Chong answered point-blank that he was rather overacting and was probably afraid of war because if Yun Guang, who brought in outsiders, chaos would begin. Jin Chong smiled and asked if it was worth sending more people, since they said that Tae Ha was never found. Jungkook Group Director Kim Myung-ji emphasized that Chief Beck ordered all security to be concentrated on the first floor. Very suddenly, one of the men appeared in plain sight who amazed everyone present, and certainly not with his perfectly black suit. The journalists' mouths dropped open, forgetting that they should have been taking pictures as often as possible. Jin Chun thought that Baek Jun-soo had done something stupid because there were so many cameras and people on the first floor, and if they continued to guard, something bad would happen to their company's image. Everyone had already noticed Jin Tae-ha, who decided to walk straight in through the main entrance without worrying about anything. The council took place at the Jungkook Group headquarters on the 36th floor. There were doors that had not been opened for months. This was an office. It was a special place where only the chairman himself could enter from generation to generation. Anyone who was close to the pinnacle of Cheonggu power dreamed of receiving the key to this door. You have always been a special event and a special place for everyone. Some dreamed of just taking a quick look at what was happening there. Well, maybe some things were worth hiding from prying eyes. This was a kind of place of power for the company, and each one was filled with the power he needed in a different way. Sometimes you could find something really unpleasant there which you could later regret. Some might consider this a desecration of such an honorable place, while others did not think about such things. Baek Jun-soo stood quietly in one of the corridors with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked around and listened, understanding that anything could happen at any moment. Jin Chung, when it came to Mr. Baek, he said that he was on the 36th floor. Many people knew that Yun Guang, who had made a big show of calling a shaman for a ritual which made the old man feel greedy. Baek Jun-soo, as the manager of the 36th floor, went there personally. One of the directors was very surprised that the council needed a ritual, and I will conclude that the old man was apparently impatient. Jin Chong replied that even in his old age, the old man remained greedy to the point of insanity, and this thirst became the chairman of the Chong. Jin Chong shared that when his grandfather died, they said that the first thing his father did was to clean out his supporters. But in reality, the person who tortured most of them to death was that old bastard Yun Guang, who father told Jin Chung to keep an eye on him just in case, and so he was able to see everything secretly. It sounded like a conversation between crazy people, but no matter how strange it was all true. Nobody wanted to listen to the justification of those who were tortured. The old man believed that if people were so devoted to their boss, they should have known all the family's secrets and were obliged to tell about them. Jin Young waited for Jin Tae-ha to come and die either by his hand or by the hand of the enraged Yun Guang, who. The journalists helped each other film the content and recommended each other to film better who was inside because the way they blocked both looked suspicious from the very beginning. One of the journalists turned around and shuddered when he saw Tae-ha in front of him. Many were interested in the identity of this young man. Some could only assume that he was some ordinary employee. Jun Hyuk and Young Min saw through the window who was walking towards the main entrance. They couldn't believe their eyes. After so many problems, this man was still alive, and they couldn't even imagine that they would have to see him again. While the board of directors was supposed to meet in Cheong, a man was hiding again in the restaurant that Gray's mother ran. The woman, seeing Tae-ha, immediately smiled and reassured him that his life was out of danger and that he would most likely have to suffer for a day. And after that, everything would improve. Sunlight entered the room very easily through the windows. Kwang Su was lying on the bed and gathering strength. When he saw Tae-ha, he repeated that the gentleman shouldn't have come because he was already so embarrassed that he was ready to fall asleep again from shame. Tae-ha turned to Adjusi Kwang Su and noted that he had a question, and he smiled and allowed him to ask any question. Tae-ha asked why Kwang Su didn't run away. The man looked at the young man in surprise. Tae-ha said that all the supporters were dead, and before his return Gyeonggu for Kwang Su was a place where there was no dream or hope. That's why Tae-ha was very interested in why this man didn't run away. It was strange why Chongus kept a person who had nothing left that is an observer near him for so many years. Kwang Su replied that he simply believed that a worthy successor would emerge who would continue the will of Chairman Jin Suk-ho. Since he had nothing left and stood firm, Chongus suspected him, and seeing his fortitude, someone decided to also check and wait with him. Tae-ha didn't understand who he could wait for so long just by relying on faith. Suddenly someone shouted and told them to get ready. Young Min and Jun Hyuk immediately turned their heads towards the sound. The man in front of them announced the all-important board of directors which would decide the fate of the chairman of the Chong without any intrusions. There was a warning that anyone who dared to raise a sword against the Chonggu would be executed immediately. It was the head of the black team of the American branch of the Chonggu Security Service named Kim Wee. Jun Hyuk smiled and noted that another celebrity had come to visit them. The so-called black team, which does not officially exist, is used for reconnaissance. They said that their combat experience in real conditions was even higher than that of the headquarters guard. Moreover, this place was outside the direct influence of Mr. Beck, and there were rumors that Yun Guang who had lured them to his side, and many believed this to be true. Everyone present was in full attention and stood straight, not even daring to move. Well, these people were not enemies. These were just factions that had different interests. The task was one: to protect the Chong, and it will remain unchanged. No matter how strong he was, 400 of the best Chonggu fighters were gathered in the office. But no one knew what cards Tae-ha had. The young man walked slowly towards his destination, not paying attention to the sidelong and surprised glances directed at him. Young Min turned to one of his men and asked him to lower the blinds at the main entrance when the person they needed entered. Young Min kept his gun at the ready, wanting to deal with their enemy as quickly as possible. Tae-ha stopped near the main entrance and glanced at everyone who was already inside. But no one could have guessed that the young man would not come into the office. He loudly declared himself. As loudly as possible, he revealed that he was the son of the late Jin Soo Hyuk, the third son of the late Chairman Jin Suk-ho, Jin Tae-ha. The crowd immediately became noisy. The journalists didn't even know how to behave properly and simply froze in stupor from what they heard. Yun Guang, who understood what could happen in the next few minutes. Jin Young looked out the window, surprised that Tae-ha had come to the main entrance again. Tae-ha continued his speech. He said that 17 years ago in Odin Bay, he almost died in an accident and after a long journey returned back to Korea. Following the last will of his grandfather, the founder of Chong, he intends to assert his rights on the board of directors. He took a pen out of the inside pocket of his jacket and asked those present if anyone remembered it. Jun Hyuk almost laughed, not understanding what Tae-ha was saying, considering these to be useless stories from ancient times. But when one of the people standing next to him went to the exit, the smile immediately disappeared from the guy's face. Tae-ha said that after watching his video of his resilience, some people decided to believe him and wait with him. He noted that the man had passed all the tests but remained true to his oath. Besides those who were kneeling at the door that day, Tae-ha was sure that there were others who were loyal to his father. Felt like the whole world was about to collapse. The atmosphere was too tense. The shaman continued to beat the drum, heating up the situation even more. Yun Guang, who was in great danger if Tae-ha were to listen and find like-minded people. Yun Guang, who has done many irreparable dirty things that have seriously tarnished his reputation. The images before the eyes of Tae-ha and those who stood very high in the Chong and had a snout in the cannon flashed at an incredible speed. All the sins were spinning like a hurricane. It was a crazy dance. As crazy as Yong Kwang, who himself and his preferences for relaxation. It was too late to beg for mercy. Yun Guang, who tried to ask the supreme powers for mercy and punish him, and also to send eternal blessings to Suk-ho's heir. Yun Guang, who was the first to emerge from the crowd and kneel down in front of Jin Tae-ha. Then other people came out and immediately followed Yun Guang Hoon's example and began to greet their master. This event tore the crowd apart. Everyone was making noise, shouting, or standing in bewilderment. Jun Hyuk and Young Min were horrified by what was happening because they had planned everything a little differently. Jin Chong, watching everything, was either crying or laughing, covering his grinning teeth with his hand. Many remembered Suk Ho's words asking them to just take care of the company until he returned. Yun Guang, who cried and apologized for failing to fulfill the late chairman's will and failing to properly take care of the company. Tae-ha ignored this and asked everyone to go upstairs and finally hold a board meeting and decide the fate of the company. Everyone immediately rose from their knees and were ready to follow Tae-ha with a smile. Many of the spectators could not believe their ears that in front of them was actually the direct heir of Chong. Tae-ha raised his head and went to the office with the others. On the young man's chest hung a cross on a long chain that glittered in the rays of the sun. Young Min squinted his eyes, trying to see what was happening on the street. I couldn't believe that Yun Guang, who was a supporter, I think they were all destroyed a long time ago. Jun Hyuk noticed that Tae-ha was approaching and asked his friend to also get ready. When Jun Hyuk looked at Young Min, he was surprised and asked if they weren't going to fight. Young Min clearly doubted whether they should do this, but he still agreed with Jun Hyuk. Even if Yun Guang, who was a traitor, nothing would change. Even if it was necessary to fight Black Team, there were still 3 times more of them. If they didn't deal with them here, Jin Chung could easily lose at the board meeting. If that happened, then everything would come to an end. Not only would Young Min's career be at risk, but there was also a possibility that he would be eliminated for what happened in the mansion. A girl burst into the hall and walked towards Jin Chong's people with a very confident gait, asking what was happening on the street. The girl was an external director of the Jungkook group named Yun Heron. She approached the vice chairman Yun and asked him personally what had happened. We note that apparently things were taking an interesting turn. Young Min was completely unprepared to see this girl and became extremely tense. Yun Kwang, who spoke and noted that he had urgently gathered everyone due to an emergency item on the board of directors' agenda. He pointed to Mr. Jin Tae-ha, who was a key witness in the yacht sinking case 17 years ago, in the Jin family's murder case at the Gangbuk Villa that happened a few months ago. The old man noted that if there was even the slightest possibility that these 2 incidents were the work of someone within the group, then it should be considered an organized coup d'etat aimed at seizing power. Young Min became even more tense, and Yun Heron's presence only intensified all his worries. But the girl smiled as if nothing had actually happened. She turned around and walked forward a couple of steps, calling everyone to follow her. Turning around, she emphasized that her role was to ensure that the Chonggu followed the rules. Thus, the girl led everyone who was worried or happy, as well as those whose history was tarnished. People went up to the 36th floor of the headquarters in a VIP elevator. The girl broke the silence and noted that everything was unexpected, especially how Vice Chairman Yong turned out to be a supporter. The girl smirked and asked if he wasn't known for his lust for power and suggested that this could all be a game too. She noted that the supporters were people who followed former Chairman Jin Suk-ho. She doubted that he had actually pretended for decades in order to follow a dead man. But she also assumed that the old man might have known that the master would return. Yun Guang, who replied that there was no way he could have known this, and even during the attack on the villa, he had no idea what was happening. The former deputy head of the security service Guansu contacted him, and then seeing the photo in the wanted poster, the old man was convinced. The old man noted that this was the moment when their expectations were finally rewarded with the news that the real chairman was alive. This solved many problems, but on the other hand, it created even more. The old man turned to the girl and asked if the elementary school she went to as a child still existed. The girl immediately smiled and replied that most likely her elementary school no longer existed, and she asked why there was such a question. The old man asked if she didn't feel sorry for it and emphasized that all the memories were disappearing. And even if she only went there for a few years, the memories associated with that place remained for life. The old man noted that if a place of work where a person had been going for more than 30 years disappeared, it felt as if the memories of the very essence of that person were being denied. Yun Guang, who explained that this is why he held on without giving up, so that the madman would not be destroyed by the Jianggu. Soon the office where the board of directors was to meet was filled with people. Tae-ha watched each one carefully, noting everyone present. The council began. For some time there was complete silence in the hall. Everyone was thinking about something of their own. I tried to imagine what would happen to the Cheonggu Company in the near future. The council was attended by the director of the Cheonggu Kim Myung-ji from the Jinchun faction. The director of the Jeonggu group Jang Pai-do of the Yunguang who faction was present. There was also the director of the Cheonggu group Han Dogan who was neutral. Yun Heron stood up from her chair and stated that there was a report of an important urgent matter, so she brought him as a witness. All attention shifted to Tae-ha. Directly opposite Tae-ha, Jin-chung was lounging in a chair. His face, as always, had his special grin, which showed his self-confidence in his future. Soon the man declared the 81st board meeting of the Cheonggu open. He wanted to introduce the first item on the agenda but was interrupted. The executive director Oh Tae-chu from Jin-chung's faction spread his hands and asked what exactly was going on. He considered that at the board of directors where the fate of the entire Cheonggu group was being decided, the presence of the most wanted criminal was at the very least wrong, and such a person could not sit calmly next to them. The executive director was interrupted, and it was pointed out that Director Yun had brought this young man as a witness. It was very difficult to calm the room. The question was about the attack on the villa and the incident where every single key leader of their Cheonggu groups were killed. Someone shouted that such outrageous cases should have been dealt with by the police and the courts, and no one at a meeting of the board of directors of a respected company wanted to see this person under the pretext of being a witness. Yun Guang, who asked everyone to watch their language and noted that this witness was also a victim in the yacht incident 17 years ago, and Jin Soo-hyuk's own son. The CEO laughed loudly, emphasizing that the incidents from 17 years ago could no longer be taken into account and that they really shouldn't be treating this guy like a crown prince now. The CEO smirked and noted that since Vice Chairman Yun didn't have much time left, trying to break through to the 36th floor looked very low. There was even more noise in the hall, but soon everything became quiet. Tae-ha joined the conversation. He started talking about the private military company Watercall, whose third squad captain was Yuri Nikolin. He named such names as Vladimir Ilyich Harry Felt, Liam Jackson, as well as Michael Mashinov and Juan Pablo. Tae-ha said that out of the 8 mercenaries who attacked the yacht during a storm 17 years ago, he himself destroyed 7. He was never able to find the Asian who spoke Korean at the time and could not imagine that he would end up in Cheonggu. The executive director's expression immediately changed, and he began to ask what exactly the young man was talking about and immediately began to ask for proof. Tae-ha looked down at the floor and replied that he had no evidence of this since he doesn't work that way. The executive director called it impudence and said that in that case the guy should have said that he fought with 7,000. Tae-ha moved his finger back and forth on the table, trying to completely control himself and concentrate. Tae-ha looked up and glanced at the CEO, but it seemed like he still didn't understand the situation he was in. Kim In-soo was dead, the secret villa was attacked. Even managing director Hong In-gyu, who was sitting right next to the CEO, disappeared. Tae-ha said that he didn't understand where he got the nerve to continue ranting. The deputy director's face became covered in sweat and distorted with an expression of anger. Tae-ha asked again if the CEO had finished his speech and noted that it was now his turn. Meanwhile, Kwang-soo was also planning to visit the place where the board meeting was to be held. I prepared thoroughly and took a pistol with me just in case. He quickly recovered from the effects of that strong poison. He felt a surge of energy, and with one easy movement he holstered his pistol. Kwang-soo kept things business casual and wore a shirt and a black suit. Having gathered himself, he went out into the street. Very quickly some people from the car called out to him, stating his full name. In the blue bus sat Gray and Soo-ri, who waved amiably to the master and were glad that he was already ready. Kwang-soo's mouth dropped open in surprise as he saw the very people who had healed him. Soo-ri asked if the man was going to the Cheong and suggested that they all go together. Kwang-soo hesitated a little and noted that this was not just a walk, and at such an event one could easily die. Soo-ri lifted the peak of her cap and winked at Kwang-soo, noting that they knew much more about this than he did, and mentioned Tae-ha, calling him a reckless guy who was always pushing through everything. Meanwhile, the council continued, as did Tae-ha's speech. Tae-ha started talking about how their country had one ridiculous law. It was the revised law on analogy for inheritance and gifts. The purpose of this law was to increase the long-term value of state assets through the turnover of intangible assets, for which purpose certain assets were excluded from the scope of inheritance taxation. Tae-ha explained that in this way non-material assets such as stocks and bonds and so on were inherited by direct blood relatives for free. In fact, this was a very vicious law. Tae-ha noted that at the time the media did not report on this, so few people knew, but the moment when this law was passed by Parliament and came into force occurred 2 months before he and his grandfather were attacked on the yacht. Tae-ha clarified that after the death of dead, and his father, their shares totaled 28.5%, which was completely inherited by former chairman Jean Gu-ho. Tae-chu cried out that now it became clear to him what the young man was getting at and noted that this law concerned not only the Chong and why he was now clinging to it so much. Yun Guang, who asked the CEO to remain silent. This remark did not please Tae-chu at all, and he grimaced in indignation. Yun Kwang, who clarified that after the death of Chairman Jean Suk-ho, an internal emergency committee was formed. The people who were called supporters at the time were called in and mercilessly eliminated. Yun Guang, who asked if anyone knew how many days had passed before Jean Gu-ho became the chairman. The director's expression changed and he emphasized that only a week had passed since the funeral and a new chairman had appeared in the company. Yang Guang, who turned to Tae-chu and asked if he hadn't risen to the top position because 2 of his senior colleagues had been eliminated. The CEO screamed and called it nonsense. Tae-ha returned to the conversation and noted that perhaps it was just a coincidence or maybe it was an accident. But Tae-ha reminded him that he returned to Korea after 17 years and what a coincidence it was that the broker who helped him illegally enter the country turned out to be Chong's lackey. In addition, CEO Kim In-soo, with whom he spoke from the yacht, became the first target because he was moving without security. Tae-ha also mentioned what was happening in the villa. The secret meeting of the Jean family was held in the same old villa that he himself knew from childhood, which remained exactly the same as before. Tae-ha also mentioned that when he arrived at the villa, the entire Jean family was already dead, and only Jean Young was left alive. The young man noted that this no longer seemed like an accident. Tae-ha stood up and asked who could say something about Jong Hee-min from Osanpa. Voices of indignation were heard in the hall about why Osanpa had suddenly surfaced so abruptly. Yun Heron was amused by the whole story and watched the arguments with delight. Tae-chu turned towards Jin Young and asked him what happened to Young Hee-min. Jin Chung was already squeezed from some sides. His face was very dissatisfied and he ignored the CEO's question. When he first met Young Hee-min, Tae-ha openly asked him what organization he was with. Wai-min smiled widely and noted that he had helped the Chonggu company with some things, but he had not directly worked for them. The next time they met, Wai-min was very surprised that Tae-ha looked quite healthy, even though there were rumors that Baek Jun-soo had broken his neck. Tae-ha continued and said that Young Wai-min from Oseongpa was searching for Kim In-soo's killer at that time on behalf of Jin Young. Tae-ha wondered why she had entrusted this to Osanpa when she had her own security service right under her nose. Tae-ha doubted that there was any point in intentionally involving external forces committing an act that could cast a shadow on the reputation of the Chong. Jin Young humbly listened to Tae-ha's speech and never opened his mouth to say anything. He just sat there grinning and listening attentively to what was happening around him. Tae-ha assumed that it was probably done to create a debt, because she would need Osampa's help later. Then, in order to join the committee after becoming chairman, it would be useful to have the support of Osanpa, who was at least a member of the same committee. In general terms, the situation was clear. All that remained was to understand what each of those present wanted. Last time Jin Chung replied that he didn't need any compensation, he just needed complete silence about this matter. The actors looked at each other, trying to find answers from each other. Silence fell in the hall. Tae-ha said that judging by the fact that no one knew about Young Wai-min, it seemed like he was carefully hiding such information. The young man recalled that Jin Chung himself was going to join the committee, and he didn't need others to know about it. Yun Kwang, who stated that he had a proposal and suggested a complete re-examination of all the incidents leading up to this board meeting. They should have discussed the yacht sinking incident 17 years ago and the recent murder case of the Jean family, and they should have formed an emergency committee together with outside organizations and established the truth. Yun Guang, who noted that if everything said was true, then the legitimacy of this board of directors was in question, so he put forward a proposal to first close the directors' meeting and immediately call Young Wai-min as a witness. Silence reigned again, with only the faintest whispers heard from time to time. Yun Heron sat relaxed in her chair and smiled. The girl summed up the results and pointed out that Tae-ha's vision of the situation was exactly like this and was depicted by other directors who ever thought what. Jin Chung leaned over the table and covered his face with his hands. Jin Chung opened his face not only with his hands but also with a handkerchief, and it seemed like he was crying. The CEO turned his full attention to his boss, trying to figure out what he was doing. Jin Chung asked that it was all very offensive and outrageous and noted that this was precisely the ugly underside of power. He turned to the others and asked if it was really so difficult for everyone to see the truth. He asked the others who actually killed Kim In-soo or the employees of their subsidiary company company and attacked the villa. Jin Chung stood up carefully from the chair with the help of her cane and asked who killed his father and mother or who cut his Achilles tendon. Jin Chung put his hand to his chest and replied that despite all this he was loyal to the Chung company and was surprised out loud that no one appreciated his sincerity. Many people don't know what to say about this. Meng Jiai didn't know why he even showed up at this board meeting, but he definitely made a mistake. On the other hand, he understood that it wasn't so surprising that Ha didn't know anything. If he hadn't been as close as he would hardly have met Jin Chung at all. Jin Chung gripped his cane tightly and stood while everyone else remained in their chairs. Jin Chung grinned widely, noting that everyone thought that it was he who killed his father for a share of the stock. He assumed that he could agree with such accusations, and in that case his entire inherited share would be donated to the state. Jin Chung was ready to say anything to divert suspicion from himself. That's why Jin Gu Ho was afraid of his own son. After all, he was very mean and cunning. Afterwards, Jin Chung clarified that this amount would include the share of Chairman Jin Suk Ho. Yun Guang, who couldn't stand it and rose from his chair hissing at Zhang's Jin.